these skills that they're offered and these training opportunities that they've been offered, and a lot of them have accepted, Mr. Speaker, are opportunities where they got skills for life. Where you don't train to be a mason today and tomorrow, next week, or next month, you ain't none. You don't train, Mr. Speaker, to be a carpenter today and next month or 6 months from now, you ain't none. So, Mr. Speaker, this government, and I want people I don't want to get ahead of myself because I got a message. I have a message, Mr. Speaker, for a party that was rejected twice at the polls. Not one seat. The people of Barbados have rejected them and said, we have absolutely no confidence at all in you. But I can deal with them a little later. Mr. Speaker. So this administration, having provided the opportunity for these young sirs, Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years or so, to be able to earn something. We now giving them the opportunity to even earn beyond, not necessarily under the employment of government, but to be able to be trained and to be able to go out there when we have all of these projects, Mr. Speaker, that are coming on stream. To be able to go out there, Mr. Speaker, and earn their own way, earn top dollars through their training they will have some work to do, because Barbados, I believe, is going based on what I have seen, and I'm going to talk about the projects in my constituency too. Barbados will be a hive of activity, sir, in the coming months and years. And the measures outlined on Tuesday as well, Mr. Speaker, more opportunity for people, more opportunity. We don't just talk. We walk the walk, Mr. Speaker. The capitalization of the Trust Loan Fund, allowing a number of aspiring entrepreneurs to start their business. The Honourable Member for St. George South shared in that ministry, and they provided, the Honourable Member for St. James Central at that time as well, provided for young people in this country who had an idea but didn't have the finances, Mr. Speaker, to start. And people can tell you, some people will want to tell you and to downplay the importance of this, Mr. Speaker, that a $5,000 ain't nothing to start a business. It is a start, and when you do the right thing, in terms of paying back what you had first, you can increase that to 10,000, Mr. Speaker. These are innovative things that this government has done with the Trust Loan Fund. We didn't just sit down and fold our hands, Mr. Speaker, put our hands in our lap and say, well, what are we going to do next? I remember a particular party came to office, went all across this country, came to office through what was said to the people of Barbados trusted them and gave them the opportunity to run the government. And when they get there, them say, what we going to do? When they wake up the next morning after the election? Wake up the next morning after the election and realize that they were the government. I believe they said to themselves, what we going to do? And start looking at one another. But we came to office, Mr. Speaker, with a plan. a plan that was shared with all of Barbados. All of Barbados. And they were confident, having seen the ravages or how this country was ravaged because of poor. Let me get my language right, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want you to put me out or caution me. A government, a party that came to government, Mr. Speaker, back in 2008 with no plan whatsoever. None whatsoever to run the country. The plan leading up to that election, and people tell me they won't tell you don't talk. Don't talk, we're the government, no, don't talk about what happened then. You got to talk. No, we tell me Beijing got short memories because some of these same people that were part of that same party, Mr. Speaker, all over the place now talking about this government, this and this government. That's why I got to remind them, Mr. Speaker. And I got to remind Barbados. Got to remind them. They forget. Honourable members of Michael West Central, they forget they didn't buy a bus. Not one. Garbage, they put not even a little nap on the bus wheel then. Huh? Nothing. And people suffered in this country, and we're not where we ought to be in things because no government does everything perfect. But we are willing, Mr. Speaker, and have always been the party that is willing to sit down, look at where we have made our mistakes, correct them, and move forward. This is how this party has always governed, Mr. Speaker. They forget when the public servants ain't get 1 cent for years. Not a cent. Still had the same expenses to undergo, and you telling me no, you talking to me no about cost of living? Huh? And we can agree that the cost of living is not what we want it to be, but we've always been putting measures in place, Mr. Speaker, to correct it and to assess. We've always been doing that. The nurses, Mr. Speaker, we heard in the budget on Tuesday, getting the opportunity, like anybody else in the public service, to be able to get loans and so on, Mr. Speaker. We are meeting people at the point where they are and helping them. This responsible government of the Barbados Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. When we face COVID, we introduce an elder care community program. You talk about innovation, you talk about looking at ways and means of how you can help people. At the same time, you have people being able to earn $1, and you have our senior citizens who have contributed, Mr. Speaker, to this country for years, who have helped to build this country. We still look after them because some of them, in some instances, lived alone and such like, and we provided the elder care, we provided opportunities for people through the elder care program. And Mr. Speaker, a week or two ago, I went into one of the community of Broomfield to look for one of my elders in there, one of the seniors in there. Pardon? Mr. Speaker, to see how they were doing. And she expressed thanks that she would have some person to come and comb her hair, make sure anything she wanted done was done, do some little cleaning, etc. for her, look after her, Mr. Speaker. This administration under the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast cares about people. So that program, Mr. Speaker, is a good program and has served the people of, because it's not just in St. Lucie, it has served the people of Barbados well. And long, Mr. Speaker, long may it continue. No. We also had, during the course of the delivery of the budget on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, we complain, we talk about gas, we talk about diesel, Mr. Speaker, but the Prime Minister came back and capped the VAT for a further 6 months on diesel and on gas, because we know that these components are important to manufacturing and almost everything that we do in this country. They are important in terms of transportation, delivery of goods, even on services and all that. They are important. So we look at the things, Mr. Speaker, that will have an impact on people, and we can't deal with all, but we look at those that are the most important, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. Those are the most important. But of course, Mr. Speaker, I looked at I think it's the back of yesterday's paper. And I heard this morning, you know, you hear there's air pollution. And this is not AIR pollution. There was an EAR pollution this morning when I listened to the 8:30 news. I hear a man that was part of the trade union movement in this country that worked, I think, at National Housing. You can't call names in here, but I know whether the name is Maloney or not, Mr. Speaker. I don't wish to call names in here. I can't call names in here. But, Mr. Speaker, thank you, Honourable Member for St. Philip South, for your words of caution. But that will not stop me from making my point. A man, Mr. Speaker, talking about what the Prime Minister should have taken off. She should have taken off taxes. She should have taken off this because they got clean bowl. They expected when the budget was delivered on Tuesday, they expected that taxes would have been added. But they do not have the skill that this honourable party that is governing this country now has. They do not have that skill, so they do not know. All they do is tax the way of the government, not us, and talks about how people, they should take off this tax and take off that tax. I want to remind him, Mr. Speaker, in 2013, when he was at the Ministry of Housing, when he was at the ministry, Mr. Speaker, when they had the budget, if I can recall, remember how the people of Barbados were led down a path leading up to win an election, Mr. Speaker? And once the election was won, bam, in September, 3,000 people were sent home. He sat in the Ministry of Housing with young mothers, people with children, Mr. Speaker, falling down, wailing, and said, and did nothing, and you can come to advise this government? Can't advise this government, Mr. Speaker. One lady went at NHC, go up, can't like you ain't had no plan to do nothing and you want to advise this government? Air pollution, man, I had to get something to clean out my ears. Lord have mercy. I never had to make an appointment, Mr. Speaker, with the ENT doctor. Huh? Did nothing. And these are the people now. And let me tell you, honorable members, remember Bajans have short memories, so you have to remind them. It is only 4 short years ago. But what has surprised them, apparently, they don't understand the capabilities of this government. We don't sit down, as I said, and look to win an election. We put a plan together to govern, to run a country, Mr. Speaker. That is what we do. I am grateful that as part of the budgetary proposals, Mr. Speaker, my constituency has a stake. The late Oenafa said at one point in time that St. Lucie is the last frontier to be defended. And it is important that as I speak, and I mention this, I see my good friend and neighbor, the Honourable Member for St. Peter. But he said St. Lucie is the last frontier for development. So, Honourable Member for St. George South, when you hear the Honourable Member for Christchurch West announced yesterday about the dental school with 400 students, I met with the investors, Mr. Speaker. St. Lucie time has come. I carried a slogan in the 2018 election, St. Lucie, the time is now. It is now. Harson's Point will become a hive of activity. We got the nether development coming at North Point, Mr. Speaker. And when it was announced in the budgetary proposals of the renewed focus to bring manufacturing jobs back to St. Lucie, I remember going up. And when I was going to CP school, that honorable institution, Mr. Speaker, on the hill in St. Peter, Mr. Speaker, when I got to a place they called it the Caribbean, but it was a manufacturing company then. It was Atlantic Manufacturing. Just before you got to St. Lucie's Parish Church, which employed many young women, especially, because they did lingerie and those kind of things. They manufactured those things there. So St. Lucie was a manufacturing hub. And when it was announced that there was renewed focus to bring manufacturing jobs to St. Lucie, Mr. Speaker, well, I had to tap the desk. St. Lucie's time has come, Mr. Speaker. It has come. Because I cannot understand, Mr. Speaker, that we had, and I'm speaking specifically to my constituency, and I'm speaking specifically to my constituents and the rest of Barbados at the same time. We had, Mr. Speaker, 18 years of representation from the other side. There was a small break of 5 years by this side, Mr. Speaker, under the late, permit me to call his name Roy Buffett, Mr. Speaker. And we saw what was possible. Then we had another 24 years in the desert where a man only sought to promote his business instead of looking after the business of the people of St. Lucie. So for 42 years, Mr. Speaker, the constituency that I now have the honor to represent suffered and languished, Mr. Speaker, lacked real development. No roads done, no roads. And when I offered myself for the third time, Mr. Speaker, not the first nor the second, for the third time, because I was determined, Mr. Speaker, under the banner of this party, because I saw what this party could do or has done. And whenever this Labour Party administration, not just St. Lucie now, but the rest of Barbados, whenever this Labour Party administration is in office, Mr. Speaker, the country flourish. And for that short period of time when we had that representative, a man which will be well known and who worked in the trenches, or who were in the trenches with the Honourable member for St. Thomas, because she was a regular person in St. Lucie with my late father, who worked hard for this party. Mr. Speaker, whenever this party is in office, St. Lucie benefits, Barbados benefits. And so when I went to the people in 2018 and again in 2022, and they endorsed me, Mr. Speaker, as the one they believed could take St. Lucie forward, Mr. Speaker, I intend to do so along with the help of this administration, Mr. Speaker. So we languish in the wings. We languish in the wings. Not one road. We drove and we moved in what, not on the left of the road, what was left of the road. Mr. Speaker, and I understand, because we gotta watch this and we gotta look at how the other side operate. And I'm talking about this budget, right? They don't do nothing. They sit down, they sat down, and people tell us don't talk about the 10 years that we suffered. No, we got to talk about it. We got to remind people. Because I get the same thing in St. Lucie. Huh? They had 42 years. And I remember for St. George, you spent a lot of time in St. Lucie. And you know the pain. And when you look at the roads, Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, you went down there with me. You went to look at water, and you went to look at roads too. When you look at the roads, Mr. Speaker, we were driving on the left of the road, not the left side. We had an issue, Mr. Speaker, at Pike Corner with the bridge. And that bridge that we are now fixing was first built under the Barbados Labour Party administration of 1981 to 86 under the late Roy Brathwaite, Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament. And you could imagine this is a constituency that was faithful to the other side, but they did nothing, Mr. Speaker, hardly anything. So I got to talk, and I got to remind people. So having not been in office 5 years yet, and the expectations are great, but we are up to the task. It's the same thing with the government. The expectations are great, but Mr. Speaker, I am assured And watching from the what we've seen, Mr. Speaker, knowing from experience, this administration, the Barbados, the Labour Party, delivers all the time. Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure we will deliver again. Roads like Crappell Police Station to Connell Town, Crappell Police Station to Archers Bay. Let me talk about Archers Bay a bit, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk about Archers Bay a bit. Archers Bay.
Honourable member, watch the time, watch the time, watch the time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm coming home shortly, but there's a lot to do, there's a lot to talk about, because we got to silence those critics called the members of the Democratic Party. And I heard the Honourable member for St. Peter talk about it yesterday. It don't matter who's the head, it is the same, because they don't do anything but then come in the midst to criticize and behave as though they would have been doing something during the time they had the opportunity to. Some of the worst was when we did a poll leading up to the 2018 general election, Mr. Speaker. We found at the top of the poll and top of mind for the people was roads. Some of the worst roads. We got some of the worst roads, Mr. Speaker.
I remember we have 2 more minutes.
Thank you. I will utilize that, Mr. Speaker, wisely. Some of the worst roads. So we got a lot of work to do. And I want to say to my constituents from the floor of this house, they will be done, but it takes time and resources. And we got the whole of Barbados to take care of. But I will represent your interests here in this house and in any forum to get what has to be done. But you have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that it takes time. So we got roads like Crappell Police Station to Connelltown. We got the Hope Bridge. We got Jose Hill Road to Jimmets. We got Spring Garden. We got Archers Bay, Mr. Speaker, now that was talked about from all up in the 1970s and so on in terms of development. And then for 24 years, Honourable Member for St. Michael West, the then Member of Parliament, did nothing about Archers Bay. All he did was spend $109,000 in building steps. But nothing else. That work is in progress right now, Mr. Speaker. Archers Bay. And I'm grateful to you, sir, for looking after that project for us with the BTII. I'm grateful as well under the Honourable Member for St. George South First, and now the Honourable Member for St. John, for what is happening, Mr. Speaker, at Connelltown, at the playing field. We got the lights, Mr. Speaker, and there's a work in progress. So things are happening. Things are happening. A lot more will happen, Mr. Speaker. But in my closing, I want to say to this government and to my colleagues, let us not become weary in well-doing according to Galatians 6, verse 9, Mr. Speaker. Let us not become weary in well-doing, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Onward, upward, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I almost forgot how fiery the member for St. Lucie could be, and has me here getting excited. To come after such a dynamic speaker is always a difficult task, but I will do my best. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I want to thank the people of the constituency of St. Andrew for their unwavering support of me over the past year. Every single day that I wake up and every day that I step foot into that constituency of St. Andrew and reminded of how special those people are and how privileged I am to be counted amongst the very few who have placed themselves at the feet of the people of St. Andrew as their servant in this honorable place, in this honorable chamber. And this morning I want to speak to the 2023 financial statement and budgetary proposals that were presented by the Prime Minister here on Tuesday. A budget that not only sees and speaks to the ordinary Barbadian, but understands the ordinary Barbadian and what we go through on a daily basis. And it prompted me to ask a simple question which I got answered probably over and over and over. What will this budget do for the people of St. Andrew? What will this budget do for the people of the Scotland district? What will this budget do for the people of Barbados? And the simple answer is that there's something in this budget for everybody. There's something for the young. There's something for the gifted. There's something for the old. There's something for those with entrepreneurial spirit. There's something for those who are talented and who are vulnerable. There's something for everybody. And what I also realize is that this budget also focuses on the small things. Small things. And there's one thing that I've learned since coming to this chamber is that it's the little things, those small things that matter. Sometimes we are distracted and we are often focused on the big things. But those very little things that impact the lives of everybody, those things matter. And that is where we have to sometimes focus our attention. And those things matter especially to those who are vulnerable, who are at risk. You know, those persons who are disabled or who are amongst the elderly. And for that reason, I have to confess now that I had planned to pretty much stay in my lane and speak to issues of water supply, issues of roads, issues of transportation, issues of the Scotland district. That was my plan. But having listened to the presentation by the Honourable Prime Minister on Tuesday, it would be remiss of me not to make mention of two departments in particular that do not reside in my ministry, but I think have been instrumental in the lives of the people in St. Andrew and all over Barbados, as a matter of fact, over the past couple of years, especially the last 3 years. And that ministry is the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. So it's only natural that I support the monies allocated to the Welfare Department in the tune of $32.5 million. And I believe $9.7 million that was allocated to the Community Elder Care Program. I want to talk about those two programs because those two programs brought me through that COVID period. Those two programs brought me through the freak storm. They brought me through Hurricane Elsa. And as you all are aware, St. Andrew was one of those areas that was heavily or severely impacted by the freak storm. And then 2 weeks later, by Elsa. And today there are persons who are still they're waiting the completion of the construction of their homes. But the Welfare Department and all that time has ensured that those people's rents are paid Every single month, there are requests for assistance with rent, and those are paid every month. People are comfortable, and they can wait because they're comfortable where they are because the utilities are paid, the rents are paid, and whatever little assistance could be offered is given. And also, because that would have happened right at a COVID period where so many people were home unemployed. And I can speak to, I don't want to call it hundreds because it would not be hundreds, but many persons within St. Andrew in particular. I know all of Barbados would have benefited directly from that particular ministry. I'm surprised that the Honourable Minister is not referred to as one of the most honourable, because he was right there on the front line, he and his officers ensuring, but both of them, because at that point in time, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas would have been at the helm, but I know that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South came on and also did his part. But they were right there at the front line, on the front line with everybody, just ensuring that people got what they needed, the psychological assistance and help that they wanted. All of that was provided under that Ministry of People Empowerment. And that, believe me, mental health is important. We've come to realize how important mental health is, and it was because of that people were able to safeguard their mental health. The stresses that would otherwise destroy people, they were able to avoid it because of the direct intervention of that ministry. So I want to commend that ministry and commend the Prime Minister for the money that was allocated to that particular program. Also, I want to speak to the Community Elder Program. Now, thus far I've heard almost half, if not more, of the persons who got to speak mention that particular program. And there's a reason why we mention that program. Because our elders, they are the pillars of our community, and we all love them. I will have the member for Christchurch West know that we all love our old people, our elderly. We love them. They're special to all of us. But the sad truth is that many of our elderly people are forced to stay at home for whatever reason, alone. They're in the house. There's nothing to do. They would love for someone to come and talk to them. And you see it every day when you go into your constituency. So I'm sure it happens to each and every one of us here. There are some elderly persons who are just happy to see us. And if we allow them, they would keep us there talking and chatting for hours. In fact, there are many of them who would just sit by the window, and they will wait there by the window, and they will hope that somebody pass so that they can start a conversation. And if allowed, that person will be there for hours because they have so much knowledge, so many memories in their head that they would like to share. But there's nobody to share it with. And that's why this program is important. It's not just for the fact that these people are lonely, because yes, some of them are lonely. But there's no feeling worse than being at home and being made to feel as though you have no more contribution to make, as though you're useless. And though that's not the intention of persons, the fact is that because they have to be left at home and the children and the relatives go to work, they sometimes feel useless. They can't make a contribution to society. And this program brings persons right into the household and provides those elderly persons with an avenue by which they can share some of their memories, share some of their skills. And we've seen that where we've had knowledge transfer. There are a lot of skills that have been lost to history, been lost to time, because they're persons who possessed them had no one to share them with. And I know of one case where a woman even learned basketry because the old lady that she was taking care of did basketry as a profession when she was younger. And she was able to learn that, and she was glad that she had somebody that she could share those skills with. And we have many examples of persons like that who would like to help and contribute, but they have no avenue, no conduit. And there's another thing too that I got to thinking from my exchanges with some of these elderly persons, from going around and talking to some of these persons when I visited some of them who were in the program. And that is the idea of capturing the collective memories of our elderly. You know, one of the problems of a modern society is that very often they do not see the importance of documenting their history, of chronicling their history, their cultural heritage, until it's almost too late. Of course, we have had the benefits of academics who would have written books over the years, compile stories over the years, and yes, that is all well and good. But through these elderly persons, we have access to some persons who were present at the time, persons who lived through the riots. How many texts within our school system can we find on the riots of the 1930s, and the period before that, and the period after, and there are people around who lived through that period. I went to a funeral of a lady, 93 years old, just on Saturday, on my birthday. So I know there are people who are even older. I know within the constituency of St. Lucie, there are persons 106 years and 107 years in the constituency of St. Peter and St. Andrew. We had a lady, she died now, 107 years. These people have memories that we are allowing to die with them. We've never put measures in place to capture those memories. I think that's something that we need to look at as a country. In order to capture the history. You see, we can have persons come into your home and sit down and talk to you and plait your hair and just have a chat with you. We can have persons come into your home and sit down and talk to you with the sole purpose of documenting your thoughts. Believe me, every single community have a history. And every single community has a story. Every single one. They think as a country we should make a concerted effort to capture the stories of every community. And it can be done. There are persons who have been trained at the university. In fact, when I taught at the university, I taught a course in Caribbean lexicography, which is basically the art of compiling information, compiling dictionaries, a compendium of historic facts that can be used and compiled and used for the edification of future generations. So I think it's something that we must look at seriously if we want to preserve our cultural heritage. Don't just go in there and chit-chat with the elderly. Let's sit down, have a serious conversation with them. Share simple stories that might just be mundane experience to them. Will have historical richness in 10, 20 years. Because this country is changing and changing fast. Some of our cultural expressions are disappearing. Our language is disappearing. You know, just yesterday, I say this jokingly, I was in the members' room and I was talking to the member for St. Michael, South Central. And I was saying to her that, you know, that some people were very unmannerly. And the member for church used to remind me that when we're in here, we use the word unmanly. You understand? And I reminded her that I found that some of the words that we often use, yes, some person may say that they're not proper English, but I was saying to you that they're proper Bajan words. And we have Bajan people, so words like forward for this thing here. I'm noticing now that everybody's saying forehead now. I use it myself. But I know growing up, this was a forward. You understand? But we're saying forehead. We have adopted what is now standard in international English, and we are losing some of our Bajanness. Because what's happening, we are losing our Bajanness when we discard some of our lexicographical heritage, our lexicon. So these things are things that we need to take a serious look at, and we need to compel some of our old Bajan expressions that some are regional, some of you hear old people say these things, and they sound nice, they have lots of meaning. You know, they're based on sayings that would have come here with them from Africa. And we just allow those things to go. In fact, there's an old African adage that when an old man dies or when an old person dies, a library Entire libraries burnt to the ground. Basically what happens. I'm sure that comes from a culture of oral history, where information was passed on from generation to generation to generation, so that people can speak to stories of events that occurred thousands of years in the past. And we don't want thousands of years in the past. We just want a few decades in the past. If those persons saw the importance of preserving history 1,000 years back, when they were on the continent, why are we here now that we cannot see the importance of preserving history of a few decades? Of 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, 90 years ago, 100 years ago. We need to make an effort now that some of these persons are still here with us, to a national effort to capture the history of Barbados. So, and I know I went off on a tangent, but I needed to say that, because if we're talking about our elderly, we need to understand that they're more important than just company, or just a means for persons to make a little living. We need to use them to their full potential, and if it means sitting down with them for hours and writing down and noting, then we have to do it. Yes, sir. We have to do it. We cannot allow their memories, their collective memories, and that knowledge that they've acquired over the years, and those skills and those experiences, we cannot allow that to just dissipate when they die. We cannot. And so I felt it necessary just to speak to those two programs. Of course, there was the Adopt a Family program that also helped similarly to the welfare program. Of course, that did not reside in the ministry; it resided under the Prime Minister's office. But it also helped us to get through those tough times. And I'm glad to see that $10.2 million was added to expand that program, so that persons who have zero income can also continue to live. All right. Before I shift away from the welfare and these programs within the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, I was actually pleasantly surprised when I discovered some of the areas in which that ministry has been helping people over the years. I did not even know that they offered assistance with burials, with funerals. But it got me to thinking how we value our ancestors, our elderly, our old people. There are people in this country that will live in a house who will not change a board, but will save every cent they have to ensure that they have a good send-off. Every cent. Thousands of dollars. To ensure they go off in a dignified way. And I see how that ministry has been helping persons with that, because we've seen in other cultures, I think I've seen it here once or twice, where people will bury a member, a loved one, a member of the family in in a piece of plywood box. A box made from boxing. That they probably pull off a job site and make a box and bury people. And that's okay within that culture. But that would never fly in a Barbadian culture, within our Bajan cultural context. We would never accept that. Even if we had the money, we would beg, we would borrow, and we would borrow and beg some more. I don't think we would steal. But we would ensure that our loved ones, our mother, our grandmother, whoever that person may be, is sent off. Get a good send-off. A good send-off. Because we value our elderly here in this country. We value our old people. And I'm glad that the ministry is chipping in to see that people can have a dignified send-off. So I have to support that. I had to say that. You may not think it, but I am very much in tune with the cultural heritage of this country, very much in tune with the linguistic heritage of this country, very much in tune with the elderly within our communities. And I would support any effort, any measure to see that the lives of older people and such vulnerable people in this country are improved. Now, as I said, I just went off on that tangent because I felt I needed to touch on that while I was on my feet, because those programs benefited people in St. Andrew tremendously. But I want to touch on another area, more in my lane, that I believe is very important that is shared here with Barbados today. And that is of the road works that are being undertaken right now as we speak in the Scotland District, and more specifically in White Hill, St. Andrew. For those of you who do not remember, give me the opportunity to refresh your memories. It has been almost 9 years ago, on the 21st and the 22nd of November 2014, when we had steady rain the whole day, all through the night. And a large section of the road that connects Hillaby to White Hill broke away and went down through the gully, separating that community. And this has been 9 years. That persons, not everybody, because a temporary footpath was put there, and the young and the fit could easily traverse that temporary footpath. But there are people down there that for 9 years, because of disability, because of old age and so on and so forth, have not been able to walk from their homes to the church, right at the edge of the breakaway. The church is right at the edge of the breakaway. They were not able to go to church for almost 9 years because they could not get over to the other side of the breakaway. But I'm here to tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and by extension all of Barbados, that I can say now with a certain degree of happiness in my heart, and you will hear it in my voice, that we have finally started the reconstruction of the road in White Hill. Work has started. Promise made, promise. Prime Minister came up there and made the promise herself. And my predecessor, Mr. George Payne, he would have worked and fought tirelessly to ensure that road was built in White Hill for those people. In fact, the design that we are using, that we have reverted to, was Mr. Payne's idea. It was his idea. I am merely continuing the work that he has started. I don't want to take any credit for it, because had we had the funds available at the time, that road would have been done ever since under Mr. Payne. You understand? And that would be fine. That would be fantastic. The George Payne Road. But as I said, I don't want any credit for it. Yes, I worked hard to ensure that it happened. I was there. And not only make sure that the work start, but make sure that people in that community will get some work too. I told the contractor straight. You want to bring the boy from Christchurch, St. Philip, St. Michael, no place, St. Andrew, White Hill. They have to work. Make sure people in that community get some work. St. Thomas too. But it has to happen. People in the community have to get work when these projects start. Because one of the things of having a major project in your community is that people got to work. You understand? People got to get work. They got a lot of young people that they are glad for the work. And they started working already. Some have started and some more will get work. It's clear understanding. And it's not a decision that I would retreat from. I am not ashamed to say. We have to employ people in the community. If you're from St. Andrew and we have work in St. Andrew, if we don't have the skills in St. Andrew, we have to outsource, well, fine. But those roads that are building in St. Andrew, I said, make sure some people from St. Andrew get work. But White Hill is not the only major project that we are undertaking in the Scotland District. With that $230 million in funding that we secured from the Chinese Export-Import Bank, we intend to do a number of roads and bridges. These would include the Thompson Bridge, which has been closed for almost 2 years, as well as the road there in King Street, which collapsed many years ago, but in recent times has gotten a lot worse and is almost in the same state as the White Hill Road. So I want the people in King Street, and they see the contractors, and they would have seen the engineers over the past couple of weeks doing their surveys and making their marks and all such like. They can see that the work is started, because what people don't understand that when you're doing work in the Scotland District, it's not like when you're doing work in the other 93% of Barbados. You're working almost entirely in mud. There's no rock. Hardly any rock in the Scotland District, if any at all. So there are a number of tests we have to do to ensure that what we are building that road on, what they refer to as the subgrade, is strong enough to support the road. We have oceanic soils down there. We have the Joe River muds. We have all kinds of soil types down there that are hostile to infrastructure. They're hostile to roads. They're hostile to houses. And that's why we get the land slippage and the problems that we get. So we can't just go in hot and sweaty and push away and build roads like what. I'm not saying that's what happened, but what can happen in other parts. You have to be extremely careful. Number of tests. Geotechnical tests have to be conducted, a number of them. You have to do the dynamic cone penetration test, DCP tests. Have to do all of these surveys. We have to dig boreholes. Sometimes those boreholes go as far as 25 feet just to get a sense of what is down there. And we often find all kinds of soils that are not ideal for construction, but it gives us insight as to how we have to maneuver and how we have to tweak the designs so we have roads that are resilient. We have roads that can last another 50 years, because people will tell you often that there are roads down there that were there for 50 years and 70 years, but those roads for the first 30 or 40 years were only driven on by donkey carts and bicycles and walked on. So they had a good 40 years of easiness. But now these roads that we build now, we have to build for increased vehicular loading. We have to build for buses that are 18 tons and for trucks that are 30 tons and up. So you can't just build any road. You have to build a resilient road that can handle the types of rainfall that we're getting. Because we're in a climate change scenario, and we have to build with that in mind. So even in terms of the amount of asphalt that we put on the surface, we have to design that so that it is more resilient, has a bit more body to absorb the weight of the vehicular traffic that will be crossing over that road. So we can't go in there hot and sweaty and build these roads any old how. We have to sit down, we have to plan these things out, we have to discuss these things with the professionals and the engineers and the technicians. And we have to come up with the best possible approach to building roads in the Scotland District. And it applies to almost all of the Scotland District, because we share a similar geology, and we have a problem right across the board. St. Thomas has it. You know, I saw a lot of roads on their side of collapse. St. Joseph has it. I think John has it as well. And parts of St. Peter, has it. So understand, even though the roads are taking longer than we would like, I would like to see all the roads start and finish this year. But I know that, based on what I've seen, that is not possible. But I know that within the next 2 months, we're going to, St. Andrews, Scotland District is going to be a buzzing with activity. Buzzing with activity, man. Because this week itself, we started Vaughan's Road number 2. We started White Hill. We have already completed Shorey Village. We're looking to start Thompson Bridge. Work is continuing in Trail Path. We're looking to restart Fruitful Hill. We have all of this work lined up for this year. Yes, we have a very short window in which to work in. That is one of the downsides to working in Scotland District. When the rain comes in this part of Barbados, you know, it dry off and you can work within an hour or two, maybe within a day. But when you get rains in Scotland District, you know, the earth is saturated very quickly and we have to wait sometimes days, if not weeks, before we can work in that area again. Then we're working in river courses, we're working in streams, and that in itself presents another difficulty for any construction project. So we have problems that are peculiar to us. So when we talk about the rainy season, it means something different to us because it can literally paralyze us, whereas it may just delay other major projects. And if you remember for Christchurch West was here, I will remind him that we're also going to do Highway 7 because I don't want you to believe that all the work is going to happen in the north. A good piece is going to happen in the north, but some will also occur in the south. St. Thomas has to get some roads. It has to. Yeah, $27 million being spent through the Latin American Bank, CAF. So I look at all the roads that were mentioned by the Honourable member for St. Peter yesterday. Those roads are scheduled to be done this year, especially the one in Indian Ground to Fort Hill. That road must happen. The bridge mentioned by the member for St. Lucie has $600,000. We're going to do that. We're going to complete that. It has to be completed. And you have these here. The Honourable member just came in just as I was talking about him because he's fighting for that bridge to be completed. So it's not just St. Andrew and Scotland District. We're going to be doing Highway 7. They're going to repeat it for the benefit of the member who just came in there. He must know that it's going to start. So just making the point that we're going to do a tremendous amount of work this thing. And there are more things. I can't get into all because I want to touch a little bit of water. I know my time might be drawing now, you know. But let me just touch on water too because, you know, water is a challenge for a good chunk of the north. And I want to assure the member for St. Lucie and the member for St. Peter that we're doing all that we can to ensure that their residents and their constituents have good quality water and water at the taps at all times. If there are problems, I mean, of course, we've noticed we've seen some problems in the east. I think the member for St. Philip North mentioned that she's having some challenges in the east as well, and we're also working towards addressing those problems. But in the north especially, we have the added problem of extremely aged infrastructure. Extremely aged infrastructure. Pipes all up in 100 and some maybe 150 years. 150. Have you seen a pipe a pipe after it came out the ground that was 150 years? It's just the rust that's keeping it together. The mud or the soil that surrounds those old 100-year-old cast iron pipes, the only thing that's keeping those pipes together is the soil that encapsulate them. And when a big heavy truck drives on that soil and there's any differential in the soil, those means rupture. That's why we get so many burst means.
I remember has 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. That's what we get, about 77 burst means a month. 77 burst means. These are big ones. And for the service means, we all up in between 1,000 to almost 15, 16, 1,700 burst service means a month because of an aged infrastructure. So we're putting $20 million. $20 million into upgrading the distribution system as well as building out our storage capacity. And there's a piece of technology that I want to share here that we are investing in that would certainly bring some ease to the situation, because we have what we refer in-house as NRW, non-revenue water, that water that we pump into the system, but we do not get any money from it. And we categorize that into two main categories, which is commercial losses and physical losses. Commercial losses, some of that is at our end, but the physical losses refer to the leaks and the ruptures that we will see from time to time. And we've been putting measures in place to address that. I want to speak to especially the what we refer to as, I want the correct name, but even if I don't find the correct name, I know I can still speak to it because I know exactly what it is and how we intend to use it, where we're going to use these district meters. District meters, that's what where I was looking for. That will give us a better sense of how much water is pumped into a particular district. And we can get a sense, because we meter the water going into the district. And then we check the meters of the water that is being used by the customers. And let's say, for example, 300 cubic meters is being pumped in, but when we check all of the meters, only 150 cubic meters was recorded being used by the residents, then we know that we are losing 150 cubic meters of that water that's going to ground, that are leaking away somewhere. We know that, so that we can then go in and know where the problem is. And that's 50% of the water in that community going to ground, going to waste. So these are some of the measures that we have put in place. And non-revenue water is a serious matter. In fact, there's a whole conference next week that deals solely with non-revenue, because it's an issue right across the board. And utility companies right across the region, right across the world. And tell me, if you're losing 36 to 40% of whatever good you are producing, you cannot survive. It's unsustainable. But that is the challenge that water utility companies, companies all over the world are facing. And we are putting these measures, along with other measures, I can't get into all of them now, to ensure that we one, cut the amount of water that goes to waste, and two, we can also reduce our carbon footprint, because we still have to burn fuel to get the water out of the ground, and it's going to waste. So if we can get our water into usage, then we're gaining in two places. All right, I'm going to wrap it now. I'm going to wrap it right now, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that you obliged to give me the additional time just to make that last point, because it's important that people know that the BWA is doing everything that they can to not only ensure that we have proper drinking water, but also to ensure that we're not wasting the taxpayers' money by letting the water waste into the ground. And you know, there's something that I'm going to share here, because I found it fascinating. Before I went into the BWA, I never knew why there were meters on standpipes. I wonder, why would you put a meter on a standpipe when nobody pays a standpipe bill? So I thought. But that is also part of our approach in monitoring the amount of water that is being used on a daily basis. Because there are people, because they know they don't have to pay for the standpipe, they're going to turn it on and leave it on for days and weeks and so on. We can come in and say, wait, this people wasting water down here. And you see from time to time when one standpipe is disconnected, it's because people are wasting water.
I remember.
But as I close, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I just want to say that I am grateful to have been afforded the opportunity to present my humble submission to these debates. And I also want to say that I fully endorse the budgetary proposals that were presented by the Prime Minister. I'm very excited to see the transformational changes that will, transformative, the changes that we will see going forward. I thank you, and I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And right at the outset, I want to share that it is always a privilege and an honor for me to walk up the steps of this Parliament and to enter this hallowed chamber, not only on my behalf, Mr. Speaker, but indeed each and every time I do so cognizant of the fact that I do it in the stead of and as a representative of the people of St. Michael North. And I also want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I am also privileged and honored to be able to sit in this Parliament with what I can consider to be one of the finest groups of hardworking, dedicated, committed, visionary individuals and leaders that this country has ever seen. I am happy to be a part of this Barbados Labour Party team. I'm happy to be a part of this Barbados Labour Party administration that is seeking not only to stabilize, but indeed, Mr. Speaker, to move our country forward into success and into greatness, into reaching the full potential that we know that we have as a country. Mr. Speaker, this is now the second budgetary process that I have had the opportunity to be a part of, having been elected by the people of St. Michael North in 2022, January that is. And the first time I was reflecting, Mr. Speaker, on my first budgetary speech. And indeed, I remember how nervous I was. I remembered I was thinking to myself, what am I going to say? Oh, man. Oh, yes. And I'm being reminded of, the jitters came through in my speech, and I fell back on my moorings from church. And that always guides me in everything I do. But Mr. Speaker, as I was reflecting on my journey from then till now, and the growth and the transformation that I've seen even in my own experience, in my own life, in my ability to understand my portfolio, my ability to understand parliamentary life and debate, I have much to be thankful for, Mr. Speaker. And I first want to thank God, because God is the one who gives me the strength on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker. He is the one who guides my every step. He's the one who gives me the courage, the confidence, and the commitment to get up every single day and to work not only on the behalf of the people of St. Michael North, but of course, the entire nation of Barbados. So I thank God for the strength that he gives me. And this is not an easy road, Mr. Speaker, you know it. Representing thousands of people, in some cases tens of thousands of people, it's not an easy journey for any of us. It is a heavy load that we bear. And indeed, you hear all the time that it's a really thankless job, because you do and you do and you do, and sometimes you don't get the level of appreciation that you may think that you should get for what you do. But indeed, I believe that every single one of us get up and we do it day after day, because we are committed to serving in the best interests of the people of our respective constituencies. And indeed, we are committed to serving in the best interests of the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker. And I'm reminded, and I heard some of my colleagues, and clearly you can see, Mr. Speaker, that we are a bunch of people who have a spiritual grounding in this chamber. So I must join those who have gone before me. And I must also use the Word of God as context and to lay the foundation for what I have to say today. And I want to declare boldly that the Word of God says, one writer said, I am who I am by the grace of God. I am who I am by the grace of God. And another portion of Scripture says, it is in Him that we live and move and have our very being. And I stand here today as the representative of the people of St. Michael North because of God, and of course, by their grace, by giving me the support to stand here on their behalf in this house. I want to go further by underscoring how grateful I am to them. Mr. Speaker, on a daily basis, I am blessed to hear from my constituents in different ways. Some of them will see me as I'm going through the constituency, and they will give me a word of encouragement. Many of them will send me messages and they will say that I am praying for you, etc., etc. And Mr. Speaker, I really want to take this moment right now to acknowledge them. This year has been a tremendously transformative year for me. And I'm excited and I'm buoyed, Mr. Speaker, by the support, the outpouring of support that I receive not only from the people who are closest to me, but from all across the length and breadth of St. Michael North. People who stop you and just give you a word of advice, a word of counsel. Sometimes you may not want to, you don't like what they say. You say, well, you should do more of this, you should do less of that. But indeed, Mr. Speaker, they do it from a place that is heartfelt. They do it from a place that is sincere, and they do it because they want to see, of course, the best from me as their representative. And indeed, I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to growing in my relationship with the people of St. Michael North, and I'm going to give them the best of my abilities for a long, Mr. Speaker, long time to come. I need not tell you this, Mr. Speaker, but all relationships take time to grow and to develop. You take time to learn that other person, to learn the things that work well and don't work well with them. You get to learn their way of thinking. But over time, relationships develop to the point where you become one. You love each other beyond the faults that you may see in each other. You learn to love despite and in spite of the challenges that you come through and come across. And as with all relationships, the bond becomes so strong that you're able then to face challenges together and you're able to rise above and overcome those challenges as a unit and as one. And I'm here to say, Mr. Speaker, that I look forward to growing in my relationship with the people of St. Michael North, and I'm fully committed to this journey with them, and it can only get better from here. And I want to take some time because I'm here representing their interests, Mr. Speaker. So I have to speak according to what I do as their representative and have been doing over these last few months. And Mr. Speaker, in this short space of time, I've had the opportunity to engage with my constituents in many different ways. We have held multiple successful branch and community meetings. I meet with my constituents every single Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, as many of my colleagues do, at least on a weekly basis. Even if it's not Wednesday, some other day of the week, all of us do. We created, Mr. Speaker, the St. Michael North Community Wellness Program, an initiative that sees me and my constituents meeting on a weekly basis on Saturdays to exercise together, to fellowship together, to get healthy together. And this has been an initiative that has been very well received by all. Mr. Speaker, I would just indulge, if you could indulge me, last week we had a walk-up workout. And I didn't see you there, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if you're the walk-up kind. A walk-up workout. Well, you in that? Well, you should have been there. And it will come next time. I will give a special invitation to the Honourable Member for St. James Central. And St. James and St. Thomas as well. I invite all of you. I invite all of you. A workout, Mr. Speaker. That's just one of the disciplines, but we've had so many. We had boxercise. We've had so many different, and really, Mr. Speaker, it's just another way for us to engage. But it's a way that I want to, because we're focused on health and wellness in this country and as a government, and not only that, and me as a member of parliament. We have launched 4 clean and green sites, and I want to, at this point in time, again, publicly thank the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central. Every time I call, he comes. And we've had 4 so far, and 5 is on its way, Mr. Speaker. We also launched the St. Michael North Continuing Education Program, where I was able to secure 50 scholarships for individuals in my constituency to go back and get CXCs. Mr. Speaker, I meet with constituents, and when I hear them telling me about they're looking for work, etc., I say, you know what, where's your foundation, what's your academics, where are your certificates? And in many cases, I've had constituents that did not have even 1 CXC, Mr. Speaker. So you know, with 0 CXCs, your prospects are limited. There's only so far that you can go relative to the employment opportunities. And I said there must be something done about this, and we created the Continuing Education Program. It is a yearly scholarship program. We're looking to do 50, and we're going to continue to increase that. We did 50 last year, and we're going to increase that number. We're going to also add to that now vocational programs as well. For those who necessarily don't want to go the route of doing the hardcore academics, they can go the route of doing vocational training as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. We held a men's health clinic And we're right now in the process, Mr. Speaker, of launching our St. Michael North Breakfast Program to provide warm breakfast packages to some of the students of our 2 primary schools within the constituency of St. Michael North. We're also launching the St. Michael North Mentorship Program very shortly, Mr. Speaker, for our teenagers who need guidance and who need special hand-holding, who need to hear a positive word, Mr. Speaker. And anybody who's been following me will realize that there are things I care passionately about, and one of them is youth development. I want to see our young people to become all that they have the potential to become, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I do not want to see them go in directions that they do not desire to go in and should not go in. So I'm going to do my part to give as many positive opportunities for those young people. Time will not permit me to go through all of the programs, Mr. Speaker, but I'm going to move on. And I really want to get on to the context of our speech today and why we're here. And I want to start by congratulating our Prime Minister and the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East for delivering what I think, Mr. Speaker, has been one of the most transformative, fair, balanced, forward-thinking and forward-looking budgets that I've ever heard in this honourable chamber. I want to thank the Prime Minister not only for delivering the budget speech, but I also want to thank her for the proposals contained therein. So many proposals that I believe, Mr. Speaker, they will benefit the people of St. Michael North and, of course, the wider populace of Barbados. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday to listen to our Prime Minister as she delivered. And I believe that there are many items within this budgetary proposal that can speak to and can benefit all of the people of our country. And I believe that the general theme of the budget itself says much. Our Prime Minister spoke, Mr. Speaker, about mission transformation. She spoke, of course, about where we came from, and it was the mission critical agenda when we first came into office in 2018. We went through a period of several setbacks that turned into mission survival, Mr. Speaker. We had at the outset in 2018 a mission transformation agenda. But of course, because it turned into mission survival, a lot of these transformational plans and initiatives and programs had to be put on the back burner for a bit, had to be sidelined for a little bit. But now, Mr. Speaker, having gone through all that we went through as a country and as an administration, we are now in our stride moving towards mission transformation. But she did not stop there, Mr. Speaker. She went further to say that we are moving as a country towards what? Mission accomplished. Our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to accomplish these transformational plans and proposals that have been laid out, not only in this budget, but going as far back as the Covenant of Hope that was led by this same Prime Minister, this same Barbados Labour Party many years ago, Mr. Speaker. What are some of the proposals that I heard that I think resonate well with the people of our country? Mr. Speaker, there's an emphasis on training. And any person who has led an organization understands the value of a well-trained human resource team. Training makes all the difference sometimes in your ability to deliver or your inability to deliver. And we have many persons within the public service at the supervisory or middle management level that we want, Mr. Speaker, to progress towards senior management of the public service in due course. But we must invest in their training so that they can have the tools, the skills, the capabilities to be able to then, as they advance in the public service, to lead the public service in the way that we want them to lead. So this administration says we are going to put an emphasis on training our supervisory level staff within the public service. That, Mr. Speaker, will benefit the public servants that are residing in St. Michael North, Mr. Speaker. Not only are we doing general training relative to supervisory management and managerial skills and capabilities, but we're also going to be training and ensuring that we can successfully roll out what is called our commitment for results. And you heard the Prime Minister talk about it, these granular goals and objectives of each and every portfolio, each and every ministry. These granular goals and objectives that will guide what we do on a daily basis, not only as ministers, not only as a cabinet, not only as permanent secretaries, but down to the very level of even the messengers and every single person, the custodians, will be able to see what is it that this ministry is supposed to deliver for the people of Barbados on a daily basis. So we're going to train our people in our commitment for results process, which is already well on the way. We go further and talk about training, Mr. Speaker. We're not just doing training within the context of the public service, but we're doing community-based training as well. Parental training, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because we realize as a society, the most basic unit of any community, of any society is the family unit. And in many cases, some people become parents, not even by plan or design, but it happens. And we as a government are saying we are going to invest in parental training so that the individuals in this country who need a helping hand can learn how to be a better parent, a more well-rounded parent, so that they can then produce well-rounded individuals and citizens for our country in the long run. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but I go on to talk about some of the other proposals in this forward-thinking and forward-looking budgetary proposal and speech. The Prime Minister told us that there are going to be some price relief initiatives, one being the reduction of debt. And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, on the question of debt, and you have so many people outside of these chambers that continue to talk. There was a debate a couple months ago, a rousing debate, if the debt was 167% of GDP, if it was this and that, all this kind of stuff. But Mr. Speaker, sir, when we came in and we found the debt to GDP where it was, and we were able to, through our restructuring and through many other mechanisms and initiatives and programs of this administration, we brought it down to less than 120%. Due to COVID and the spending that was required to ensure that we remain safe as a country, it went back up slightly to 120-something%. And now, Mr. Speaker, you would have heard from the Prime Minister that we are once again trending downwards and our debt to GDP is 120%. This should be commended, Mr. Speaker. It was a tremendous accomplishment. And it means that we now have fiscal space and we now are able to go forward and we can go to international markets and the different multilateral organizations and receive support, technical, financial, and otherwise, that can help us when we're at our lowest points in this journey, that can give us the helping hand that we need to go forward and to keep our people safe in this country. Another one that I think, Mr. Speaker, that resonates well with my people in St. Michael North is the lowering of the commercial bank fees. Mr. Speaker, I know many of my constituents. They will tell you that they don't have a lot of pennies to put down. But the few pennies that they have on the bank, Mr. Speaker, you have minimum balance fees that the commercial banks have implemented and introduced over time, and they continue to raise them incrementally almost on a yearly basis. These fees go up. And if a person only has $500 on their account and the minimum balance is $1,000 for that account, you find that the bank is taking off $15 a month out of the $500, Mr. Speaker. But how could this be fair? But you heard our Prime Minister say to us on Tuesday that we are going to be making sure that we address this. We are going to address this commercial bank fee issue so that our people in Barbados can be able to save their money, build on their monies, and eventually and over time, through investment opportunities, which is the third point, the domestic capital market be able to invest in their own future and create their own wealth and generational wealth as well, Mr. Speaker. This is transformation. That is what this Barbados Labour Party is all about. We didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. We went on to talk about, the Prime Minister went on to talk about what are we doing to give back. There has been tremendous stewardship by this administration over the last financial year. You heard about 10% growth in our economy, sir. 10% double-digit growth, Mr. Speaker. And you have people out there that managed this economy for 10 years and at best had 1 or 2 and small percentage growth in a 10-year period. And if you look at it over the entire trajectory of their 10 years, zero growth and negative growth. as the economists will tell you. But yet these same people will want to come and tell us and poo-poo. That's parliamentary language, sir. They want to poo-poo our 10% growth last year, Mr. Speaker, sir. Well, I have to be a mad person. 10% growth sounds good to me. And not only that, what did we go through to get that 10% growth? Look at the difficulties, the COVID. Huh? We have so many challenges that we had to overcome to get that 10% growth, Mr. Speaker, sir. It was no easy feat, but we did it. And we didn't just do it so we can boast about it, but look at what we're doing now. We were able to take some of those financial earnings, some of that space that was created because of our good stewardship. And what are we doing? We're giving back to the same people of Barbados. $74 million. That is million with an M. $74 million being given back to 5,407 Series B bondholders in this country. Some of them being able to get $17,500 in their pocket. Mr. Speaker, $17,500. My Lord, I would love to have $17,500 in my hand tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. Thomas would love to have $17,500 in her pocket tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. I now wish that I had some of these Series B bonds, Mr. Speaker. $17,500 in the person's hands in their bank account that they can then use as they see fit. They can now invest in repairing their home. They can repair the car that has been a little bit tired. They can change their wardrobe. They can invest in more bonds, Mr. Speaker. Boss bonds, if you please. I'll put down, oh my word, thank you, Honourable Member for St. James Central. They can now deposit, that is a deposit for a piece of land for some of the people in St. Michael North, Mr. Speaker. Hope House. Yes, a Hope House. And there's so many of them coming. Because the Honourable Member for St. George South is busily working hard at work to ensure that we can build out Hope housing for the people not only of St. Michael North, who I hope will get a good share, but all of the people of Barbados as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. Not only that, but we took the money from our good financial stewardship and we're investing $8.5 million, Mr. Speaker, in expanding the dormitories where at the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in our young people and in our future. And we go further, sir, we're also maintaining the Community Elder Care Program, a program that, yes, costs us multi-millions of dollars every single year, but, Mr. Speaker, one that we have come to recognize that has tremendous and significant benefits. You heard the Honourable Member who spoke before me for St. Andrew say it's not just about giving them company and spending time with these elderly members of our society. Yesterday's children, as they're referred to. But, Mr. Speaker, they have a wealth of experience and a wealth of knowledge that they can share. And the program has not only been a benefit to them, but many of my constituents who are part of the Community Elder Care Program tell me how much of a benefit it is to them as well. Caring for our elderly, taking care of our own people, Mr. Speaker. This is what our Barbados is about. This is who we are. We look after our own. And the government could have said, you know what, we're spending too much money on that, let's divert that money to something else. But no, we said we are sticking with it. It is tremendously beneficial to the people of Barbados, and we will continue to do it, and we're going to put money aside for it. That is what this government is about. This is a transformative government and a transformative agenda. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to move on very quickly in the last part of my speech now to talk about my portfolio. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East and our Prime Minister for giving me the privilege of entering her cabinet and giving me the privilege to lead a portfolio called the Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Michael North sent me here. They elected me to be here, and I thank them for that. I thank the Prime Minister for selecting me to be a part of her team. It is an honor and a privilege. I do not take it lightly. And I believe that as we talked in this entire budget speech and the budgetary proposals about transformation, the transformation agenda. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, that the ministry that I have the privilege to lead is very much at the forefront of the same said transformation agenda of this government. We are leading both the industrial transformation and, of course, the digital and technological transformation of our country at this point in time and in this journey. And I, nor the members of my team at the ministry, we don't take it lightly what we have to do. We get up every single day and come to work, seeking to drive this transformation, seeking to do what we can to move our country forward. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say here right at the onset that change sometimes is very difficult. It oftentimes is very difficult. There's a saying that goes, the only thing constant in life is change. But change, unfortunately, is one of those things that people sometimes have great trepidation in facing and coming to grips with. The nature of this ministry that I have to lead confronts change on a daily basis, so we know it well. We see the pushback that comes from the populace sometimes when we're seeking to introduce a new thing, a new initiative, because there's always going to be some reservation, some hesitation, some fear. So this ministry gets the brunt of that because we are at the forefront. We are the spear's tip relative to pushing change and pushing transformation. It has not been an easy journey in that regard. And as I reflected, Mr. Speaker, I go right back to the Word of God again. And I'm reminded of a portion of Scripture that says, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. And I'm also reminded of another portion of Scripture that says, even children become tired and need to rest. And young people trip, honorable member for St. Thomas, and fall. But the people who trust the Lord will become strong again. They will rise up as an eagle in the sky. They will run and not need rest. Sir, they will walk and not become tired. Mr. Speaker, it's a long journey, but we are going to rise up again, and we are going to rise and we are going to soar like the eagles with the help of God, because we're going to put our trust in God. I intend, Mr. Speaker, as the one leading this ministry, to continue to put our expectation in Him. Not an easy road, but I know that and I'm confident that we will accomplish what we have to accomplish. What are we doing in midst? On the industrial side of this transformation agenda, Mr. Speaker, sir, through our state-owned enterprise, Export Barbados, also known as BIDC, and through our industry partners, we have been steadily chipping away at and strengthening existing industries in our country, all the while, Mr. Speaker, seeking to find, position, and build out even new industries in our country. And one of the first things I want to bring your attention to is the very transformation of that state-owned enterprise itself. Everyone knew BIDC for many years. People call it IDC, BIDC. People had other names for it. If it depends on how long you've been around, you had different names for BIDC. But we're in the process of a complete transformation, not just a name change, Mr. Speaker, which has already passed cabinet and is going to come through this legislative house very soon. But not only a name change, but indeed the entire organization and its approach to the transformation of our country has been changed as well. We have moved from an organization that was simply focused on being a landlord of government's properties to now using those same properties as a place and as a spot for transformation of our country and our economy and our society. Mr. Speaker, the organization has pivoted and it is now oriented towards exports, moving our people from just domestic production to now moving those products off our shores so that we can earn some necessary foreign exchange and boost our gross domestic product, Mr. Speaker, sir. So the entire organization has been transformed. Our mindset, our approach, our focus has changed. And we are now, Mr. Speaker, we are zoomed in on. Our eyes are fixed on a target of building Barbados to the point where we are $1 billion in exports by 2030, if not before. $1 billion in exports. That is our focus. That is our aim. Industry is so much a part of our DNA, Mr. Speaker. You are familiar with the motto that is on our coat of arms: pride and industry. Industry has always been a bedrock of our country's ability to progress. Industry has driven us, manufacturing, small or big. I tell you, Mr. Speaker, you drive on the streets of Barbados, you see so much industry taking place. Our coconut vendors and the bottling and the packaging and the selling. You got packages now, you can get jelly, you can get the water, manufacturing. You have everybody making some juices. You got people turning all raw materials into finished products. Tremendous success. There's so much manufacturing, there's so much industry taking place in this country. It is not funny, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the goal of this portfolio, my ministry and the team at BADC Export Barbados, is to further enhance those industries, build them out, give them the support that they need, and also to bring even new industries to our country so that we can create job opportunities for the good people of St. Michael North and the people of Barbados by extension. That is the goal and work of this ministry every single day, Mr. Speaker. What has happened? From December 2022, we have certified exports, Mr. Speaker, and domestic exports that grew by 11.3% and 12.3% respectively over the previous year. So when you hear people, Mr. Speaker, out there talking about where's the growth? Where's the growth? Where's the growth? Where's the growth? Asking all these questions all the time, where's the growth? There is the growth, Mr. Speaker. 11.3 and 12% growth in 1 year in our exports. Well, you could want more growth than that. But that's growth, Mr. Speaker. Or you could be asking for growth all the time, and the growth right there in the numbers. The results speak for themselves. Not only that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, we had growth in our certified exports from April 2022 to February of this year, Mr. Speaker, of 13.1%, equating to $165 million in growth, Mr. Speaker, sir. I mean, where the growth is, there is the growth. What does that mean in real terms, Mr. Speaker? That means more of our people are exporting rum. That means more of our people are exporting sweetened biscuits. That means more of our people are exporting crude oil. That means more of our people are exporting cement. These are the things that we are exporting from our country on a daily basis and are earning this country foreign exchange. This country is earning its own way. It's not borrowing its own way. It is earning its own way, Mr. Speaker. Come on now. We're talking about growth. This is growth. And we have more to come. So as we approach now Industry 5.0, which is centered upon industrial digitalization and digitization. Our industries, therefore, now must become ready to jump ahead of the curve. Mr. Speaker, we are not operating in a world by ourselves. I have led businesses for many years, and I understand competition. I understand market forces. I understand that we are all competing for what? Scarce and limited resources. Barbados is no different as a country, Mr. Speaker. If we don't do what we're supposed to do, somebody's going to huff us for not eating, Mr. Speaker. Somebody's going to eat our breakfast. We have to get up on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, and go out there and compete with the rest of the world. So we can't sit back and rest on our laurels and say, oh, we can stay here in the analog age. Oh, we're going to stay here and do it on the paper like we used to do it all the years ago because we're comfortable with that. Mr. Speaker, we have to move forward as a country because the rest of the world is going forward and we must be competitive.
All I remember, you have 2 more minutes.
Oh, my word.
Time has elapsed quick.
Oh, okay. Well, let me move on quickly. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. So what are we doing now? We're focusing on the life sciences. The life sciences. And the life sciences really just talk about anything that has to do with a living organism. So you have rum that's produced from what? Sugar cane, etc. All that is the life sciences. But we're going to be focusing even more strategically on our life sciences build out over the next year, Mr. Speaker, sir. We have already received the report from a consulting firm. We have that report in hand. That is going to cabinet. I'm going to bring that to cabinet very shortly. We're going to make our decisions as a cabinet, and we're going to then roll forward towards implementation relative to our rollout of the life sciences. And we're going to be focusing on 3 areas, Mr. Speaker, sir. On wellness, on biopharma and medical technology, agribusiness, and the blue economy. Agribusiness and the blue economy. If we're to be specific, we're focusing on women's health. We're focusing on diabetes treatment and prevention, Mr. Speaker. We're focusing on medical education, recovery, and rehab. We're focusing on mariculture, which is what we're doing on oceans to bring fish and to rear fish and to sell different types of fish. Nutraceuticals, Mr. Speaker. Data analytics, and we're going to also be creating medical devices as well. And we're going to be manufacturing vaccines through our pharmaceutical industry push as well. So that's the life sciences, Mr. Speaker. You would have heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, our Prime Minister, speak about the International Food Science Centre. And I just want to say very quickly, sir, that we have 50 clients that are already a part of the International Food Science Centre. They're already creating tremendously good products. I've heard of one client in particular who went in there only being able to produce 300 bottles in a week. And he went in there in one day and produced 3,000 bottles in one day, Mr. Speaker. That is growth, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is growth. Time will not permit me to talk about the Mechanics Bay that we are bringing very soon, Mr. Speaker. That's going to be launched in April. Time is not going to permit me to talk about the Exim Bank of Barbados, but our Prime Minister spoke about that. Industrial design and the fact that we are changing the way that we do design in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, you grew up in chairs like me. Wicker chairs, wrought iron chairs, cane chairs. You grew up in those chairs like me too. When I grew up in 2G Nursery Lane, that's what we had. And then we upgraded to some mahogany furniture a little bit later on. Upgraded. And we have people in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir, that are still using those types of furniture. But this ministry is leading a build-out of not only a furniture industry, a fashion industry as well, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to bring those 2 industries back up to par, bring them up to the 21st century, and move them even beyond to create opportunities for people in Barbados to work in those industries and for us as a country to earn much-needed foreign exchange. I want to go further very quickly, Mr. Speaker, just to talk about this stuff happening very quickly. On the digital side of this team, in my last minute, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. The National Digital Strategy, a strategy that will encompass all that we're doing as a government. How we do government as a digital space, in a digital space. How we roll out digital services. A platform that will, and a strategy and a policy framework that will tell us how do we do this in the safest possible way. That National Digital Strategy is well advanced and is going to be submitted by the end of this month to then go to the cabinet for its approval and its insight as well. We're digitizing government as well. Millions of records have already been digitized, Mr. Speaker. We have had some delays because of environmental challenges, but during the course of this month, we expect the digitization center to be fully back up, fully running, and of course, delivering on the vision of digitalization for our country. Moving on very quickly, my last thing, the e-services platform. Yes, sir. The e-services platform, that one-stop shop that would allow the people of Barbados to be able to go and to look at and access government services. You want to apply for your license? One place. You want to get your police certificate character? One place. You want to be able to pay your taxes? One place. You want to be able to do anything at all relative to the government services or products, you can do it in this one place. That is the e-services platform. That is well advanced, and we're building that out as well. Time will permit me to talk about the public sector modernization program, the quality of service, all this that we're doing for telecoms. But in my last 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker, I must touch on cybersecurity. Permit me.
I remember you had a real long minute.
I thank you for your indulgence. But cybersecurity, I can't leave without speaking about it. It's one of the hot topics right now. And I want to just say this, Mr. Speaker, this government takes cybersecurity extremely seriously. We cannot transform, as has been the point of this budgetary proposal speech, without a focus on digital transformation. And from the time you go into digital and technology, you have to deal with cybersecurity. This is nothing new, Mr. Speaker. Cybersecurity attacks have been taking place for decades. From the time there was a computer, there were people breaching computers. From the time there were ATM machines, there were people breaching ATM machines. We use them every day. All of these things are technologies that we have become accustomed to. But the reality is, as much as you use and rely on technology, there's going to be the risk that somebody out there is going to try to penetrate your system. This government is spending $3 million this year alone to make sure that we build out our cybersecurity infrastructure in this country, Mr. Speaker. $3 million. We don't take this lightly. And we listen to all experts. We have experts surrounded by experts. There's not one expert in Barbados in cybersecurity. There are dozens of them, and we listen to them all. But this is a process, Mr. Speaker. It is a process, and we are going to get there together. So I encourage the people of Barbados, join us on this journey. Don't be afraid. We have to go forward in this journey together, holding hands and trusting your government. We are doing what is in your best interest. When you see us doing something wrong, correct us, of course. But we are going to do what is in your best interest. And we know this is safe, the infrastructure is strong, and we're building it out and making it resourceful, and we're making sure that we're strengthening every single day. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I'm obliged to you. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, while I would want the chamber not to cool down, it has been very hot in here this morning. And I want to thank those members who spoke before me this morning and yesterday. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I will say to the country, it is well with my soul. But I want to go where I went, Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, and I celebrated along with the member for St. Michael Southeast and the member for St. James North, a decade of service to this country, and for me, going home, a decade of service to the people of St. George South. And, Mr. Speaker, at that service, I go to the scriptures as well, just like my colleagues. And I reference Luke 12:48. And this chapter brings me back to humility. And it's very humbling in that it represents who we are as a government and who I am as a servant of the people. And it says, to whom much is given, much will be required. The interpretation speaks to, we are held responsible for what we have. And if we have been blessed with talents, if we have been blessed with time and knowledge and the like, it is expected that we benefit others. And indeed, this is a humbling scripture, and it brings us back to earth, to reality of who we are as a government and who we are as servants of the people. Because while we have gone through the turmoil, and as the boys on the block would say, the hornpipe, and we've been placed to the test several occasions, we have weathered the storm. And Mr. Speaker, the budgetary proposals laid in this chamber on Tuesday evening by the member for St. Michael Northeast was indeed humbling, because while we didn't dwell on the history, but we reference where we came from, where we are, and where we are going as a government, as a servant of the people. And Mr. Speaker, the objective in my interpretation of those budgetary proposals, mission transformation, is consistent with what we have embarked upon, or what we embarked upon in 2018 when we came to office. Building the human and social capital of this country and a sustainable economy. That is what I saw when I came to public life as a servant to the people. And that is what I saw in the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast as she led this team from 28 to present. And the year 2018 for us as a government was indeed an eye-opener, because even though we were in opposition prior to 2018, I'm certain, just like me, some of us were shocked when we were given our portfolios. Mine was commerce and business. My good friend, the blue economy from St. Michael South, the consistency in the member for St. Philip South, the member for Christchurch West Central, he had youth and community empowerment. And I'm sure we had an eye-opening. Remember, for St. Michael Southeast had education. And my good friend for St. James Central, he had that Ministry of Tourism that is now taken off thanks to the member for St. Michael West Central. And my senior minister had that Ministry of Public Works and Transport. And while we were working to enter government, I am certain we were surprised. We were caught surprised at the state and the conditions of government when we came to office. To the point that 4 weeks of import cover, $441 million of import cover. I recall standing in a car park with a retailer in this country who said to me, Minister, I could not, over the last 3 years, go to the central bank and get foreign exchange to bring in goods in this country. And the member for St. Michael West can tell you, because he engaged in retail and wholesale, and he can tell you it is true. That businessman stood up and he told me, it is hard, I can't get foreign exchange to bring in goods and services. And while we continue to battle with the supply chain crisis as a small import-dependent nation who has to wait on the mega suppliers and shippers to sustain our existence, we have reached a stage right now that we can begin to talk about mission transformation. We have weathered the storm. We have withstood the high international inflation and fuel oil prices. We continue to be buoyant in the face of the struggle, I don't want to say a war, between Ukraine and Russia. We continue to keep our heads above the water as a country and as a small developing nation. And Mr. Speaker, while I started with "to much is given, much is expected," it is true that we as a government, we have to lead the country. And there will always be naysayers who will criticize us. But reference Luke 12:48, whenever you are in despair or whenever you feel dejected, you have been chosen by the people to look after their affairs and their business. You have been chosen by the people of this country to lead. And that is what we are doing as a government. And I want to thank the member for St. Michael Northwest again. I'm not going to dwell there because all the members went through all the budgetary proposals yesterday, this morning. But I want to go shortly into what the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, what is their role in mission transformation? What is the role of the National Housing Corporation in mission transformation? That is where I want to go. Because at the end of the day, we can mention all of the budgetary proposals, but where do we fit into that in our various ministries? Now I'm dressed boldly this morning because this is a statement that I'm making. It's a statement of me being out the box and doing things differently. This is a statement of me representing this team, not maintaining the status quo. Because we cannot talk about mission transformation and sit in a box. So this is a bold statement as to who we are as a government and who we are as parliamentary representatives for the people of St. George and the member for St. Michael South Central for the people in St. Michael, Carrington Village, and Britain Hill and those. I just call her name because I'm looking at her. It's a bold statement this morning that I'm making. But Mr. Speaker, I heard the member for St. Michael West Central spoke about airlift. We're talking about growth, and this member is about to increase seats coming out of the US, JetBlue twice per day, up from 2022 by 12,000 seats out of the UK. Then we're talking about flights in the Caribbean. Caribbean airlift only this morning, member for St. Michael West Central. I opened my phone and the first thing that came up, a flight going to St. Kitts. When last we had that? Years now. I know a man, thanks to the member for St. Michael South Central, he went to Brazil like Millie. He went to Brazil. The member for St. James said, the former member, former minister, member for St. Michael West Central, he went to Brazil. But he come back like poor Millie with the wire wrap around his face and the razor cut upon his face. He ain't come back with the seats, the airlift, nothing. And now he's seeking to challenge the good member for St. Michael South Central. They talk about the former member for St. Michael South Central, who is now defunct and who will never return to public life again as a result because of you, the member for St. Michael's, the current member. But I go there because that is our main income earner, tourism. And while I will go into housing, if that industry is not booming, they say crapo, smoke, or a pipe. Gollywog, they call it? Wallywog. Crapo, smoke, or a pipe. In Bajan parlance, I can use a lot of that this morning because the people from the blocks in St. George and St. Michael understand those terms. And the city, crapo, smoke, your pipe, if the tourism sector ain't booming. The member for Christchurch, East Central will be pulling out the hearing ain't got if that industry ain't booming. My good friend and constituent, he's laughing. So, Mr. Speaker, I move to something that excites me. It excites me. On page 37 of these budgetary proposals, creating a unit trust corporation, and the man I call the ID card man on Sunday, and the members of the Elton Wesley Holiness Church stood up and clapped. Some stood up and clapped because they recognize the ID card man, the member for St. Michael North. He was there with me at church on Sunday. He spoke about this, creating a unit trust corporation to mobilize domestic savings. To mobilize domestic savings to give ordinary Barbadians a return on investment. But that is not all. We spoke about a growth council, focusing somebody coming to work every day on a national growth council. One of the world-renowned actuaries, he will be focusing on this to trigger growth and look at the obstacles of growth. Now, when you can sit on the sidelines and say, and I'm ashamed of some persons who claim they are in academia and have doctorates and who can read the budgetary proposals to see that it is not, you don't get growth, you don't announce growth and it just show up. You have to put a strategy in place. You have to put the framework in place. These budgetary proposals have put all these things in place. The National Growth Council $30 million in BADC Industrial Park member for St. Michael North. And of course, the one that I love, creating the Unit Trust Corporation for the ordinary man to invest and earn a return on his investment. We are spending in this country increased capital spending of over $1 billion in the private sector in this country. And within government, $500 million in government activity. And you're telling me that will not renown to growth? We don't borrow money to just pay bills. We borrow money for growth, to invest, capital works, expenditure, so we can see a return, what we borrowed for. And we reduce our debt by $4 billion, even though we are born in a Barbados Economic and Recovery Transformation Program assisted by the IMF. I have to be careful because I hear people talking about an IMF program. We created that program. The member for St. Michael South Central and the member for Christchurch East Central, along with the member for St. Michael Northeast, led by the member for St. Michael Northeast, along with some other consultants that persons made noise about we wasting money. But look where we are now. Look where we are now. This is not an IMF program. This is a Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program that we handed to the IMF and asked them to help us. Let us get it right, people. Let us get it right. Let us get it right. Because much was given to us by the Almighty, and He expected us to do that for the people in this country. $2 million in the fashion industry. I recall as the Minister of Commerce some years ago, I loved that ministry. Ronnie Earl said, die in the money. Oh boy, leave him. Father, forgive him because he knows not what he says. He doesn't understand. I forgive him. $2 million in the fashion industry. We as a government, I recall, don't let me lose my train of thought, I recall giving a speech in Queen's Park at one of the few fashion events, looking at the apparel industry, the design. Miss Harewood was in charge, and I spoke about this is one of the industries that we need to revive. And today, I'm saying $2 million investing in the fashion industry. And this is lovely because I want to wear something bold like this, made in Barbados, to come and make a statement. I want to do it. But Mr. Speaker, I back to my question that I asked the chamber and I asked myself, how does the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance fit into this program? Now, Mr. Speaker, let me go to an area that is really not sexy, land administration. It is one that persons, when you hear about the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, persons always think about housing and building houses. But I want to go to the non-sexy area, land administration. In 1980, the Property Act was enacted. And basically, we saw back in 1980, at the time, lawyers for buyers and sellers of land were signing agreements. That took some 90 days. And I have the members of the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance team here who helped me prepare my brief. I want to thank the members of this ministry for the work they're doing on behalf of this government. It took some 90 days to engage in a land transaction as a lawyer. That is in 1980 under the Property Act. But in 1988, I think, that is when you had the Land Registration Act that came into operation. And we expected that by 1988, we would be world class, we would be fully digitized, and we would be operating in an era whereby it takes 7 days to engage buyer and seller of land to complete a transaction. That did not happen. And I'm standing here today to whom much is given, much is expected. As a government, we have to get it right because the people elected us to engage in, to improve the ease of doing business. When the World Economic Forum published its report, the Global Competitiveness Index report in 2006, Barbados was ranked second in Latin America and the Caribbean. Barbados was also ranked fourth out of 125 countries in the Western Hemisphere, beaten only by Chile, Canada, and the United States of America. But we plummeted down to 77th out of 141 countries in 2019 when you measure innovation and effectiveness, which all relates to the ease of doing business, right, member for St. Michael Southeast? But what was interesting in the years 2016 and 2017, no, 2015 to 2018, we were not ranked in those years, 2015 to 2018, due to insufficient data being submitted. You recognize what happened between the years 2008 and 2018. We were not ranked, and the member for St. Michael South Central, she knows this. We were not ranked. She prepared probably this report that I am referencing. And the member for Christchurch East Central. And in 2019, we plummeted down to 77th out of 141 countries. And the ease of doing business, which I shall go to now. I speaking to you because to whom much is given, much is expected. Huh? I don't want us to lose sight of what we have to do for the people in this country. I don't want us to beat up our chest because they have given us the mandate to get things done. I ain't afraid to make that statement. According to the World Doing Business 2022 report, Barbados is ranked 132nd out of 119 countries in terms of the ease of doing business. Why I went there? 150th in starting a business, 112 in dealing with construction permit. We are at a stage now, members in this chamber and the country, where we have to move land administration and conveyancing reform by utilizing technology so we can have land transactions completed in 7 days. That's where the world is going, first world. It ain't a sexy topic, but if we do it, what it will do for the ordinary man who wants to buy a piece of land. And I was talking to one of my good friends who's saying, if we can do this, if we can utilize blockchain technology to improve land titling and e-conveyancing, we will reduce the cost of land transactions in this country by probably half of what lawyers charge you today. I am not criticizing the lawyers, I'm just talking the facts of what we need to do as a country. And that's what these budgetary proposals of transformation speak to. So that is where the national housing, part of where we fit in as the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance. We have a mandate this year to ensure that land transactions, land titling, e-conveyancing, land adjudication, registration of titles become a lot more easier and improve the ease of doing business in this country. That is where we have to go as a country. And that's where the mission transformation is all about. And I want to thank the Ministry, Land Adjudication, the Land Registry, and Lands and Surveys Department. They have started the stakeholder consultation. And I am confident that before the end of this year, we will see the cost of land transactions plummeting to improve the ease of doing business and to help the ordinary Barbadian who's engaging in land transaction in this country. I started there, Mr. Speaker, because one must understand that while we are charged with building houses, it's not the only thing we do in the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance. But I go now to, again, what is our mandate as a ministry and as an SOE, the National Housing Corporation. One will support me in saying that Housing is an exemplary expression of the prosperity of a nation, of a society. And it determines the health and the wealth of a nation. It is an exemplary expression of the prosperity of a nation. Poor housing is a social decay, and ill health is associated with poor housing. It is. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at ways in which persons will live in this country, be productive, have a peace of mind, happiness, health. These are fundamental as it relates to housing, to impacting the ordinary man. You ever spoke to a vagrant yet? Most of what they're saying to you, they want two things: something to eat or somewhere to live. And check the history of this country and you will see the homeless people are the ones who are the most vulnerable. They don't have any place to go. A home is where you pay taxes from, where you vote. People send you correspondence to home. They don't send you to in this parliament. The member for St. Peter, he has a home in Fort Hill. Correspondence, unless it is parliamentary associated, it goes to your home. Even that too. Rose Hill. Thank you, he corrected me. So, Mr. Speaker, this government has embarked upon a silent revolution. Prior to these budgetary proposals of building a minimum of 10,000 houses in this country. And I want to thank my good friend, my senior minister, the member for Christchurch West, who supports me daily and who started this journey of providing housing solutions. And the member before him, and I want the chamber to clap for this member, the former member for St. Andrew, my very good friend, George Walton Payne, who deserves a hand in this chamber, who led the charge when we came to office. So, Mr. Speaker, this silent revolution has started. And this year, Mr. Speaker, in a few weeks, we are charged to produce some 1,500 housing solutions this year. And through the grace of God, to whom much is given, much is expected. While we have not reached that 1,500 target in our first year, I am proud to report that in a couple of weeks, we would have reached the 1,100 number as a result of the rebuilds in Hurricane Elsa. Thanks to the team who worked hard in ensuring that the Catastrophe Fund Act was amended so we can access monies to build houses for those persons who have been affected in the Hurricane Elsa and the freak storm. And I look at the member for St. Philip West, because I went to Brereton with my team sometime, and you have at least, when we count them, there are like 15 houses in Brereton. You should visit Brereton in a few weeks' time and hug up the people and let them hug you up, because the good news across the country that having amended the Catastrophe Fund Act, we will increase this number close to 1,200, because we have some 300 houses there. They have started. 257 of them have started. And as a result of this government, the transformation agenda, we'll be able to complete all of the Hurricane Elsa projects before the next hurricane season across Barbados by the three agencies, UDC, RDC, and National Housing Corporation. But, Mr. Speaker, we have traveled the length and breadth of this country, and I could not view it on my iPad, so I had to print it. I hate to use paper, and I'm sorry, because the member for St. Michael North, I'm terribly sorry. But it's a huge document to show this country that we have sufficient land to build 10,000 plus houses over the next 4 years, because 1 year has passed already. And we're at a stage of engaging in infrastructural works, I want to say to my senior minister, the member for Christchurch West, his 20 units will start shortly, because the good news is I'm being told by the general manager that the tenders have been evaluated to start your road works, and thereafter your 20 units will be built in this year, 2023-2024. We have a target of some 2,500 houses to make up for the deficit this year. And we will do it with the help of those officers who came here to hear what their minister has to say with respect to housing in this country. But we have embarked, we formed the Hope Inc., Hope Direct back in 2020, thanks to the minister again, the former minister. And the mandate then was for Hope to build houses for persons in the income bracket 2,000 to 4,000. We are a transformative government. We are dynamic. Things change weekly, daily. We have now adjusted that target grouping to persons earning between $2,500 and $5,500 per month net. Hope has started work at Vesper Gardens, and thus far in the constituency of St. James Central, and thus far they have built some 83 homes out of 152 there. All the other houses have started. Phase 2 has started, and we are confident that in this year, 2023-2024, Hope will build 2,000 houses as part of this silent revolution. Now, Hope has also taken on the mantle and the responsibility of building houses for low-income persons. Persons earning less than $2,500 net, income net, monthly. We had a show house in Queen's Park last year, AgriFest. It's not there now. That house has gone to a Hurricane Elsa victim in Bush Hall. And the other one has gone to a Hurricane Elsa victim in that wonderful constituency of St. George South. I'm sorry, Senior Minister, we only had 2. And we have to give respect to the member for St. Michael Northeast, who led the negotiations to introduce into this country more economical house building options so that the ordinary man can own a home. And I am saying to you this morning that the Hope Inc. is utilizing photovoltaic to reduce the mortgage rate to the ordinary man homeowner, both in those 2 categories of under $2,500 and between $2,500 and $5,500. So the cost of a Jurvilla house, a 2-bedroom Jurvilla house, which would usually cost, when we add up all of the direct costs associated with getting the house here, $190,000. As a result of photovoltaic, which would usually cost roughly around $130,000, will now cost $99,000 as a result of the PV being installed on the roof. And a 3-bedroom, which would usually, as a result of the total direct cost associated with it, $145,000, will now cost $120,000. The Hope Direct homes, a 2-bedroom Hope Direct house at Vesper Garden, is being valued at $380,000. And the cost of that 2-bedroom, as a result of the innovation of this government to install photovoltaic on the roof to reduce the cost, because that will pay for the infrastructure and the land. A cost of the Hope Direct home now would be $190, where the $160 will give you equity in the house. That's a 2-bedroom. And a 3-bedroom will cost some $242, having valued at $415,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, if that is not transformational, I don't know what is. Because, Mr. Speaker, You recall there were some days and some years when engineers in this country could not get work. I recall coming out of university in 1992 and could not get a job in this country as an engineer. I had to go and teach. Yes, I taught at that institution. A nice young lady was there, member of St. Michael's South Central. She was there. Was always a very nice young lady. Still is a mature lady, always nice, yes. And we had craftsmen who could not get a job in this country. Yes, chemistry and integrated science, yes, of course. Who could not get a job in this country as a result of the lack of vision. They never had a transformation agenda, a transformative agenda. They never had one. So you had craftsmen sitting down home, skilled men without a job in this country for years. And we have embarked on a housing revolution. And now we are looking at a shortage of skills in this country. I want to thank the member for St. Philip West, the Construction Gateway Initiative, where we are now training what some persons are talking about as ash workers. They're more than ash workers. They're more than ash workers. I met with my group in some 3 weeks ago at the Ellerton Community Center. And there was a young man, he's a welder, who's saying to me, I am hearing about going to Guyana. I want the opportunity to go to Guyana. Well, I will say to all the members in this chamber, I am following my group. I speak with my group often, and I'm having conversations with my group, because that is my responsibility. It's also my responsibility as the Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, and who have oversight for the National Housing Corporation and SOE, to ensure that every single one of the members in this chamber get the opportunity. Those young people who we have not cast by the wayside at all, but we are giving them the opportunity to learn a skill. Whether all of them will take it, we don't know, but we are hoping that they do. And the ones that don't, they still belong to us. So we are not sending people on the block to sit down, on the blocks in Carrington Village and in the Marhole to sit down. We are not doing that. Nor in the Pine to sit down. We are giving them a skill that they can come back and offer service to the National Housing Corporation and help us in this construction boom. Help us in this construction boom. We have also said to contractors, we want you to take on 2 or 3 of these guys in this building boom as you seek to build out the 500 Hurricane Elsa rebuilds that we have left. They're about that 517 or so. We are asking you, let me get it right. I don't want to misquote anything, because there is something called the media who writes everything you say, and they might misinterpret. How much more rebuilds we have? We have a total of 495 rebuilds left. These will be done before the hurricane season. I want the country to know that. 495 rebuilds. And we want to take those workers who have been enrolled at the SJPI, Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, and the Barbados Vocational Training Board and Barbados Community College, bring them on board with the skills, the artisans, to help us rebuild these houses. And then there are the Drovilla houses, the transfer of technology, the pre-cut houses, hardwood houses. We need skilled artisans to erect these houses. 1,000 houses a year coming here. As I speak to you, 18 houses are here from Drovilla, and 11 of those houses will be installed at Clifton in St. Philip, the member for St. Philip South. And then we are going to River Crescent, St. Philip North, sorry. Then we are going to River Crescent with with another 25. But we have room across this country, and the most land we have is in St. Lucie. We are coming to St. Peter. We have land across the length and breadth of this country for these houses. We have to get the approvals quickly, and my good friend and senior minister is now responsible for planning and development, and I know without a shadow of a doubt that he will work with me to ensure that we get a fast turnaround time with these houses. But Mr. Speaker, don't let me keep dwelling on the houses, because the proof is in the eating of the pudding. And if you travel around the country, you will see what is going on. Let me move to a topic that I enjoy: urban regeneration. And why I am going there?
I got you checking your watch. Just checking everything.
Yeah, I actually recognize they have about 7 to 8 more minutes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Or you are computing your time
Oh,
and not my time. Continue on, remember. I just thought I'm the person that computes time, not you.
Thank you. Thank you,
compute
Mr.
time.
Speaker. There is so much to talk about in this transformation process that we have embarked upon as a country that I can spend the whole day in this chamber, elucidating and explaining. But the urban regeneration project, and I want to thank the housing planning unit for the work they're doing. The member for the city, years ago, Mr. Speaker, and I have this document, Housing and Neighborhood Upgrade Program, October 8th, 2009, at a launch held, and 2 ministers, a former member for Christchurch West Central and a former member for St. Philip North, who shall never return to these chambers, where the Inter-American Development Bank provided some $30 million to engage in a housing upgrade program. In the areas, 4 pilot sites were identified, and I'm coming to Allen View just now. Cat's Castle and Greenfield in Bridgetown, Gardenland in St. Michael, member for St. Michael North Gardenland, and Allen View in St. Thomas. $30 million. Ask me how much money was utilized in that program under the last administration. Less than 1/8 of the money was utilized. And the member for St. Michael's South Central, she can tell you how much money went back into the IDB when we came to office, because she presided over it. They had 60 million. They didn't even use half of it. And you have the member for Allen View, the member for St. Thomas. We have land, National Housing has land there to recite 40 persons from the Harrison's Cave, who, in our view, Allen View sits close to the Harrison's Cave on the roof. And as a result of some of the challenges, we have to do a geophysical study by the Ministry of Transport, not Transport, the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport. And I'm being told that study has started. Thank you, the member for St. Michael West Central. We spoke about this, and we only spoke about this less than 2 weeks, and here you are with action, man. That's what this government is about. We have to make sure that the member for St. Thomas gets her fair share, $30 million US by IDB, and we had to send back more than half because they did diddly squat. Now, urban renewal, Mr. Speaker, we can boast about all the buses that we buy traveling around the city. We can boast about all of the investment in hotels and Bridgetown. And if we don't improve our housing stock, what will happen to us? We have to address the basic services and the upgrade in the infrastructure that we need. This money was supposed to address Greenfield. I'm the Minister of Housing. We operate right next to Greenfield, and it would be remiss of me if we don't address Greenfield as part of the urban regeneration project. The land was given to us as a government by the landowners, and my housing planner, who's here, Chief Housing Planner, is actively pursuing this. We will be doing our social survey shortly. I'm sorry I had to come to this chamber without doing the social survey, but the member for the city and I have been touring the city, looking at ways in which we can ensure that the commercial side matches the residential side, because we can't allow Bridgetown commerce to look so lovely and the tourism sector, the tourism belt to look so good going from the Pierhead right away up. And then we have persons in Bridgetown living in squalor. We can't have that. So that's all part of the regeneration. That's why we are relocating those residents at Halls Road. That's in the plan as well. Land for those residents at Halls Road. And I know the member would be happy. 11 recitements, or if that is a word. We will be reciting 11 households there. And Greenfield, when we finish the East-West project at White Park Road, the light gauge steel houses, we will bring those persons out of Greenfield and house them there and clean up Greenfield. This government can't leave the people living in squalor. And I look left to me, my deputy prime minister, respect due to you.
Your Honourable has 2 more minutes.
You know, I don't even have enough time to speak on Allen View and Rock Hall relocation and all of these areas. But Allen View will be addressed after the geophysical study has been done. We have the land. Lower Burney, the Pine. We have engaged in an electrical upgrade project. Since 2019, I have the project manager here. We budgeted some $21 million to address what we call 2,687 units, electrical upgrade project. And we recognize that some of these houses are in such a state in terms of infrastructure that we can't upgrade them. We have to move them out. That's why we acquired the land at Lower Burney, especially in the Pine, which has the largest housing estate and the oldest. And we have to relocate these residents. And the good news is, before the cabinet, the Deputy Prime Minister and I discussed it this morning, thanks to the Attorney General and CPC and the Ministry of Housing. That paper will be before the next cabinet. And once it is approved, we will read it in Parliament, where we will vest half the land in National Housing Corporation and half in Hope, so the member for St. Michael's Southeast can be happy that her large estate in the state that is built back in the 1940s, those persons will have an opportunity to own their own houses. To own their own houses, own their own homes. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot is happening. The electrical upgrade project. We have, to date, upgraded some 1,874 units.
I remember. Y'all remember because no. Man, that's right. I know he didn't look at it. He had 1 minute. That 1 minute went to eternity.
But
Yo, hold on, I remember. You had 2 minutes. And I did a little math. You know, it's got eternity to the power. Right, it's got eternity to the power. Right. Not to infinity, you can't carry the infinity, but it got a certain power. Like the eternity squared. Right. Or eternity cube. Here's that you 2 minutes going far beyond 2 minutes. Continue. You have 1 minute. Let that 1 minute be 60 seconds.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, utmost respect to you, and I want to thank you. The electrical upgrade project, and I want to end here because National Housing remit, I didn't get to speak on the restructuring effort, which is part of the budgetary proposals. Non-commercial SOE will be focusing on electrical upgrade and maintaining of the 49 estates, some 4,400 units, and we have started the process. We will also transfer, under the 20-year transfer program, some 1,700 units, I think 1,708 units, so that we will have left some 1,200 units to upgrade electrically, and we have started the process. We have spent some $15 million, this government, since coming to office, on upgrading 1,874 units, and we have another 254 units in progress. This started in Haynesville, in Torps, and in Bagatelle, where we did 313 as a pilot project because of the fire in Haynesville. This government, when you question this government, what it has done and the money it has spent on its people, the ordinary man, housing units are persons who earning less than $1,500 per month. That's what we have here. And Mr. Speaker, I will end here because to whom much is given, much is expected.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member.
And I want to thank this chamber for giving me the opportunity to explain some of the work we are doing at National Housing and how it fits into the transformation mission of this country. And I want to say to you, as boldly as I am this morning, is as boldly I will carry out my task, out the box, and with a view to uplift the ordinary man in this country and to make sure that this government do justice to every single Barbadian, here and abroad. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 5 minutes past 2.
Before I entertain that, I noticed that I'm being forced to exercise the patience of Job in this chamber more often than not, now when it comes to the speeches. I just thought I would put out there, but to be consumed and understand by all and sundry. The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 5 minutes after 2. All of our members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 5 after 2.
to express my gratitude to the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East for the vision, the fortitude, the brilliance, and the services that she has extended to this country, not only now, but for the last 30 years, sir, as a Member of Parliament, and now, in the last 5 years, as the Honourable Prime Minister. And I tried to pull together a little verse of song, very brief. I know I'm not a singer, so I wouldn't even take the chance because I know others have just had their lunch. But I looked at that song through the years. Through the years, you never let us down. You turned our lives around. The sweetest days we've had here with you. Through the years, you never had a doubt. You've always worked things out. And that's what life's about. We'll stay with you. And the people of Barbados will stay with you through the years. Our great Prime Minister, sir, is a trailblazer. And from what I heard in the appropriations bill and this budget proposal, indicate to me, sir, that this is one of the best moments we have had in Barbados. And what even made me the proudest woman in this country is to see that this is the first time in our history, from 2018 and 2022, a female has taken over the reins of this country and has surpassed many of the male persons who represented us as prime ministers in Barbados. And it gives us, the women, I think there's 7 of us here, the opportunity to understand we too can make a difference, not wanting to climb to the level as prime minister, but there's nothing wrong with having that ambition, but serving with the distinction that these honourable members in here, all 30 of us, sir, male and female, have given to the people of Barbados day and night. And sometimes we do not tell our constituents and others the hard work that we put in to make sure that these things happen and that the budget of this nature could come about. It calls for vision, though, sir. It calls for a person who is a nurturer. This Barbados Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, sir, has given us a way forward. The equity that is involved, the service that has been extended, the trust that has been put in us and us in the people of Barbados has really shown that Barbados is a great developing nation. And therefore, I want to say how happy I am to be a part of this distinguished government and, of course, playing the same role as to serving the people of Barbados at every step of the way. We always know, and that is the theme for the Barbados Workers' Union, where there is no vision, the people will perish. And our leader and the team and the rest of Barbados have given us that opportunity to be able to lead and to give that vision and to get the results. And the results, sir, are resounding, and we heard of them on Tuesday here in this honourable chamber. I have been around working in the governmental sector for more than 53 years, listening to budgets from all forms of prime ministers in this country. And I've never heard of a no taxes budget yet in my whole life, sir. Never heard of it yet at all, sir. And I want to highly commend the honourable member for St. Michael North East and her team for the strength and the courage through turbulent times that I don't think any other government would have seen it except perhaps in the early 1930s and probably the 40s, leading into the 50s. And therefore, I want to say how happy I am. I also want, Mr. Speaker, sir, to indicate the transformation of Barbados. There's a plan in the budget, sir, for no layoffs, or limited layoffs if possible. We did not come in here and face any downgrades. That is what we inherited in 2008 and all the way down to the beginning of 2018, until Barbados' name was sullied in the regional and international area because of the poor management of the affairs of this country. Thankfully today, sir, under the new leadership, we are seeing works being carried out. Water works, transport board buses, new ones and electric buses at that. Education where schools are being upgraded. Houses are being built again, and I'm thankful to this government, and I'm praying that St. Thomas will soon get its share of it, because other people in St. Thomas too are working for those smaller salaries, that they should benefit from this as well. But I know the numbers are large now. We like to make our turn, sir. The cost of living, employment, and the list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker, sir. It was such a painful time under the Democratic Labour Party, with persons who managed this country that were clueless and cared more so about themselves than the people of Barbados. But thankfully, the winds of change have come. And we are here to be able to serve our people in the way that we know Barbadians should be served, with the equity, the fairness, and all of that that goes with it, to make the difference. And all Barbadians are receiving the benefits, the most vulnerable. When the welfare department can treat to so many thousands of people. When our senior citizens and other government workers have been able to get increases not only in their salaries, but the seniors in their pensions. When the middle class is comfortable and climbing. Mr. Speaker, sir, the mission transformation, mission accomplished, says that there's more to come. And I'm sure that when it comes to the planning, the Honourable Prime Minister is not going to do it just with her members of Parliament and her ministers, but it is going to happen with the private sector, the unions and other stakeholders, to make sure that it is a holistic approach, and that when the agreements are made, everybody has got the buy-in and everybody is happy. And that is how leadership should be. Involve everybody in the process. Yes, you will have some naysayers, but the majority counts. And therefore, I am happy to see that approach that is being done in this mission transformation, mission accomplished. There will be no taxes, Mr. Speaker, sir. There will be no massive layoffs. There will be no new proposed closures or cutbacks beyond what we have been able to see. And whatever else has to happen, we are going to be able to fix it with the leadership of our honourable member for St. Michael North East. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am happy to be a part of this team where I talked about the new buses, but we have done so much during catastrophes, I call them, than any other government in a very, very long time. When we had the ash fall, that was a setback. When we had the freak storm, sir, another setback. And there has been a lot of destruction in the parish where I live, and we are still waiting to get the benefits of it. When it came, sir, to COVID-19, another setback. But we, sir, made it our business to ensure in the Ministry of People Empowerment, now and a member of Parliament for St. Michael South, to be able to capture those people who fell in the most vulnerable list, with a 4,000 care packages for start, and then another 85,000 across the length and breadth of Barbados, because people cannot get out. I don't know that there's and then we had a dengue impact as well, sir, as well. And therefore, I don't know how people can say we have not done anything when it is so glaring in the eyes of the public and the feelings in the hearts of persons who have benefited as a result of the work of this government. I say hats off to the Honourable Prime Minister and her team for feeling the pulse of the people and treating to their needs in a humanitarian way, so that they know that they have not been left out. I do not know how many other countries in the world, sir, may have been able to offer vaccinations for free in the middle of a pandemic when so many thousands of people were impacted upon. We have seen tourism growing exponentially as a result of the planning and the commitment of the honourable ministers and others in this Barbados Labour Party government to be able to make that difference. And I would say hats off to all of them for what is being done to be able to uplift the people of Barbados and give them a new stake in whatever is happening in this society. I had the distinct privilege, sir, to see a video earlier in the week of a young boy in the international arena who said, I want to meet the Honourable Prime Minister for Barbados, and he called her name. And when he was questioned why, he said, she's talking about climate change. And I have written a book, and it will be a joy for me to see her. But that's not the only one. We've seen so many of those videos showing our Prime Minister has traveled to be able to promote Barbados and to be able to capture some funding, some services, some of whatever has to be offered internationally so that Barbados can become on the world stage. And they knew that the late Kofi Annan said Barbados was punching above its weight in the 1990s. We have punched so far forward with the Honourable Prime Minister at the helm, and I believe that Barbados can do it again. We just need to make sure that we stick to the agenda, that we work with others, that we make sure that the young people get the necessary training as has been outlined, that we make sure that the housing is happening, that we make sure that we upgrade the health system, the transportation system, and the list can go on and on. But sir, in the interest of time, I would not wish to dwell on it so much, except to say the reverse tax credit was again implemented to be able to let poor people, especially those who are raising funds or receiving salaries below a certain threshold, for them to be able to get the reverse tax credit. And I think that is extremely important. We know we're in the technological age, and the Ministry of Education, as well as other ministries, but particularly the Ministry of Education, they were able to offer the technology, the tablets and so on, to bring the young generation going forward for them to be able to be on the cutting edge. That too, sir, is highly commendable. The amalgamation of these social services, Mr. Speaker, sir, because none of the services spoke with each other. The welfare, the child care board, the national assistance board, the disabilities unit, and the others that are a part of that particular ministry. Now that amalgamation of services will give us a new lease on understanding, and let it be people-oriented so that one department speaks to the other. And those are the kind of synergies that I believe we should have had before, but it's better late than never. And therefore, this government is going to make sure that the people of Barbados get the best deal, whether they're paying taxes or not. They are Barbadians. Many of them would have been senior citizens who would have played their role. They were the trailblazers in the development of this country. And I'm happy to know that the first time in the history of Barbados, we are looking at the elderly in a more comprehensive way. Yes, there were efforts during the late 1990s to be able to put together some policies to see how best we could go, but that did not materialize. But now, thankfully, we in Barbados are surging forward with the policy on the aging 2023 to 28. It has been approved, and now we are ready to hit the road with the various agencies to be able to discuss with them, to have the consultations, to work in the community, helping local persons to understand you've got to work with your relatives. What are the signs to look for? What are the agencies you can work with to be able to keep your aged at home? There's nothing that pains my heart, sir, more than to hear of the seniors being abandoned, whether it's at the North Point or it is at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. That is not how you treat your own. That is not how you handle your parents, your guardians, your godparents, and so on. But all of a sudden, that is happening, and we are destroying the life and the contribution of those who have laid the foundation. And I, sir, want to highly commend Dr. Wiltshire, sir, if you would allow me to call her name, Paho, as well as Doctors Devonish and Dr. Lawrence Nurse. They have been working assiduously to be able to bring the policy as well as the legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I don't have to tell you, every week almost 1,000 calls, WhatsApp messages more so, from families who are saying, we are glad for it, but what do we do? We are glad for it, but my neighbor is suffering. I need the police to come. And I'm ashamed, Mr. Speaker, sir, of some of the stories that are being told. And there's evidence there where our seniors are taken for a ride. They are being robbed, raped, beaten, abandoned, abused in a way that no other generation, I believe, in this country has ever treated the aged like that. Our foreparents did not have the free education. Many of them only went to second and third standard, but they understand what it was like to have that familial approach and to hold families together. And a lot of it was to do with the extended family. Because the father, the grandfather, the mother, the aunties, the uncles, they lived in the same environment. And they therefore looked after the aged. Nobody went to we call it the district hospital, nobody arms house, unless they had a sore that could not heal or whatever. They remained in the home and the old time remedies were applied. And those persons lived long. So, Mr. Speaker, I must let you know, every week I pull the extract from the newspaper with the funeral announcements. And there's no week that we do not get many persons in the 90s, the late 80s, the early 90s, and some centenarians. Because Barbados has had such a wonderful foundation built on the good education as well as the lifestyle. Because our foreparents walked for miles to get to work, to get to Bridgetown, to get to church, wherever they were going. And therefore, they ate what they grew. And it was a more nutritious meal than what we are seeing now. And our older people live longer, but they needed the care in their aging years. And so I think it is important that the community component has to be most important. I always talk about my mother who looked after my grandmother. She didn't have any skills as a nurse. She was a hawker, yeah, for sure. But she also worked in the plantation as a laborer. But when my grandmother had the stroke, my mother looked after her in the home because we would not have had any money to pay a doctor anyhow, as well as all the other things that would have been required. And that therefore, my mother used the camphorated oil and all the other things and boiled them up in a pot because there was no proper utensil, and made sure that my grandmother had her shoulder where she had that stroke. She had it slicked every morning, every night, sponged her off before, did give her the meals that she could use, put a nutmeg after she took off the shell into her mouth, and she would suck on it, and then a regular hopping ball at that same shoulder that had the stroke. She would just massage that ball or bend, squeeze it, until my grandmother at 85 years was able to walk again, Mr. Speaker, sir. The care was such a fantastic one, and that is the reason why we have persons living in the communities now who are addressing some of those issues, helping those seniors to keep stronger and better and more lucid in their thoughts, because they just sit at home when they're alone. And I cannot blame those families that sometimes have to leave them in the daytime because they have to work and they're the major breadwinners. But some of them sit and they pick their fingers, they pick up the dress hems, the males pull up the hair, all kinds of things. And I want to laud those members who spoke earlier about the companion community project, where they are getting better attention. But I cannot close, Mr. Speaker, unless I make mention of the National Assistance Board that would have been in existence since the early 1980s with housing, and now the quality work that is extended, and almost everybody is calling to ask for the help. We can only do so much with the resources that are available, human resources and otherwise, but I believe that the National Assistance Board must be commended because they do not the daycare as such, but they do an activity in the villages across Barbados. There are about 22 or 23 of them, as far as I can recall. And they are doing knitting, sewing, drama. They're having farming choirs. They're doing physical activities. That is what they want in their old age, instead of sitting at home and doting away, as we know is happening in many instances. So I want to say, sir, that the legislative framework as well is also ready for the Law Review Commission to be able to attend to it, because we must have the legislation if we are to hold some of those family members, some of those lawyers, I have the proof, some of those doctors who say that the old people are dotish when they have not even seen them according to reports that are coming, those vandals who come from overseas as deportees, those neighbors in the community because the old people befriend them or they befriend them, going in, taking over the furniture, taking over the car, having sexual relationships with them. Mr. Speaker, it is frightening. And the records are here on my phone. Unless somebody steals it, I wouldn't have it all, because I'm not in the technological world, sir, as you and the others are. But I'm saying this is not how Barbadians have been before. This is not what our people are like. But we're getting now some new things coming in. There are some preachers as well who have these old people paying $500 and $600 a month, I was told, for the loans that they have for their fussy churches they're now building, or whatever you call them, cathedrals, whatever. I think that that is grossly wrong, and we need to nip it in the bud. And so the crisis unit of the police force is extremely active in making sure that once the information is shared, they are following through, because without the legislation, our hands are tied. And so I'm happy for all those who come in as the stakeholders to be able to make a difference. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we have to have the synergies with our various other ministries. So you cannot have persons who are seniors who are suffering and not have stakeholders who are part of it integrally. We cannot do it without the Ministry of Housing. We cannot do it without disaster management. We cannot do it without the Ministry of Health that has that aspect of the alternative care under its watch. We cannot have it without those faith-based groups and volunteers, retirees. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say there are some novel things that we have been doing in the Special Advisory Department, where it's just Dr. Wiltshire and myself, but we are doing the best we can, because we can do it once we get the resources, and we are. And so we have looked at a project because we're watching what is happening with our young males in Barbados in particular, because we have so many thousands of single parent homes with women at the helm. And I'm not saying that all of them are not trying their best, or all of them are not trying to do a good job. However, too many of our boys are treated so badly, Mr. Speaker, sir. They are ill-treated. The girls are going to school, ribbons in their hair, bubbles in their hair, earrings in their ears, every textbook, and the boys are looking like Scruffy Dan. Their hair is not combed, some of them are not bathed, the clothing is tacky at the beginning of the school term. Some girls are coming in with everything intact, including the school books and some money to buy some snacks. The boys are walking along with the clothes that they had before, some of them too tight. And when you say, why are you coming like that? What is happening? Ma'am, my mommy said my daddy ain't putting money in court, so she ain't spending my sister money for me. How can we treat our children that we have? Sir, you wouldn't know about carrying children, sir. You wouldn't know that burden. But how can a woman carry boy children or a child at all and then separate from it when it comes to that stage? It is no wonder why our boys are so angry. It is no wonder why our boys feel shunted. And then to compound it all, our primary schools have few meals. So if the man is missing in the house to help to give the guidance, the support, whatever else help with the homework, that man is missing. By the time the child gets to nursery school, well, I don't even know if there are any nursery caregivers. I'm sure I'm not as correct on that, but I'm not sure, I've never heard of it. And then you go to primary school, all females again. Cub Scouts is being taken over by women. That is not the way we are. I've not seen a male at all in the Girl Guide movement. But the boys don't have anybody to pattern them, to guide them, protect them. And when it comes to break time, the boys go for a run, and then you hear, don't come in my class, you're sweaty. Don't come in my class, you're sweaty. What is a boy expected to do? And then when the mothers come in, you hear, oh, look, I tell you inside here now, go and fly a kite, man. Go and plant a rock at a bird. Go and do a pitch. But the girls are inside a corner with a book in their hands and some activity they're engaged in, and our boys are out there in the street running wild to be misguided by some other individuals. I almost said stupid, but I don't mean to be disrespectful, sir. Other individuals who don't know any better and putting those little boys and those teenagers to run an errand. And you know, sir, what errand I'm referring to. We need to change this. So in our department, we've identify a project called the Granddaddy Project. There are too many retired males in Barbados who serve this country exceptionally well, from the defense force, from the police, from the post office, from the prison, as carpenters, masons, shoemakers, and all that, would be glad. And this intergenerational project, Mr. Speaker, will help to merge the relationships, the experiences, whatever else can be offered, where the young boys will learn from the men, and the men will learn from the young boys. And it will happen with the girls too over time. But because our women are more dominant in the households, that is the reason why we are targeting the males at this time and in any other profession. We have seen what is happening. We know there's only one gerontologist that is really as prominent as possible, but there has been training at the community college for nurses to be able to pursue a course in that area. And so we have requested of the Ministry of Education to include, and this is something I've been asking for the last 20 years, gerontology as part of the National Development Scholarship. And I would want for those persons who use the facilities or who receive scholarships at all to come back to Barbados and tithe their time in whatever area or every sphere of endeavor to be able to give back to the society as we're asking the community college and other institutions to do. We've also had copious meetings with the Samuel Jackman Prescott Polytechnic, and we have asked the principal to be able to help us through, starting with a pilot of training of persons living in the communities to be able to look after the elderly. And it is going to be a certificate course we're looking at, where it will happen at schools across the island. We'll have to start with a pilot first, but it has to happen at schools across the island, and that has been brought into with an element of gratitude and happiness, because we need to reach out into the communities. And if we get the care in the communities beyond the companion care project, I am sure that more of our seniors will be able to get a better lease on life. Mr. Speaker, sir, I get to St. Thomas now before I forget, because I cannot speak with any pride in the way that some of my colleagues have spoken, because from 2008, sir, that parish got absolutely nothing from the last Democratic Labour Party government. I would have been able to do about 6 to 8 roads. When I say to do under my watch, the honourable member who I succeeded, who became the Chief Justice and all that, he would have done excellent work as well. But the constituencies in the north of Barbados became woefully inadequate because the then Democratic Labour Party never gave us a single project in the north of Barbados and the 8 constituencies. I am happy to know that some of my colleagues are getting the help, and it is necessary because there are about 5 or 6 of those constituencies that are in the Scotland district. And with the way that people are building, the way that pipes have been burst and for many days not repaired, and for the challenges we have with slippage, it has impacted on all those constituencies. And so I felt very proud. I had the visits with 3 consecutive ministers between 2018 and last year, and I got some promises, and I now know that in our estimates this year, I'm going to get the help with the road from Jackson to, or Edgehill to Farmers or Pori Spring. I'm not so sure yet, but I know that there is money in the budget for it, and I welcome that, as well as the Liscott Avenue over near Melrose. But there's so many others. I have made some requests for a bus for Sturgis. I'm still waiting because my senior citizens in particular, the aged, the disabled, young children, pregnant mothers are still walking for more than 1.5 miles through a gully and at night to catch the last bus for workers, and so it is most perilous. I am thankful, however, sir, because only this morning when I came, after I made a fuss very quietly, I am seeing the big machine on the site by the post office trying to widen an area where 2 vehicles could not go and come. I spoke about that, the estimates. It has been started, and I am extremely grateful, sir. But that is not all. I have about 10 bridges that are saying goodbye. A lot of that is to do with drainage from people's households. It is to do from the weather, because the rain falls in the parish every day, sir, as well as perhaps engineering challenges if you didn't put in steel in those old-time days and so on. So when I talk about the Pond Hill, I'm talking about Bloomsbury that adjoins St. Thomas as well as the St. Joseph constituency. And that bridge is ready to collapse with any heavy weight, and unfortunately, the Allen School bus and so has to travel there because of the closure of many of those roads. I would wish for that to be given urgent attention. Similarly, sir, well, I'm not going to mention the Shop Hill Bridge because that now I understand. Carrington's Village, if you're coming from Wetchman Hall Gully to link with Highland Outdoor Tours and with the highest point in Barbados, Mount Hillaby, that too has got some serious structural cracks. And I'm thankful that the government is working on a Gabion project, training young people the skill to be able, because that needs a gabion. I told all our members in here already, the only thing holding up that bridge is an ackee tree belonging to a spot of land that my mother would have bought and left for a sister of mine. It really needs urgent attention. And I can go through Jack in the Box. I'm seeing some works being done there, and widening. And I pray, Mr. Speaker, that is being done not only to facilitate the rally drivers, because I understand rally is coming up, but it has to facilitate the people of Barbados, because that Jack in the Box Gully, Vaucluse, Duke's Bridge area, Content, and so they have to facilitate the buses that come, the vehicles that come through those loop roads, link roads. I've seen sometimes 200 vehicles, Mr. Speaker, sir, coming through that area. So I am happy to know that the Shop Hill Bridge and so will be attended to, or being addressed, but I would like some others to be touched, because Bridgefield, there's a bridge there, that too is ready to collapse. I've written so many times. Similarly, one at Hopewell, before you get to the plantation house coming from town. And there's so many others, Tuppence and Halfpenny Gully, and so on. The bridges are all going because of neglect over so many years and not being able to get them upgraded. I want, sir, because I know my time will be coming closer to the end, but I want to say, sir, that the Prime Minister has been so badly criticized by people who know no better for her constant travel. But without her constant travel, Mr. Speaker, sir, and her raising issues that not only impact Barbados, but the rest of the world, and the attention that has been given to her, sir, and the exposure and the glorifying of her, glorifying in the sense, people praising her for her boldness and her brilliance, it has put Barbados on the world map in a way that is special and different. I am proud to be a member of this team, sir, and I'm sure that honorable members would have mentioned that before. So she didn't go jolly riding. She traveled so that she could build bridges in the international arena to help to build Barbados' future that you and your grandchildren and others will get an opportunity to enjoy. And I say hats off to her for her brilliance and her support. And of course, I call my team here the Dream Team. This Dream Team will not tell the public, but I will tell them because I've experienced it. I had a birthday about 2 years ago. And Mr. Speaker, sir, Cabinet met at 10 o'clock in the morning. And the next morning, after 2 o'clock, Cabinet concluded. The public does not know that. The other administration used to finish at 2 o'clock in the day. I can tell you that for sure, Mr. Speaker. Thursdays, 2 o'clock, the Democratic Labour Party Cabinet used to be finished. Not this Barbados Labour Party. We have committed ourselves to work assiduously to promote the good for Barbadians. And I call my colleagues here the Dream Team because we're seeing the results. We are seeing the results in every sphere of development, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you can think of. Even this building where we had to move out and go somewhere else to be able to hold Parliament, this building was restructured and upgraded by this Barbados Labour Party. The court up the street, sir, has been refurbished through this Barbados Labour Party, and I hope they will get to the Carnegie Library at some time, but taking time is not laziness because there are other areas that it has to be dealt with, sir. And so, let me conclude by saying, I still want to get my works in St. Thomas. I know the Honourable Prime Minister has her plan, and correctly so, because March 2020 would have been the regathering for St. Thomas, and we lost it, so I can't blame anybody because COVID kicked in. March 2023 will be our opportunity to be able to speak with the Honourable Prime Minister and to be able to share with her and the civil servants, if you want to call it that, and all others who are responsible for the various areas in this country of management. We will get our opportunity to be able to raise with her. And in the same way, St. Andrew, that was neglected even worse than St. Thomas was in the past, is now getting the bridges and getting the roads upgraded and so on. I know that St. Thomas will benefit. And so my back is so broad, Mr. Speaker, I get cursed every day. She don't do nothing for nobody. But I did 7 roads, so, sir. In the time that I came in after the great Sir David, the former member of Parliament, sir, had done what he had to do. There are so many things that were done. But yes, I can understand them feeling uncomfortable because when you drive your vehicle or you walk on the street and you wring your ankle or your vehicle gets the crankshaft, no? Whatever you call the parts there, though, that will be the wheel, suspension damage, and so there's a cost associated with it. And so people will be grumpy about it. If they don't get the buses, if the schools are not repaired, if the post office is not functioning, you're going to get criticism, and there's nothing wrong with that. It is open government, and people have their rights, and we must respect their rights as they respect ours. And so I want for us, when we get St. Thomas Gathering, we're going to treat it with respect, but we will give all of those niggling issues that need to be addressed the opportunity for persons to express themselves with respect, because I am confident I too will get my share. Never mind it's long in coming. I too will get my share because the people of St. Thomas have given me that mandate, not once or twice, Mr. Speaker, sir, but 6 times. And I can only do so much with the resources that were available before. And I said it here before, and I will say it again. It can go in the annals of history. When a former member for Christchurch South was the Minister of Public Works, and he was approached about extending the same road from down by the Jackson corner up to Shop Hill that was extended by the local workers over at the Bagatelle Depot. He passed and saw and said, "What are you all doing here?" Because they used to call him John Voice and not his real name. And it so happened he said, "No, don't touch it with a 10-foot pole." She had 14 years to do it, and the men removed the Barbara Green equipment, everything else, and that road now is the same road that government has got to spend millions on as a result of a stupid statement made by somebody who expected to know better. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the privilege. We are steadfast with what we do. We are not out here to be ostracizing anybody. We're not out here to be shaming anybody. We are here to serve the people of Barbados. And you can rest assured, sir, in my little corner where I will be functioning as the care advisor with Dr. Wiltshire, we are going to help to transform that area of the aged because it has been so long neglected. And there's so much to be done. The people of Barbados are ready for the consultations. Our branch members are ready. The constituents are ready across the country for the open dialogue, the workshops, the consultations, you name it, sir. And all I want to ask the honourable members here today is when we are requesting meetings with those agencies that are going to be directly involved in the process, release the civil servants so that we can all do it together and leave speaking with one voice, because at the end of the day, it is the people of Barbados, and none of us knows, Mr. Speaker, sir, when the dementia or the Alzheimer's or the disability or whatever will impact on us will come. I've seen the best and strongest and most vibrant Barbadians fall to the ground with an accident or with whatever challenge there may be. They can no longer help themselves. And from lying there with no support, no guidance, no communication, they too will fall apart. None of us knows what the future holds. So together, we can make the difference once we have the dialogue, once we put forward the proposals, once we make sure that the government's funds, the taxpayers' funds, are spent correctly in the areas where the funds are due. We have absolutely nothing to be ashamed about, because together we can achieve the goals of reaching out, touching lives, and turning them around, making a difference in this society that we have been called to serve in. And to those who much has been given, more is expected. Collectively, we can do it all because Barbados comes first. And it is not to do with politics. It is to do with serving humankind at every level, despite whatever the circumstance. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I highly commend the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East and these other 29 members here and the rest of the public and the civil servants or the public servants for the roles that they have played, and I cannot forget civil society and the other stakeholders who work hand in hand with us to save our boys, to help ensure that our seniors are well cared for, to ensure that the disabled, and the Honourable Member for St. James North, he has been working and piloting the legislation to make sure that the disabled get the best of what is being offered. Let us continue, sir, to work together, forget the niggling or the nuances that impact upon the simple things that we do or the difficult things that we have to endure, because it is one nation, one Barbados, one people, despite whatever color, class, or creed, or status for that matter, or age that we are. And so I highly lend my support and that of the people of St. Thomas and Barbados behind these budgetary proposals and this appropriations bill. And therefore, I wish to thank you, sir, for your patience, for your kindness, and I thank all honourable members for whatever support would have been given in the various areas, because the clean and green under the honourable member for St. Mike's Christchurch, West Central, got it right? For his vigilance and his dedication to keep Barbados clean and green, and of course the botanical garden that the senior citizens will now have one of the most state-of-the-art facility for a geriatric hospital. I thank you, sir, for your patience and your kindness.
Honourable Member for St. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really inspired by the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. I don't know why I move off where I wanted to start, but I think it fits in very much into the model of building a classless society, at least a society that has no race divides. It speaks to equality and justice. And I've heard other members spoke, not only today, but yesterday, about the importance of some of the special virtues of life. The word courage was applied a lot yesterday, and to be honest with you, I regret, due to circumstances, I was not here yesterday to hear my good friend from Christchurch spoke with the level of clarity and courage in which he spoke yesterday as well. So, but I want Christchurch South, so I want to let him know that he has a brother, and I'm grateful at least that some of us enjoy the freedoms of speaking our minds. You know, I was saying these things are so important to where we are going, and to, as long as the words are shared with a genuine effort to reach positive objectives. All objectives are not positive. And I was thinking in terms, sir, about this interpretation of a budget. And among intellectuals, people believe that a budget is exclusively about high taxation. And I said, what else is to a budget? Why do we have a budget? And then we had 9 days of estimates and 3 days of a budget. And this political ritual leave everybody in a specific mood, of almost one of confusion. And everybody wants to make a good speech, and if we can get it last for 10 days, they will do so. I believe that this thing has to be more than that, especially if we're looking at not only present generations, but showing respect for the ancestors. As the Honourable Prime Minister indicated, that if we are truly a civilized people, we must always pay homage to the ancestors for the work that they have done, that even allow us to be here, to now shape policy not only for those who are current, but those who are unborn. And early this afternoon, sir, I was studying the redevelopment or the reconstruction of this great civilization for our people. And now we are victims of a deconstruction, and we are victims of the destruction of a civilization. And anybody who knows their history well would understand what I'm talking about. Prior to the 1620s, and even before that, under the Spanish, Cortez, Pizarro, and all of these men who were down here. The Spanish was down in the region. I'm not talking about Barbados, but some people believe that Barbados is global. That every place that you go, since the Barbados was there, everybody in there must follow the history of Barbados. But Cortez was into massacre and a program of genocide to the indigenous people in Latin America. And we had the Columbus gang and others into massacre and the destruction of the African civilization. And I start there, and some people are very uncomfortable sometimes when you start there. And I would hope that one day before I go, I would be in a black cabinet and a black parliament, not in cabinet, me on the cabinet already. I would hope that I'd be in a black parliament where people would recognize that life did not start in the 20th century. And that the only way you can understand the challenges that we face as a government, they can only occur if you fully understand that journey in our history that allows us to be here, sir. And I think that we better understand that rather than starting off with a view that this is the budget and we must remember every dollar and every cent that is allocated to a specific ministry, and that as a consequence of that, we're going to offer some new deal that will change the course of history. You only had a government in your hands 71 years. Black self-government, 71 years. So the thinking by black people in this country to be able to do something for the good at this level only occurred as a government, and not even at this level of democracy, from 1951. And we have done good. Less than 100 years. And you have to look back and say, look where we are. Unfortunately, we have had a number of burdens that were imposed on the society at different points in time. But there was a time when we had, sir, not even a museum, and even if one was available, it was not available to us. We had no library, and today, sir, I went because I want to refresh my mind on Gordon Lewis' views of the growth of the modern West Indies. And I went downstairs searching, and they can't find, they got a space down there, they call it a library, sir. All the books stack up. All the books stack up down there, and the time they ain't got no shelves. And it's most unfortunate, sir. I would like you to use our authority, because one thing that should be available to us at this time in Parliament is a library. And I felt that I had to get to the root of this thing, what I was up here today doing. Listen, we are people who produce free labor. Free labor could not make an important public decision in the 17th century in the Caribbean, in Barbados in particular, could not make a law, and nobody made a law favorable to us from the 17th century, the 18th century, the 19th century, 20th century. And here we are, absolutely people of the same kind. Absolutely of the same kind with an opportunity. Only 71 years ago, we could not do anything for ourselves. We had to be battling with colonial impositions in this house. We had to be battling with slavery. We had to be asking for liberty and the freedoms in order to earn a pittance, 2 shillings and 6 pence up to 1930s. And now we're now talking about building a geriatric hospital. And I heard the minister who was responsible on the day of the breaking of the ground, he said the old hospital was constructed in 1884. And it was not constructed for us. It was not constructed in 1884 because the pirates, oh, does it work? It cut it out? They mash it? The pirates at the time, sir, requires no 2 microphones. The pirates of the time were busy after the abolition of slavery, subdividing the continent. At the same time, they were constructing a geriatric hospital for their own.
I don't remember, can you turn off your mic? Yours is faulty.
Oh, mine's faulty. No problem. They were constructing a hospital for themselves. So here I listen to people every day say, well, look, these people starting wrong all the time. We did this, you did nothing. In the 1880s, what could you do? You did not even have anything called true freedom nor independence, nothing. It was still only strong colonial rule. Only a so-called group of the black bourgeoisie were given a little freedom in order to get evidence in the law courts of this country, could make a law. But because of the treacherous role that you played in the revolution, you were granted permission to give evidence in the law courts of this country. And now the opportunity is here for us. And that's why I said it is a growth throughout the whole archipelago of the region. These people balkanize the system itself. And that's where the issues of class and issues of race and everything now are very much part of our vocabulary. We now have to resolve these issues as a people. And because of the education which we have, the minute that you raise these issues of social divide and social stratification, the people who have been a victim of racism are now the people who are being called racist in the society itself. That is what we have to deal with. So every time you want to come up sometimes with a law, I ain't talking about the kite thing now. That's another thing. I ain't talking about that. But every time you want to bring a law to this parliament, you have to consult with these people, you know. Anytime it's going to affect them, they want consultation, you know. But the labor class don't really have that privilege, even though we have labor unions. Because the labor unions still fighting to get their name up on the statute book as a legitimate institution to fight on behalf of workers. So what is that we are building? if we are building a new institution in the form of governance, then we have to look at all the inhibitions that stop us from building this new civilization that we all dream about, where we can walk in this country and enjoy the same standing as anybody else, and no special privileges are given to anybody in this country. And I've heard views being expressed, but I still need more clarity. I've heard about the king's prerogative, all these things I heard in here. So the king's prerogative is that the king could give you the land. Yet we got a sovereign state. And where people used to play cricket before on the beaches, they can't play cricket no more. Because a man put a restaurant there without even permission from the town planning department or any government agency. So I asked myself, where are we? Where are we in 2023 when people can do as they like and people believe that they have that divine right to do as they like? And we don't have the courage to speak about it, because as you say something about these things, you're demonized as being a racist. Land that was stolen from us. That is what it is. And all that we're saying, give us a state in the country as well. And I got that view yesterday that somebody else understood what we were saying yesterday from the honorable member from Christchurch West. Is that correct? Rob? South. I felt as though everything that man said I can identify with. It has nothing to do with partisan perspectives. I don't know about anything else. I know that there's nothing partisan about it. But it is a requirement, especially at a time when we pull off 30 seats on 2 occasions within 3 or 4 years. I have no opposition in here. You don't have anything to even stimulate the thirst for serious debate, because everybody is expected to throw the line. And it's not anti-Barbados Labour Party view or anti-government view. It's a view that a man must be able to express, or a woman, if they want to. And if we are to share ideas to reach that great civilization that we are talking about, because it's civilization, you know. These people destroy and plant specific structures in this country that makes it very hard for parliamentarians within their lifetime to do any fundamental thing to bring about the changes to give comfort, especially to the working class. And all that was being said yesterday, the working class must not be on the periphery. Whatever policy that we put in place, make sure that the thoughts of the government must at all times embrace the masses of people on the ground. That is important. And I would always make reference to last year. Well, I don't know these constituencies so good, that geography has got me confused. But last year, the honorable member from St. James Central and St. George South, they spent time sharing ideas on how we can put together, construct, whatever word you choose to apply, and put provisions in the law to bring vendors in this country who were the first entrepreneurs in the region to the center of our economic development. We try to remove all the psychosocial damages that were planned on them. That probably still remains very much in the Barbadian mind. Because if a vendor, if a purse drop in any of the streets across Barbados, and I don't care who passed on the road in a tie, who look clean and decent, nobody draw the view that this is a suspect. So there's a view about certain people in this society that cause them at all times to be perceived as less than human beings in this country. I would love to see where all people, even though it's an ideal type, I would love to see where all people are well respected. This government needs to be unique. And it must not be the voice of a prime minister that's saying things that catch the image of the entire globe. It must be the voice and the principles and the virtue that guide these institutions. Yesterday, I heard a point being made about what is going to happen at the 31st of March. Nobody don't believe that is an important question that must be answered. I don't know where you live, but I can tell you, I have to be answering that question every day. When I open my front door and come out, I have to answer that question. And therefore, any economist that worth his salt, or even any Christian that worth the salt, must understand the validity of the question of what do we do? Especially when we boast about economic growth and development, what do we do when we push certain people out on the brink? Because the next thing after that is death or prison. So the body on the brink of destruction as a result of an economic order that boasts itself of sound intellectuals making a prediction based on a selected indicator to prove that the economy has grown and therefore we are witnessing great development. Yet, an important indicator is also poverty. Because all the latest reports on the state of the, well, they don't even use that term anymore, of the third world, but the Caribbean economies has been showing us that people are dying from hunger and starvation. And there's a high rate of unemployment, high rates of poverty. It means that there is greater work for the economists. They must apply themselves. I expect them to apply themselves in that discipline in a more meaningful way so that we can not just pick up some model and plant it upon a colony, a civilization that has no planks, no props for black people in it. I expect, sir, that even if we offer a kind gesture of $5,000, for example, to a trust fund, we've got to face the reality. There's a massive increase in the cost of living in the country. And on principle, while it might be a good gesture, then you have to tell yourself, at this point, we have to revisit it. And I was hoping that in the budget we would have revisited the trust fund and move it from at least 5,000. Look, that loan scheme will fail. I don't have to be an economist. If you show me the figures and you see one of those vending units surviving, it is kept up as a result of other forms of supplementaries. I don't want to tell you how, right? That $5,000 could not carry you anywhere then, but I understood that we were facing a lot of displacement of labor in the market, and we were trying to see if we could still find some means of allowing people to earn from it. But you know, sir, from the very beginning, when we disbursed the first set of checks, we were disbursing the checks to the so-called young, small businesses and entrepreneurs, $5,000, you know. Inflating people's minds about business. But you know, when a man get that $5,000, you got to pay a light bill. You don't even buy in the area the drinks. And some men might buy some liquor too, right? When they discovered that that was not the best methodology to be applied, they then had to get statements from the suppliers of the items that the individual, the applicant, were asking for, and write the checks directly to the suppliers. So it meant that we had a new approach to the development of small businesses, but we also understand that we had challenges and we had to correct them. I know there are people who had that money and never had a business yet. I'm straight for this. But I came in here and I heard about some $25,000 that most likely will be going to people who would be in a manufacturing business based on the story. I understand that. I am grateful for that. But I am pleading, not charging anybody. I am pleading that we correct it, and we correct it as urgently as possible. That trust fund must move from $5,000 to no less than about $10,000 to each applicant. Not that you're going to pay back the $5,000 and then you'll be allowed on the second tranche to borrow $10,000. I would also like to see a report that tells me how that is working. How many people who had the $5,000 up front and paid it back, all these things are theories, you know, and paid it back and then was given access to $10,000. I know who could pay it back in this country in 24 hours. But genuine people who went to get this loan of $5,000, tell me how much of them paid it back and went and get the additional $10,000. But if that is not enough to say this must be revisited, and it should have been addressed in the last budget, this budget that we're now talking about. It's in the core with no specific, but then into that trivia, I tell you, we are facing a major challenge. You can't talk about economic enfranchisement and don't think about these things. When will we be at a point? I just came across the bridge walking. Butter on journalists. Black businessman having a restaurant across the bridge there, closed. Experiencing difficulties during the time of COVID. Indicated to me that he had a deposit with some reserve of $25,000. He doesn't mind me talking about it. But he can't even get a human being that is the agent or the owner of the business to come to the table and reach an amicable agreement. But these tensions still exist between business owners in this country. I don't even know if he's a white business owner, green one or blue one. But these tensions still exist. When a small man puts his hand on a few dollars and tries to get into business, then some individual devoid of any principle. But we're talking about Let's have a discussion. And at the end of the day, you better don't talk with the man, because the man already made a decision. I got the 25,000. I want you out of my place. There are so many. Look, I see it happen to gas station owners in this country, you know. They had so much gas stations across Barbados that was closed immediately after COVID, and these conscienceless individuals that get washed into the economy. They went to me and learn out the business management, hold on. And sir, if you want a job, and you were not an attorney, you know you got to write a big letter to them, and they can't read. You know what they want to discuss with you if you qualify for the job, and you can't get it read. And I said, what this man do with these locks and come in and ask me for a job, can't get it? Right? So if we want to develop a society that really is saying to us that we need to be just, for me, I was bringing them back to the history of it. I know what it did here. They come here to rape this country and to abuse free labor. And then they turn and ship all the wealth back up to England. The Spanish did the same thing. The Dutch did the same thing. The Portuguese did the same thing. And all of us running around day and day out, abusing one another. But who competent? Competent in a structure that was not made to facilitate you, but was made to facilitate the transfer of the resources of the region back to the mother country, to boast about who was responsible for the development of the Industrial Revolution. I have a problem with that. I am not defending any opposition party when it was in here before, because this is part of the course of the business. You're in opposition, you got to hold some lashes, but you're talking some foolishness. You got to hold some lashes. But let's this thing with hatred is not part of me, you know. Not for my own. Somebody might be able to say so about other people.
Time drawing now, you honourable member.
Yes, sir?
For time.
Also, but sir, you can't do that to me, sir, because, you know, I'm the parliamentary representative of St. Michael's. I'm begging for bread on behalf of the people, sir.
Honourable member, there's a standing order. I know you're more cognizant than I am. But I know you know the standing order relative to dates. It speaks time allotted to you as a specific requirement.
Yes, sir. I just want to thank our
No,
government.
I just thought I would let you know that also.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir.
And you're fast approaching your time of expiration.
Well, I hope that I'll be able to do what I have to do within the time you allow me.
You've actually gone over your time, but because it's you, I give you 2 more minutes.
Okay, thanks very much, sir. Sir,
As it is you.
I want to thank the government for, after 25 years, being so generous. Government, opposition, government after government. 25 years, I on my knees pleading on the behalf of the good people of St. Michael's East. And to some extent, sir, your constituency is also a beneficiary of my plea. The last word I was given, sir, is that some of my people who were supposed to be reciting, they didn't know where. There was a lot of poor communication, but I have been told I have not had any official thing, just like somebody to tell you the boundaries and it's on one area, realign and all that, but nobody shows me any map. So then they come back and tell me, we're still working on the realignment and all that. But they indicated to me, and I want to say that on this occasion, although I'm fairly suspicious about many things, on this occasion I feel quite satisfied, sir, and I would like the people of St. Michael's East to know, and I hope that you will benefit from it too, sir, right? That the houses are unlikely to be removed, and that the intention is to realign the pipelines from the natural gas people in such a way that my people will be allowed to be able to sleep at night comfortably, know that they will not be removed from the location. That is not to say or be misinterpreted to mean that this parliamentary representative is encouraging anybody. I am talking about a few houses that are already there and been there for a long time. I don't want nobody to misinterpret it. And then they say with Prescott tell me that we can go and build houses, and then they got to be facing this distortion and this painful song of squatters in my area and all of that. So I want to thank you, and I'm so sorry, sir, that I really, really want to say something about a progressive program of what I call community agriculture, which the Minister of Agriculture has allowed me to take charge of being the chairman.
You will get other times to do that, I remember.
Special care project.
You will have another occasion to do
But
that.
I want to let everybody here know that not only parliamentary representatives will be beneficiaries of this project, but many ordinary people will be able to benefit from the distributions of chickens and the setting up of the aquaponic systems in every constituency, in every little village. We will make sure that ordinary poor people will be able to enjoy these benefits. Thank you very much, sir.
I remember for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that my entry into this debate is timely, since I'm dovetailing the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, who didn't get a chance to do justice to a program that I entrusted in his care. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to unequivocally support these appropriation bill and budgetary proposals 2023. And as I rise, sir, I wish also to state that I am on record in Hansard for saying that I support anything that seeks to address our micro fundamentals whilst we seek to attain our macro objectives. And sir, it is against that backdrop, sir, that I take absolute pleasure in responding to these budgetary proposals to first of all highlight to the people of St. Philip South the gratitude that I have and the debt of gratitude I owe to each and every one on my team for bringing me to this honorable place in order to be able to speak on their behalf and on behalf of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, if you were to be consumed by the obloquy that we have been subjected to over the past couple of weeks, and particularly in anticipation of going into this budget proposal, you will start to wonder if Barbados was on its way to hell in a handbasket. But sir, I am even more mindful, sir, that we run the risk in this country of having people who appear just in their own personal interests, sir, to use the level of crudelty that exists or permeates among our people in these days, to be able to blind them and hoodwink them into accepting levels of mischief, deception, sir, perfidious conduct of epic proportions, and more importantly, a charge against this country, its leadership, and all the honorable members in this chamber, just in the name of gaining political office. Sir, I absolutely disassociate myself
as one in what we refer to as a political class from any such conduct as it relates to championing the cause of people in a quest to gaining office. Sir, when we were in opposition, we were lethal. Sir, I remember being PRO of the Barbados Labour Party, holding meetings simultaneously with sitting of cabinet, sir, so that Friday morning we could be on the front foot in dealing with the issues in this country. Sir, we did not choose to tell lies to the people of Barbados. We did not choose to put out any sort of information that would mislead people and give them the impression that Barbados is going to be a failed state. We actually addressed the truth. And what did we find in the truth, sir? We found over 20 downgrades, which we shared with the country, explained to the country, and walked them through, sir. We found the central bank printing money to the extent that we would have found no way at all, sir, to address this situation and bring it back. These are the things that I sat with the team, Mr. Speaker, sir, and addressed in order for us to show Barbados why we were a better option than the government that was in power. I find it difficult, sir, to accept that you're going to now subject the people of this country to levels of deception, Mr. Speaker. Deception, sir, in instances where you have certain operatives. One who speaks to being some scientist or engineer that has the greatest cerebral Barbadians could ever come to ever achieve from the great Almighty, sir. But not telling the truth about his days living in London in a place similar to the one we have in Black Rock. Mr. Speaker, it upsets me. Mr. Speaker, we have operatives in this country, sir, who feel as though they have a voice, sir. But the voice that they bring to the people of this country is only to exploit the crudelty that permeates our society only because of people who have now been drawn to social media, believing every little thing that they see and don't have those people around them to help them to understand. This, sir, is where I feel that I am the right place at the right time. Because my participation, sir, in this government as Minister of Agriculture and Food Security is to first of all make sure that this country will never ever be in a position where there is rampant starvation because people can't get access to food. Mr. Speaker, I'm in the right place because I want to be able to deliver to the people of St. Philip South, sir, the things that they repose their trust and confidence in me to do. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the Sam Lawrence Castle project, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for Christchurch West and the entire team for giving us Sam Lawrence Castle. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for Sam Lawrence Castle also because of the road that it gave me that I've been fighting for since 2018 from the Crane roundabout to Sam Lawrence Castle. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for Sam Lawrence Castle because it gave me what all Barbadians are asking for, sir, and that is the connection to natural gas from Bel Air all the way to Sam Lawrence Castle. And I say to the people of St. Philip South, fear not, more is to come, I gave you the roads in Jenswick that you were asking for over 70 years. I've given you Bel Air. I gave you Long Bay. Mr. Speaker, more is to come. Stand by. Because the one thing I will not do, sir, is to go into any campaign promising people things and then don't fight for them. I understand as a member of a cabinet that sometimes, realistically, you cannot always deliver at a time to meet people's expectations. But once you are delivering, sir, you have kept your word, and that is the reason why you earned the title Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say to you, sir, that when I looked at the budget, I asked myself one simple question. Am I worse off than the day before the budget? The people of St. Philip South that I represent, are they worse off than the day before the budget? And sir, when I ask myself that question on my own behalf and on the behalf of the people of St. Philip South, sir, I am drawn to George MacDonald. George MacDonald is the author of a book called At the Back of the North Winds. Sir, the title of the book alone should tell you something about the contents. And Mr. Speaker, I quote George MacDonald. Are we worse off than the day before? I quote, sir, no. It will not be, it will not, sir, it will not be that case. The worst of it, I promise, will not come to you. You will be much better for it, sir. Just behave and do what I say and do as I tell you, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I believe that those who are trying to give Barbadians the impression that they would have been worse off should be in complete shame right now in this country. I, sir, am one of those who believe strongly in the tenets of democracy and capitalism. Mr. Speaker, there ain't no getting away from it, and I've said this repeatedly. Hansard also would have me recorded as saying this. I have to tell you, sir, that one of the things that I took away on Tuesday were the words echoed equally by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance when she said, we can guarantee you nothing. And that hardcore reality we must face, because as much as we may try, sir, under a capitalist construct, it comes down to whether or not you will survive in your quest to be able to achieve results, sir, that you set about to achieve. I am a prime example of that when I started a business at 32 years old, sir. Within a system with fierce competition, never once called on a government for a cent. Never once called on a government to do anything for me to survive the competition. Sir, I carved out my own niche. And that is what survival in a capitalist system means, sir. When I listen to the comments, sir, from all those who address these budgetary proposals, sir, I am convinced, sir, that the one person who really got it is the gentleman who was once in charge of SOSI at University of the West Indies, sir. And I'm permitted to call his name Dr. George Bell, sir. Oblige me, sir, to be able to call his name. And the reason why I'm calling his name, sir, because he hit the nail on the head. This is a capitalist construct, sir. A government would try its best to facilitate. A government would try its best to bring along people. But this notion that we must pop down and pull down and criticize the efforts of a government and an environment, sir, that is worse off than 2008, sir. This is rougher than 2008. But we have played such a good hand, sir, you will not even realize that this is worse than 2008. Sir, when compared to 2008, we had a government that fumbled and fumbled and fumbled to the extent that by the time 2010 came, Barbados was in total chaos. People got laid off, lost their jobs, couldn't support families, draw down on the savings, sir. And whilst all the rest of the world was pulling themselves out of it, sir, we were going forever downhill on the brink, sir, to a currency devaluation. And Mr. Speaker, would you imagine that for the first time in the existence of all of us in this honorable chamber, an entire world was shut down? Think about that for a moment, sir. No economic activity whatsoever, sir. It happened in 2020. And if that wasn't enough, sir, would you believe it repeated itself in 2021? And then after that, sir, as if we were to be challenged to the core, we had an ash fall, and then followed by a freak storm, and then followed by Hurricane Elsa, sir. And at no point in time did Barbadians go through the suffering that they all went through between 2008 and 2010, sir, and the remainder of the years of the last administration, sir. And so when I speak to you and tell you, sir, that people may choose to criticize us. But I have no problem with criticism. We're not perfect government. I have a problem with political perfidy. That is my position, sir. Now, Mr. Speaker, I really and truly want to talk about my ministry. And looking at the time, sir, I will try my best to get through.
No, you will not try your best. You will do your best.
You
will not try.
Sir, I
will
stand
not try.
corrected. I will do my best
Correct.
to get through, sir.
You will not try.
I wouldn't want to offend the chair in any way at all.
Please don't even attempt it.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, I have had my full share of compliments. Wherever I go in this country, when people greet me, they say, "You're doing a good job." That must make a man feel good. I have a few critics, sir. Sir, there are a few critics that I will address at a branch meeting. This is not the place for it. Because the things that I want to say to them, I will not bring to this honorable chamber. Except to say, sir, that when I say it, it's not going to be pretty. Because I stand here, sir, being a man who is standing by his word. Sir, if I tell you that I'm going to let you off the hook, and you and I agree, and then you turn around and try to stab me in my back, sir, you cannot face me again, sir. And so I am going to leave this for a branch meeting where I will deal with these issues, sir. Because never in my life, sir, I have committed myself to a ready-made jacket that I didn't try on. Mr. Speaker, this budget proposes an important government infrastructure and institutional investment program, sir, to the tune of some Barbados $170 million over 3 years. It has committed to the expansion of housing, road repairs, expanding the fleet of electric buses, sir. And you would have heard the Prime Minister mention that we are getting a $15 million tissue culture lab at the home agriculture station in order for us to be able to expand crop production, sir, and to be able to give farmers in Barbados clean planting material so that we can reach the stage of being able to export, first of all, to the UK market, and then, sir, beyond. Barbados stands in an ideal position, sir, to be a hub for us to take advantage of the export potential that we have before us. This is the reason, sir, why I have brought to this honorable chamber pieces of legislation that would put us in a position to be able to achieve this objective, sir. And sir, I make the difference between objectives and goals because a goal is more of a long-term, medium long-term thing. Objective are things that you're about to deliver within the short term, sir. And I spoke, sir, in this honorable chamber, in the well of Parliament, about us developing a sweet potatoes project, sir, to be able to export to the UK. Sir, I didn't only speak. I spent all of last week, Monday, at the Home Agricultural Station with designers, the suppliers of the material, sir, to construct that lab so that we can have a lab, sir, that is going to give us 14 million cuttings, sir, of clean sweet potato planting material, sir. We are going to supply all the farmers in Barbados with clean planting materials so that they can be part of this project. Previously, they struggled and were subjected to crop failure, reduction in yields, because the material had disease. Mr. Speaker, only last week, the designs for that lab came back to us, sir. And we have a lab with designs, with specs. And we are about to embark, sir, on the establishment of a lab in Barbados that would give us an opportunity to not only supply all Barbados with sweet potatoes, with yams, sir, cassava, and Edo planting material, sir, but for us to also be able to assist our CARICOM brothers and sisters, because we understand that if we are going to achieve our objectives of reducing CARICOM food import bill by 25% by the year 2025, sir, then we're going to have to be able to assist each other. Equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, we talk about resilience. Every time we talk about climate change, we talk about climatic events, we talk about resilience. Mr. Speaker, that lab is going to give us a chance to establish, for the first time in the history of Barbados, a seed bank that will put us in a position to be able to store seeds to recover after a hurricane, sir. Mr. Speaker, we are also taking our stakeholders in our confidence, sir. I have been bombarded with phone calls about an increase in price of feed. Sir, a private entity that is faced with the same logistic challenges. Sir, the same challenges, the rising prices, conflicts between Ukraine or Russia and Ukraine, sir. All of the same challenges, sir. And we have made a decision to put $6 billion at the disposal of a manufacturer of feed in this country to help livestock farmers. My view, sir, that when we approach third, fourth potential increase in the cost of feed, I felt we need to go to a direct injection in support to the farmers. In this honorable chamber on Tuesday, it was announced that $2 million will go to the BAS for direct support to the farmers so that they can go to greener modalities on the farms and improve farm management so they can increase production, sir, and take advantage of the increased production rather than we continue to fight issues with the increasing price of feed. Sir, that to me is the best solution. Mr. Speaker, Barbadians love putting in sauce. Barbadians love pickled breadfruit. We have a project going on, sir, that is first going to give us 2,000 breadfruit trees, plantlets, that will be distributed across Barbados for Barbadians to plant more breadfruit trees and help the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, who has been calling on me since time immemorial for us to have a breadfruit tree project. Sir, we now have a breadfruit tree project, and the breadfruit trees were shipped to Barbados, sir. This is what you call work. This is what work looks like, sir. And I feel sometimes extreme pressure as a minister, being able to deliver on things that when I'm finished speaking about them, I hear voices of discord to make it look as though you have done nothing. Sir, I feel, sir, that the critics must recognize where agriculture is today compared to where it was 20, almost 30 years ago, sir. Sir, I have some numbers that I wish to share with this honorable chamber, sir, so that we can get a sense of understanding what is taking place in this country, sir. Barbados has seen an increase in production in 2022 over 2021 for a number of crops, sir. Sweet pepper, sir, 3% increase. 2021, 460,459 kilos. In 2022, 463. Beet, sir, a 6% increase from 115,695 to 122,613 kilos, sir. Onions, a 6% increase from 1,402,000 in 2021 to 1,486,000.4 kilos in 2022, sir. Thyme, 6% increase from 62,922 to 66,786. Cabbage, sir, 7% increase from 290,560 to 311,851, sir. Cucumber, sir, 8% increase from 101 million or 1.1 million to 1.2 million, sir. Eggplant, a 17% increase, sir, from 178,329 to 209,091, sir. Pawpaw, 21% increase from 60,419 to 72,847. Sir, pumpkin, 29% increase from 392,781 to 501,667. Cantaloupe, 31% increase from 357,139 to 467,440. Carrots, sir, that we thought we could grow in Barbados, a 32% jump, sir, from 257,891 to 340,427. Sir, edibles have been missing in Barbados for a very long time. We just recorded a 43% increase from 201, sir, to 287,629. Sir, peas, a 51% increase from 29,000, sir, to 43,940. Watermelon, sir, a 67% increase from 871 to 60 to 1,457,393, sir. Yam, sir, we had a problem in Barbados with a disease called anthracnose. Yams we could not get, we were importing yams, sir. We have a 70% increase in yam production in Barbados, sir, from 586,39 to 988,969, sir. Chinese cabbage, 80% increase from 124,577 to 224,256, sir. And muskmelon, we have been struggling, sir. So that the 412% increase will speak more about the struggle we were having, but there's a 412% increase in the production of muskmelon, sir. So that, Mr. Speaker, this is what work looks like. Sir, this is what leading a ministry looks like. This is what government looks like, sir. Being able to make a difference in the lives of people, being able to empower and enfranchise your stakeholders, sir. Mr. Speaker, in the well of Parliament as well, we spoke about the poultry industry, sir. I'm happy to report to you and to report to this honourable chamber, sir, that we have now seen a turnaround in the production in poultry in Barbados, bringing us back in line with where we were 3 years prior to now. So I keep asking people to understand what it is that 2 years of shutdown can do to economic activity, sir. And the fact now, sir, that we can bring poultry production, sir, back to the levels that we were at, sir, in 2019, sir, tells me that we have done something right in order to be able to be placed in such a position. Sir, I don't know what it is about the critics, sir, but it would appear to me that it's easier to criticize than it is to pay attention. So I listen to the program, the call-in program some days, just to tune in and see what is going on. And would you believe that you have a call-in program where people are targeting the government and moderators can't help them? You know, I heard a caller on the call-in program talking about the medicinal cannabis industry. And everything that the caller said was absolutely wrong. But do you know that caller was encouraged by a moderator who should have at least intervened and asked questions about the source of the information? Sir, the sugar industry. I went on brass tacks on 2 full programs to talk about the sugar industry. I went to the estimates for this coming financial year, and the Prime Minister established a committee which I chair with the private stakeholders, sir, the Director General for the productive sectors, sir, with the team at BAMC and the chairman at BAMC, sir. And for the first time in tackling the privatization of the sugar industry, we have 2 investors on board sitting and waiting for me to go to cabinet with a proposal to determine which one will take the sugar industry and empower all the stakeholders, sir. This is not something that I bring to the public before taking it to the cabinet. So when I hear questions about not presenting on the sugar industry, I know that Ossie Moore is in town. It's a fact, sir. Because you cannot expect me to breach the rules and protocols, sir. So first of all, divulge to the public who these investors are. And then secondly, speak to the public about something that our cabinet has not yet even seen. Sir, I have done the best I can in terms of bringing the public along. And I have committed, sir, to giving them full and frank disclosure as soon as this matter goes to cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I say to you, sir, in closing, that we find ourselves in a position where there's a level of perturbation, sir, that exists amongst those who feel that the time has come for them to get back to Bay Street. Sir, I want to say to you that that time may be quite far away. Because, sir, for the first time in the history of this country, we are about to get agriculture insurance, something that I was told you cannot get done when I went to the ministry, sir. Insurance for agriculture, sir. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity, sir. Let me thank my constituents, and let me thank all these honourable members and my team, which I will never ever forget at the ministry, for working with me and bringing us to this point. Sir, I wish to commit my support to this appropriation bill and budgetary proposals 2023. God bless you.
Honourable Member for City of Bridgetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed an honor, finally, to rise to lend my voice to this very important appropriation bill and budgetary proposals for the fiscal year 2023 to 2024. It is an honor bestowed upon me by Almighty God and by the people, the great people of the city of Bridgetown. It is therefore, from the onset, that I would like to say thanks to God and thanks to those same very people from the city of Bridgetown. Sir, I want to take this opportunity to ask those same people for their continued prayers, patience, and support, and ask them to hold me to the task as I speak in here for them, by them, with them in mind. Sir, this is my city speaks. And I want to say a special hello to all of them through you, sir, that have messaged me consistently for the last 2 days asking me when will be my turn to speak. I am finally on the floor to speak for you. As I say, it is a pleasure and I thank you. Sir, I wholeheartedly support the measures outlined by the Honourable Prime Minister and member for St. Michael Northeast, because it was a budget, sir, that did a lot for Barbadians, regardless and contrary to other persons' expousements. I almost say expoutement, but expousements, sir. Because it was a budget, sir, that was different. And what was different about it? I would like members in this chamber to pause. I would like members in this honorable place to reflect. I would like all citizens of Barbados to stop and understand the transformational, historic time that we are in. We are in a time, sir, moving from a time from a black box of nervousness to a tablet of hope. A time when budget was coming and people were at the edge of their seats, wondering what was perhaps coming this year. And only around election time can wonder what kind of election budget coming. But we have transitioned and transformed ourselves into a time when people got to be trying to wear the popcorn. Because the illusion and the mystique of pain and suffering and austerity has all faded away. Just like the Honourable Member for St. Philip North had to throw away her popcorn, I am sure that the Honourable people in another place, George Street, had to throw away their beer and their rum after hearing the budget, sir. Because they got what they did not bargain for, a proper budget. Now, I also want to pause, sir, in all sincerity, to talk about not only the performance of the Honourable Prime Minister in the budget, but her performance, sir, because we take these things for granted, but her performance since taking the reins of government of Barbados. Not only do you see her vision, her leadership, tenacity, her care, hardworking, energy, creativity, sound judgment, but like the Honourable Member for St. Lucie said, this government has been facing calamity after calamity, hit after hit after hit, and just going runs after runs after runs, Mr. Speaker, sir. Reflect on it. I think that we sit here, and as we work hard, and I see caring members, caring for the constituencies, caring for the ministries, caring for the people, I think that we too, we get too daunted by comments. too daunted by criticism, and I do not think that we get a chance to really reflect on what we are a part of. We are a part of a time that can see a budget in 2023 that charts a clear path of transformation towards 2030. We are in a historic period of time, sir. Are we appreciating what we have the privilege, the honor to be a part of? But sir, we also have to reflect that not many may have that opportunity to say that they can be proud of an administration, proud of a leader who makes you proud locally, regionally, and internationally. I think that we are beginning to get complacent on that point, and there's nothing wrong with raising that. This same honorable member, Prime Minister, 2 days ago, delivered the 2023 budgetary proposals and financial statement. And what I found comforting about it is that it spoke a lot to national transformation and making us even more of a global people by 2030. Fresh off a lost decade, sir, we have now entered what I want and will and must be known as the great decade that we are in. Because the next 10 years, if we keep on this course, if we keep on this track, every member head down, work done in their constituencies, in their ministries. Well, sir, this could only be known as the great decade after that. We see evidence of it already. From 2018 to 2020, the country started to see the turnaround, started to see the green shoots, the only shoot I want to hear about, sir, within the society in that short space of time. And I want Barbadians to reflect on all of these things, sir, because if I had the responsibility to respond to this budget, I would know what to do, sir. Because in all good conscience, I could not encourage Barbadians to work in their worst interests or to work against their best interests. I couldn't do it, sir. And I want to say that I am very happy to be able to play my part in the city of Bridgetown. I am happy to be able to play my part in the office of the Attorney General, and I am happy to play my part in any other area that I am asked to assisting or to lead, sir. I want to make that abundantly clear. Sir, it is really in this contribution that I want Barbadians to understand still we are in troubling times. These are uncertain times, but these are also exciting times to be alive and an exciting time to be Bajan. Yesterday, I was reflecting on the budget, and I asked myself, what are the main takeaways for me? We heard about social protection, health care, investment, youth, culture, film, agriculture, tourism, training, growth. We heard it all. We can be proud to know that the budget did not just touch on an area known for the too few, but it touched on an area to make a better life for all of our people. That is what that budget was about for me. You imagine a government. I grew up hearing that prices are not like rain. You would never see prices fall in your country. To a government that understands the impact and brought a compact to ensure that the cost of living could be maintained so that people could get more biscuits in the trolley, more peanut butter on the table, more healthy food in the stomach at night. That is what the government is working on. That is why I want to tell us in here, well, we must all remain grounded, where we must all remain humble. Hold your head up high, administration, and understand that your hard work is appreciated by the large majority of right-thinking Barbadians. You have nothing to be ashamed about. I believe that if we remember and study on these things, the reality is that we will make it to where we are going, which is mission accomplished. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South reminded this Honourable Chamber yesterday, we are dealing with a government that was able to negotiate and deliver 2 pay increases in 5 years in one of the most turbulent times globally, where an administration could barely squeeze out a 1 in 10. This administration proving that it has the best interests of Barbadians and the best interests of workers at heart. Not only at heart, not only through the mouth, sir, but in action, delivery, and implementation.
That's right.
The facts are there. These are not alternative facts. These are not manufactured facts. These are factual facts. No fake news. Mr. Speaker, now I want to move because I want to keep focus this evening. Serious business. Straight talk. Straight talk. I want to get to the 1500. I want to say that I am happy about the 1500. But with a but. I am happy with the 1500, but I have a but. And my but is that I want to ask Barbadians, let me come closer to the mic, I don't want to miss this part. I want to ask Barbadians to spend it wisely. Save it. Invest it wisely. Because I know sometimes you get a little thing and you feel you're going to be off on debts or get into luxury. I would like to see some of y'all come together, form a little cooperative, man. You know, invest in some sort of business. Seek to get a top program bus. Get a cannabis license. Do something that can make that an investment that brings $1,500 over and over and over again. Not a one-off. Oh, wait 10 years for it again. I am serious about these things. Because when I talk about empowerment, I talk about a day when we don't have to wait on government for everything. We don't have to wait on a handout. We don't have to wait for the different programs that we set up to keep us afloat. When I think of empowerment, I think of how do we get people to the stage of not just surviving, but of thriving. How do we get to that stage? And it is at this time, sir, I want to address this concept of debt. Now, I'm not a minister of finance or economic affairs or like, I don't intend to be either. But I understand certain basic principle financial ideas. I live in a country and a society that says, do not add any more taxes, do not borrow, cut taxes, but still deliver every social and other program there is. And I know that that is an equation for disaster. That will create a failed state. So what are the solutions? Because we can't just talk about the problems. I ain't come to be a proponent of problems. No, I will not follow in the footsteps of the conservative. I will not. The solution has to be earning our way. And how is this government prepared to drive the country to earn its way? But before we get to earning our way, we have to set up the foundation, we have to set up the platform, and that is done through what is called the debt. If you go and you look at a poor man or woman, let me call the poor man Arthur. And if you look at a rich man, and we call him Chris, if you look at the debt portfolio, I can almost bet you that Chris will borrow higher sums of money in good debt, turn it over, and make a wealthy state of affairs for himself. People must not see all debt being equal. If you borrow money to build out capacity for a country to be able to deliver more for its citizens, sir, that is called good debt. And I want Barbadians to understand that. When we borrow money at the best rates possible to be able to build out the Scotland district, to be able to increase agriculture, to be able to increase exports to $1 billion, to be able to put investment, not spending, investment in our young people and their education, to ensure that we have airlift, grammar, might not be parliamentary, sir, but thank you. Airlift grammar, to ensure that we get spend and investment in this country. Barbadians, through you, sir, that is good debt. But that's so difficult to understand, sir. I want to say these are the ways that this government prepared to be able to move the needle on us just living paycheck to paycheck, but where every citizen could feel confident in the future by being able to own a stake in their country. And I think that that's part of what the Honourable Member for Christchurch South was talking about by the micro, by ensuring that we live in a society where everyone matters and everyone can get by. And it is so important. But sir, I want to move along quickly because I know that time is against us tremendously. I want to go back to the budget and say to this honorable chamber and say to this country that it was so inspiring for me. That when I left here, sir, I said that, you know that we have budgets for our ministries. And you know the budgets for our ministries will all impact positively on our constituencies. But why can't we have a budget and proposals for our constituencies? Well, yes, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central agree with me. So I have the Bridgetown budget, man, sir. And I made this a document to the House. It is called Bridgetown Towards a New Vision. And in this new vision, sir, I am trying to link the budgetary proposals to projects for the people of the city of Bridgetown. And by extension, through the capital city, being able to say to Barbados, I can borrow the term heartbeat from the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, if she allows me, because I will lend you lungs, because lungs in the middle, but I can borrow the heart for you. The heart of Barbados is the city, the capital city. And through this financial heartbeat, I believe, I know, I am convinced that we can do good by all of our citizens. What this budget speaks about, sir, is how do we build out housing with the Ministry of Housing, with an ambitious housing program. It allows me to work closer and more with the Honourable Member for St. George South. Pleasure to do, my friend. How do we work with government to ensure that we get those roads? How can we get people around the world investing in cities and renewed cities at this time to make sure, because how we can talk about investment, how we can talk about business, and how we can talk about jobs, where the capital city you can't, the roads are unusable. It don't make sense. And if we are going to earn our way, we have to put the mechanisms in place to be able to do so. It cannot be wished into being. That's right. So that is what we have to understand, and that is what we have to do. Sir, the other thing I want to turn to, as I move around the city of Bridgetown, and I ask people about the budget, and they message me. It is funny, there's something bubbling up in the city of Bridgetown, and I want it to bubble up in Barbados. I don't know if you ever heard of a man called Dayton Elliott Motley. Now, there are senior and other members of the city asking me, why is there nothing significant named in the man of this honor, in his honor, who sent me to school and who fed me? And I said, okay, You have a point. And they went on and explained to me in simple terms, they believe that this is a historic misstep. And I am asking not only the members of this chamber, sir, not only the people of the city, but the people of Barbados. Because the Prime Minister, she may veto us, but one thing I know, she will not veto them. And I'm asking them to join me on the call as we correct that step, sir. But moving over now to crime in the city and in Barbados. Sir, in this budget, I have the honor to lead a project for crime prevention. It is a topic that was on the lips of many Barbadians over the last years. It has given us pause. It has given us cause for concern. And it is something, sir, that I am happy to say that this government has not given lip service, but has given firm commitment and action to ensure that we really take serious the whole issue of crime prevention. It is something that we know that can be very destabilizing for any small economy. And everybody in here and everybody out of here should know that the Barbados Labour Party is serious about tackling crime. This government has always emphasized the importance of law and order through its articulation and implementation of policies. Over the last 5 years, this country's security apparatus has seen significant improvements through investment in personnel, in training, and equipment. It is a fact of life. If you look at the Barbados Police Service, if you look at the ports of entry, if you look at many other areas, no one can deny, if they are honest, that this Barbados Labour Party takes the security of this country extremely serious. That is one of the important things a government has responsibility for, the security of its people. Another demonstration, sir, of the deepening commitment to crime prevention, sir, is the establishment of my office as Minister of State in the Attorney General's office with responsibility for crime prevention. Now, through you, sir, where I stand, I would like to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for this, not only for giving me the opportunity, but for placing our law and order stance firmly on 2 feet. Where we have legal, judicial, and law enforcement on one side, and now we have the focus on long-term crime prevention. Ms. Speaker, I turn to the 2022 crime statistics for context. We had 5,803 reported crimes for 2022. 43 homicides, with about 35 of them firearm enabled. Another 205 gun-related offenses. And the reality is that the work is to bring down all of that crime. So whereas the focus may be on violent crime and homicide in this first phase, understand that the mission is to bring down crime overall. And I wanted to make that clear in this debate, sir. Sir, when we look at the breakdown of crime, we had about over 1,800 crimes against the person, over 2,200 crimes against property, and over 1,700 crimes of public order breaches, where drug crimes were made up the bulk of those. Interestingly to note for some is that we would have noticed that there were 119 white-collar crimes. A lot of people don't understand that we tackle crime as a holistic phenomenon. Sir, before I go further, I want to give this House the definition of crime prevention and what the government is doing. Crime prevention comprises of strategies and measures that seek to reduce the risk of crime occurring and their potentially harmful effects on individuals and society, including the fear of crime, by intervening to influence their multiple causes. But sir, this government is going beyond that. Traditional crime prevention has been seen as things one can do to prevent themselves from becoming, or present oneself from becoming, a victim of crime. But we are going deeper to seek to prevent one from becoming a criminal in the first place. We as a government, sir, have quickly activated our crime prevention strategies and programs, which I must thank the Cabinet of Barbados for supporting. Mr. Speaker, this minister and his team will continue to roll out a very ambitious program that I will continue to say require a whole of government support and a whole of government approach. I will not mislead this country nor this chamber, sir. The reality is that the results that we would all like to see will not come tomorrow morning, nor next week, nor next month, particularly when we are talking about in respect to our medium to long-term initiatives. But Mr. Speaker, I give this House and the country the assurance that our crime prevention measures and strategies are designed significantly to abort crime, to sharpen the minds of our young people, and to present them with a number of opportunities, including wholesome opportunities. And the truth is, sir, not all of the interventions will be new, because you would appreciate some of the teachings of yesteryear, sir, and see how you turned out. You turned out pretty good. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas, you all turned out very, very good. And indeed, all the members of this House and people across this nation. And that is why, sir, I am committed to ensuring that some of those principal programs, some of those basics be returned to communities, neighborhoods, and across this nation, to ensure that our young people and our communities have an opportunity not only to hear, put down the gun, put down the spliff, put down this, but to give them something to pick up, give them a skill to pick up, give them an opportunity to pick up, give them some employment, a business, entrepreneurship opportunities to pick up, sir. Job number one for me, sir, is that we get this right. We get this right. I get it right for the city. I get it right for crime prevention. I get it right for Barbados. And that is why, in reflecting on this very debate, sir, I asked myself a few questions. How can we build out a nation? How can we empower people? How can we create the opportunities that so many feel that are so far out of their reach? How, sir? And I answer those not by word, but my intention is to join this team in its effort to continue to ensure that we answer it through deed. Everyone from the man in the street, sir, to the World Economic Forum agree that crime has a significant impact on all facets of society. To the average man feeling uneasy to be able to move around and enjoy life freely, to businesses that are affected by lack of traffic, hence lack of earnings, lack of profit. The businesses affected because nobody's patronizing them because they happen to operate and be located too close to what we call a danger zone, a crime zone, a red zone.
I remember you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. The reality is that I am in my time red zone, but what I will do, sir, is ensure that I leave this chamber with an understanding of what the plans are going forward for this financial year, 2023-2024, in relation to crime prevention. This year, sir, we want to roll out the National Peace Program, which will see, among many other initiatives, a program in parenting. As we said, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael North emphasized, the importance of getting parenting right. We want to roll out, and we'll roll out the program with the National Life Coaches to ensure that we can wrap around some of our citizens who are not getting it right, who are affected by so many factors in life, and then in turn are affecting this society through so many factors that they portray on our society. I almost say something different, sir. And it is true that I close by asking this chamber and asking this country to understand that the missions espoused in this budget and by every member in this chamber is really for Team Barbados. Team Barbados must be at the forefront of the mind of everything we do in this country, every sector, every part of society, whether it be the media, the church, the opposition, the government, the communities across Barbados. I want to close, sir, by saying to the public of Barbados, at the end of the day, to get to mission accomplished, we must commit to Team Barbados. Now, sir, many of my colleagues use poetry, song, and many of them use scripture. At one point, I didn't know if it was in Parliament. I looked at the stair windows, I thought it was in church. But I want to close by going back to the simple things of life with a little poem. And it is this, sir. Roses are red, violets are blue. I want every Bajan to know the Barbados Labour Party loves you. Upward, onward, Bajan Excellence 2030. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want you to know that I've started my I want you to know that I've started my timer. So
At 4:30
So I am.
or at 4:29?
I am in partnership with you here.
Right, 4:20. All of we are on the same page. 4:29.
Sir, the budgetary proposals and financial statement that we heard on Tuesday considered that we have, since 2018, when this Barbados Labour Party came to service as government, considered that we have been on a neatly categorized development continuum. And that development continuum that was presented suggests that we went from mission critical when we came to service in 2018 to mission survival during COVID and other human disasters to mission transformation now. And I understand why the journey would be depicted in that way. I understand why we would want, or why it might seem attractive to present it in that way. And sir, if this continuum as outlined were strictly true, it would all on its own be laudable. It would all on its own be impressive. And it would truly be something of which Barbadians could feel proud. That we were first able to come and quickly stabilize and exponentially grow the foreign reserves. We were able to clean up our urgent sanitation needs and keep Barbadians and visitors healthy and safe. We were able to get buses back on the streets and garbage off them. Sir, if that were that continuum of mission critical to survival to transformation, if that were strictly true and real, that would be impressive. But sir, I don't really believe it has been such a neat development continuum. I believe that Barbados, as a small island economy, finds that it has to do all of these things at once. It is my judgment, sir, that from the time this Barbados Labour Party government came to service to the people of Barbados, we have been doing all three of those things all at once. Because the truth is that we don't have the luxury in this developing world to wait to transform. And the incredible thing, sir, is that if Barbadians blink too fast, we will miss the fact that at every stage in the whirlwind that has been the last 5 years, there has been constant transformation in this country. When we came in 2018, and at the same time we were addressing the reserves and the debt restructuring, we also had to address the Public Financial Management Act. We also had to transform the way that the country would do its business, not just with us and under us, but for all future generations of any government that would come to sit in this place. And that was transformation. We were in mission critical and mission transformation at the same time. When we had to address the Central Bank Act and say to the people of Barbados, look, we might, as part of the Covenant of Hope and part of our own ideology as a Barbados Labour Party, we might purpose to do the right thing, but there may come a time in this country when we have a government in place that may not want to do the right thing, but we're going to hold them to a certain standard of fiscal management that means that they have to do the right thing. So, sir, whether it was fixing the messes that we met in 2018 or confronting and rallying through multiple human disasters at once, or whether it is now when we are seeking to return to an environment for growth and the creation of real prosperity, we have constantly been transforming. I met with some students, sir, from Bentley University, just outside of Boston in the US. Met with them this morning. And one of the things that we talked about in our conversation was the fact that there was so much that had to be done and managed at one time when we came to service. And one of the students asked a question about the IMF. Because, you know, sometimes we don't acknowledge when we have evolved. We think that we're always in the same place. And we create this bogeyman that we think is always out to get us. And I said to the young man, we drafted as an economic team a Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan, and we invited the fund to dialogue with us. We presented it to them and said, we want you to be partners with us in this recovery. And we see a way for this plan to help not just us, but help you serve countries better. And they agreed. And so, in a mission critical, we were then able to say, but we gotta bring back tertiary education for Barbadians. But we gotta increase welfare cash transfers by 40%. But we gotta increase pension. And we put those non-negotiables on the table because even as we had those mission critical things to do, we knew that we at the same time had to begin to transform the country. And so, sir, I do not think that this is mission critical to mission survival to mission transformation. I think that this Barbados Labour Party has since 2018 been on a clear trajectory of transformation in this country. Because here's the thing about transformation. It doesn't always follow a straight line up in the air. And that's one of the things we have to be able to appreciate. That sometimes the things that we are experiencing may not look on the face of it as if we are having a wonderful time in the experience of change, but change is happening. So I don't know, sir, why the country seems shocked that this budget sought to listen to people and meet them where they are today while continuing the solid day-by-day, often unsexy work of transformation. I don't know why people are surprised, because that is the Barbados Labour Party way. We have to be able to walk and chew gum. We've always had to stabilize and transform. Sir, in April 2017, I had the honor to deliver the Grantley Adams Memorial Lecture, and I gave it the title, Survive or Transform: Why It's Now or Never for a New Development Model in Barbados. And I chose that topic because at that time, in 2017, we had for some years been in the throes of a survivalist governance, where that was all it was about. It was just about trying not to perish. There were no critical missions identified to set us on a path to recovery. There were no transformational programs outlined that would enable us to start the future now. It was pure hand-to-mouth government. And sir, even with the best will in the world and the best effort of the then administration, the hand wasn't even reaching the mouth. And even if the hand was reaching the mouth, I don't think there was any food in the hand. There was nothing in there to provide sustenance and nourishment to the people of this country. And the then Minister of Finance, I will never forget it, he came to this honorable place, arms flailing, forlorn, face flushed with frustration and fatigue, in this place, and begged of a mere opposition Labour Party at the time, and begged of the people that he promised to conscientiously govern. But what would you have me do? But what would you have me do? Because he only had a couple options in his little mind. It was either tax or lay off. But he didn't have long to wait to find out what we would do, because shortly thereafter, on the overwhelming will of the people of Barbados, we showed him what we would do and showed him what needed to be done. The Democratic Labour Party could not conceive of a budget of this nature because they have never been the most flush with options or ideas or innovation. And so I don't mind the pronouncements that came before the budget came and the terror that was forecast. I expected that. Because I think sometimes that we have to prepare ourselves to receive the thing that we asked for. And I'll tell you what I mean. Barbados asked for, wanted, voted for a transformational government. And now that we have it, we have to be prepared to engage it. Now that we have it, we have to understand what to do with it. Sir, this government, along with all of the other policy work that has been going on, has developed something called a population policy. And I know that the honourable member for Christchurch is central, wishes that he could have been left out of my will in this regard, because he is not sure that he wanted to have been left in economic affairs this particular gift. But I began working with the Population Commission on this population policy. And while he may be considering it with some trepidation, even though he's fully engaged, as my mother used to say, all of that would make you a man. He's past that stage now, but there's a variety of experience, sir, that is to be had in this work. But I want to turn to the population policy because I want to get us beyond this idea of a list of measures. And I want to invite us to consider the budget with a certain level of maturity that I lament is missing from those on the outside that will seek to comment. And you know, when people talk about our relationship with the IMF, I say to them, you know, it's not just about the money, it's not just about the responsible borrowing, but it's about the relationship. And if I were to suggest to the president of the Democratic Labour Party anything, if I were to give him any small bit of advice, it would be found in that word, relationship. Because you can only seek to represent, to speak on behalf of a people with whom you have a relationship, whose wishes and desires and fears you understand. So if I were to suggest anything at all, it would be to pause and begin to start to understand the people that you seek to represent and become friends with those people. Our relationship with the IMF was one in which, continues to be one in which this little country has been able to exercise some degree of influence in showing to the international community the kinds of things that we need in order to thrive. And sir, just like we came to service in 2018 and throughout Mission Critical and throughout Mission Survival during COVID, we also had to transform. I encourage us to read these budgetary proposals with the level of maturity that allows us to see that these measures are at once mission critical, at once mission survival, and at once mission transformation. And that is the maturity with which we have to see them. So that while people suggest, well, why you put that small money in fashion and developing the fashion industry? And why you put that small money in film? And if they understood, they would realize that this is not just about the amount of money that you put into a sector, but that it is also about how you develop a people's national consciousness such that they give creative expression to what they want to do. The mission critical and the mission survival, sir, would be the $1,500 that are on everyone's lips to make sure that people can eat and live and find their bearings at a time when they need to be able to situate themselves. And the work on the financial sector and the unit trust helps to take that to another level and to say, well, when you catch yourself, when you become a part of a training program, when you're able to learn something that can generate some income for you, then you have a way to invest. So it is not, I would suggest, as neat and tidy as going from one to the other, but is that we as a small country will always have to do it all at once. And I want us to get used to that idea. The idea that when something may seem a little uncomfortable, that it doesn't mean we're not transforming. It means that we may have occasion to come back and stabilize the country. So, sir, I want to turn to the population policy because I don't want us to miss the values approach to development that we have in this document. And in the document that is being shared at this time, it talks about the fact that the population policy touches on economic affairs, social protection and development, gender equality, urban planning, education, labor, the environment, and health. And I know people may be tempted to think that this is the Ronald Jones approach, but it is everything but that. I won't repeat myself. It is everything but that. It is a policy that realizes, that acknowledges that there's no way that we can reach the population goals that we have simply by natural methods. And it touches on all of these things because how the state and people take care for each other and how we manage the environment is really the next development frontier for us. I repeat that. How the state and people take care for each other. Sir, in these estimates, well, I should start even before that, because I had occasion to have a conversation with some young people in which I suggested to them, and to everyone listening, that it might be time finally to get rid of corporal punishment. And I did not expect that it would become such a large conversation. But what I had intended to follow with in these estimates, in these questions, was a question to the Minister of State in the Office of the Attorney General. And we had the conversation today in which he told me that he was glad he escaped the further questioning, the member for the City of Bridgetown. But the question I was going to ask on that occasion was, what are the plans to engage with schools, with young people, at the very youngest age, to be able to make sure that apart from parenting classes, we have a parental compact in schools. To be able to say, teachers are educating my children. My responsibility, how I take care for the state, my responsibility would be the children and their readiness to learn and to engage with teachers and with other children. We talk about a social compact all the time, but I think it's time to really think, yes, parental classes, and you impart wisdom and knowledge and you hope that people agree. But perhaps it's time for a parental compact, where parents agree that this is the agreement that we make together, so that teachers feel more free to have an environment in which everyone is safe, in which everyone feels like they have a safe and healthy learning environment, and that parents, in an ongoing way, contribute to that. But the reason that I flag the population policy is that it is about rights and responsibility. It is about the rights of the state and the responsibility of the state to citizens, but it's also about the rights of the citizen and the responsibility of the citizen. And I think that if we begin to see our next stage of development in that way, then we start to understand that these measures are not just a list, but they fit into a development model that has been well entrenched since 2018. But I do think, sir, that while I support these budgetary proposals, that there's a lot that will be left to the execution. I wonder how fearless, sir, we are ready to be. And I don't just mean the government, I mean all of us. I wonder how fearless, how much courage we are really ready to have. I think we have to make a commitment, sir, to leave no one behind. And I think that in everything that we do, consideration must be given to the balance of actions that we take. The balance of actions that we take to secure people's incomes. And I'll give you a quick example of what I mean. The government just settled its wage negotiations. And I think that we all realize that this has been a game changer. But in the course of that, alongside that, where we see that we have an increased income for those already earning an income, we also have cohorts of temporary workers that are seeing their contracts end and seeing their income brought to zero. And I think in this notion of industrial engagement, and I've heard the member for St. Peter, the Minister of Labor, suggest this, that there has to be a balance of equity. Because while we are taking measures in these estimates that increase the wage bill by 80 million, we are at the same time seeing a category of worker have to shift from a regular income that they have come to rely on to an absence of that income. I applaud and acknowledge the work of the member for St. Michael Southeast and the member for St. George South in their efforts to aid this transition. But in the same way that we have to be mission critical and mission survival and mission transformation at once, we also have to learn the lessons of mission survival. Mission survival during COVID showed us that the community elder care program is a critical investment in care. The population policy, and I encourage everyone to read it, the preamble of the population policy gives us a new development model in which care is an economic input. Care is important. And this government has been investing in care. But I want us to learn the lesson and realize that we can't just dispense with care. So for example, we have agreed to continue the work of the community elder care program because that care in the household is important. But the care that is also important is the care that some of the COVID workers have been able to deliver. The care that is also important is the care that the school monitors have also been able to give. And so are we learning the lesson that perhaps that investment that we've made in those new categories of work should not be so easily done away with? I know that one of the methods of the Democratic Labour Party was just to inflate the wage bill because there were so few options that they saw. Was that the fastest thing they could do is just put people in jobs as a way to get political forward. And we tried to do it in a different way. We tried to bring on temporary workers to give people an opportunity to earn. But I think we also have to make sure that in this question of wages and salaries and who gets what, that we are leaving no one behind. I would love it if everyone learned to do something in this training program with the National Transformation Initiative. But I believe that there will be a gap. And I believe that we have to catch some of those people who, if we don't take their hand and say, well, what are you doing now? We will lose. And the income that they've lost and the service that they've given, we will also lose the value of. Sir, I can tell you now, if it were up to me, the school monitors will continue. Why? Because they've distinguished themselves as not just spraying sanitizer. I look at the schools in my constituency, and I see that school monitors have become a critical part of the delivery of education to children. I look at the immense level of care that they've been able to impart to these young people, and I wonder if we're learning the lesson that care is an economic input in this society. I also have to say, sir, that we need to learn the lesson against people over systems. And as long as I have breath in this honorable place, I will reinforce that. We are in danger of prioritizing people over systems, and I'll tell you what I mean. We have, I feel, to be wary of what I call government by committee. We have in these estimates, and I agree that we have a lot of scope beyond tax and spend. We have a lot of scope, and we said it in the Covenant of Hope, to bring legislation and reform and facilitation, and to engage all actors. But we have in these estimates, in these budgetary proposals, sir, a growth council that sits alongside a strategic council and that now reinvents something that already existed in the name of Barbados Delivers. So we used to have a doing business committee, and now we have something called Barbados Delivers. And I have no argument with putting people together and asking them to come and talk to each other. Barbados has always had a very strong record of partnership in that regard.
I remember you.
I see, sir.
Our clocks are synchronized.
Yes, thank you, sir. But But sir, I think that one of the things that in all this training and management training that we have to be able to deliver for people who are in work and delivering services to Barbadians is systems. I do not want to see Barbados continue to rely on picking up the phone and calling somebody because you know that person can get that thing done. I want to see us get to a place where we have the kinds of systems that we can close our eyes and rock back and say, I know this is going to work because we have perfected this system. And so, sir, I don't necessarily think that the system of senior ministers alongside Growth Council, Strategic Council, Barbados delivers, I don't think it's harmful, but I don't think it is a sufficient condition to aid the implementation fugue state that ails us. I think that we need better systems to do the work of government. I think too, sir, that there's some things that are the unfinished business of a Barbados Labour Party ideology. Several people in St. Michael South Central, from Britton's Hill to Carrington Village to Bannister Land, need to have their tenantry land conveyed. It is low-hanging fruit. And I heard the member for St. Peter, in strongest of terms, talk about what he will demand and what he will not tolerate. And I don't know if that gets things done in here, but I might as well try it. Because I don't see how having $4 million in conveyancing approved at the Urban Development Commission could be stopping us from giving people the rights to their land. $4 million in a budget of this size can't happen. It should not be stopping us. Because having that title, sir, you will know in your global experience that land title is absence of land title is one of the biggest obstacles to development for the individual. And sir, there's a lot of things that people can do with that title. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael.
Honourable Member, watch the clock.
I'm watching it, sir. I'm going to wrap up in 30 seconds. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, and he's my brother in every way. But he and I, frankly, disagree on this point consistently. This notion that if you give a poor man access to a trust loan, that he will not exercise any discipline in being able to use it is a nonsense. And as a person who grew up poor and whose mother taught me discipline and what to do with a little bit, I reject it. We have to get past the point where we say a poor man is that and a poor woman is that, and never shall they ever do better. I had the occasion to tell a young woman in my constituency in Britton's Hill, you could run a company. You could run a Fortune 500 company. She's a woman that sits on the block and sells snacks from her van. Brilliant, influential, incisive. Stop telling poor people what they cannot be. And sir, as I wrap up, I want to suggest that alongside this list of measures, that there are other low-hanging fruit. The question of whether the Barbados Revenue Authority and the National Insurance Scheme can converge their systems so that we have one single system of being able, I owe you money, sir, and you owe me money. I am not paying tax, sir, and I am not paying NIS, and it's the same person. Is the same individual under the law. Why can we not merge these systems to make sure that we have better compliance in both? And I say that, sir, seemingly out of the blue to you, because it is something that I feel that we have an unnatural resistance to because the people who have been there for so long never did it before. Why can we not look at the issue of the Registered Retirement Savings Plan and the fact that it's doubly taxed and that it is an equity issue? You can't tax people twice on one set of income. The family court that the Honourable Member for St. Joseph has assured me will happen. Sir, I fear that, I used to watch Star Trek all the time and Captain Picard, had a thing he would say. He would say, make it so. I am a Trekkie. Captain Picard used to say, make it so. And sometimes we have to have the courage to simply make it so.
Honourable member.
So, sir,
You're gonna be creased.
in
The
closing,
bag is soon give you out.
what I will say is that I support these budgetary measures. I suppose, in my capacity, primarily and firstly, as a member of Parliament for St. Michael South Central, I feel that we have to reach the point where we do the fine work to make it so. To reach the speed that will make a difference in people's lives and the scale that will make a difference in people's lives. And not simply layer committees over committees and think that because people are talking to each other, that people are doing. I always pledge my support to this Barbados Labour Party government that has been nimble enough and visionary enough to be at once on a mission-critical agenda, to be at once ensuring that people can survive, and at once making sure that this country is poised for the transformation that Barbadians deserve. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable member for St. Michael South East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no intention this afternoon to quote from any biblical passage, like some of my other colleagues have done in this debate. I don't know if it is the influence of the Honourable Member for St. Peter that has perhaps inspired them, or the Honourable Member for Christchurch East. But let me say from the outset, sir, that I want to start by giving thanks to the Almighty for allowing me the opportunity to be a part of an administration at this time in our history that is doing so much to try to transform the lives of the people in this country. Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity to represent the people of St. Michael South East, the very good people. I have had the opportunity to serve in the Senate of this Parliament, and therefore I've had about 13 years of active representation in political life. That is not to say the number of years that I've spent at the heels of my father, and certainly in this place, and certainly at in the bosom of the Barbados Labour Party. But I start there, sir, because I have considered the opportunity to be able to serve the people of St. Michael South East a good fortune. They have been there for me in deepest, darkest hours, as I have been there for them as well through all of my entire life. They are my brothers, they are my sisters, they are my god brothers, they are, and I won't say anything else because I might implicate my father, but I will leave that alone. But they are like family, so I don't say good evening to my constituents, but these are really what I consider to be my extended family. Sir, I also want to thank the good people of this country, because in both ministries that I have now had the opportunity to lead, I have been given an opportunity, unlike any other, to be able to touch the lives of Barbadians of all walks of life. And I consider that to be something which I will forever cherish. And therefore, I don't see myself only as a representative of St. Michael South East, but I see myself as one who is here to serve the people of this country, sir. Yesterday morning, I had an experience which I think reminded me of why it is that I came to public life, why it is that I think we are all here in order to serve. The usher came and got me, told me that there was a young lady, an old lady, 75 years old, who just on the outskirts of Parliament had stumped her foot on what we would call a catty in the road. Very badly positioned, I must say. And apparently, as I investigated throughout the course of the morning, recognized that this had been a source of contention for a number of other not just workers here, sir, but a number of other Barbadians. What was interesting, sir, though, is that when I got downstairs and I went to the elderly lady, she was already seated, thankfully, for the services of the staff here at the Parliament. And I proceeded to ask her how she was doing, how she feeling. To which she then replied, and this is no lie, with the assistance of the staff here, they'd given her some tissue to be able to place over her lip. Her lip wasn't burst, but it was swollen, and her tooth was actually shaky. And I'm there asking her how she feels. And instead, she turns back and asks me, she said, Ms. Bradshaw, how you? You good? I say that, sir, because in that brief moment, I said to her, ma'am, but I come to ask you how you are. And here you are asking me how I am doing. She says, no, I want to make sure that you are good. And that spoke to me, sir. It touched me because in that moment where I saw the concern being expressed by not only the staff here at Parliament, but members of the Barbados Police Service, it was a moment where I realized, you know what? We are here as a party, as a government, to make sure that people are good. The fact that she felt that I could leave the floor of Parliament and come downstairs to her attention, to make sure that then, and I must tell you, thank you, sir, through you to the staff here and also to the police, because they assisted in being able to get her medical attention, because although she was saying nothing was wrong with her, she's good, all of us were concerned because we recognize it could have been our grandmother, it could have been our aunt. And the officers were able to carry her to seek medical attention, and I'm pleased to report that that lady is doing a lot better and is grateful for the intervention that was made by all of the staff and the police officers here. I therefore want to say that at the outset that, again, this budget for me is more than just a budget. When I really sit down and I reflect on all of the presentations that have been made today and yesterday, starting with the presentation by the Honourable Prime Minister, sir, I am proud to be associated with this Barbados Labour Party. And I make no excuses, I mix no bones, I don't change no words about it, sir. I am proud to be associated with this party. And I'll tell you why. Some of the others have reflected too in their own ways about how they feel about this budget. And perhaps there was a time when I used to start off by saying I am younger than everybody else, but I now have come to realize that there are some who are younger than I am, but yet I still share the same passion, the same feelings that I had before in terms of what this party represents, what this government represents, sir. And this particular budget for me is not to be treated in isolation. This is a budget that for me solidifies a lot of the work that we have been doing over the course of the past few years. And I say that, sir, because when we came to office on a campaign of transformation. We wanted to be more accountable. We wanted to make lives better for our people. We wanted to break down systems, as the Prime Minister said, deconstruct systems and reconstruct systems. We came to office, we had to play the hand that we were dealt, and the rest is history as far as I'm concerned. I am not going to do like others and speak to persons who lead the other party, who I believe my grandmother used to tell me that empty vessels make the most noise, sir, and therefore I am not even going to touch that. Suffice to say, sir, that this Barbados Labour Party administration, when we were in opposition, we didn't oppose for the sake of opposing. We didn't come and criticize the Democratic Labour Party without bringing the facts. We didn't speak because we just felt that we had a voice and we had an opportunity to speak and we just wanted something to say, sir. We prepared for government. We had an economic team that went through the estimates with a fine-tooth comb. We're there every step of the way trying to sift through and to make sure that when we became the government, which we knew we were going to become, that we were ready to be able to meet the tasks that lay ahead, sir. And that is what we did when we came into office in 2018. So all of the things that we had to do, all the mission critical things that we had to do, clean up the streets, make sure that there wasn't sewage on the streets anymore, all of the things that were neglected, repair the schools, make sure that we were able to restore law and order within the country, all of the things that we did in those first few months. And perhaps the most important thing, being able to have to restructure the Barbados economy. Because, you know, as much as people talking about a budget and what would have been in the budget, sir, there was a time when we were on the verge of talking about devaluation. I haven't heard anybody mention that in the course of the last 48 hours. It hasn't been mentioned in the course of the last 5 years. And there is a reason, sir, and that reason is because, again, we were able to come to office prepared with an understanding, every single one of us, as to the tasks that lay ahead, the things that we were expected to accomplish, and therefore we were ready and up for the task. We endeared ourselves, sir, to listen to the people. We did the rubbing shoulders, which is translated not into an arrogant government, but instead we continue to speak to the people to make sure that we understand their concerns. We take the licks from every single MP in this chamber, sir, including yourself, when we go to the parish speaks. We allow the people to talk. We allow the people to tell us what is going wrong. We also allow them to tell us what is going right. And we do so, sir, because it is a fundamental philosophy of the Barbados Labour Party that we believe that people must not only be engaged, but they must have an opportunity to participate in their democracy as well, sir. So when I think of this budget, sir, this budget is not as a result of any hodgepodge policies that get pulled together. It is as a result of us listening to the people across the length and breadth of this country who have influenced not only the economic policies that are borne out in this budget, sir, but also the social policies that are also borne out in this budget. Many people expected more hardship. Sir, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that things ain't hard for Bajans out there. Things hard. We see it in you. I'm sure, as Mr. Speaker, you see it in front of the courts. We see it in our respective communities. But what I will not stand here and allow anybody to say is that from coming to office that we have not been working tirelessly to try to address a number of the inefficiencies, the imbalances, and the discriminatory practices which exist within the system. So we have taken step by step the time to be able to understand, as the late Prime Minister would have said, that Barbados is more than an economy, it is also a society. It is why we put so much emphasis not on all of the restructuring, but also why we focus on the social sectors as well. And that is borne out within this particular budget as well, sir. I stand proud when I think of the fact that there was a time under the last administration where Barbados was no longer considered as punching above its weight. When the description of Barbados as being an idea, sir, by Prime Minister Gonzalez back in 2014, that went to nothing. We were once the envy of the Caribbean. Global leaders looked up to Barbados to see the mark that we were making. And in just a 10-year period, it was almost as though we could not recognize ourselves, sir. So when I look at this budget, when I analyze this budget, it reminded me of the idea of Barbados as enunciated by Prime Minister Gonzalez. It reminded me of an underlying philosophy of the Barbados Labour Party as well, that speaks to the fact, sir, that we have to make life better for all Barbadians. That sometimes you get the best out of Barbadians when their back is against the wall, sir. But it also speaks to an idea of Barbados that in this budget has asked us to rally together in the interest of the country, in the interest of future generations, sir, to be able to make life better for all. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for not increasing any taxes, for In the first few sentences, I think also highlighting the fact that the ministries that certainly I have responsibility for, in particular the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources, that the Barbados Water Authority would be given an opportunity to further relieve Barbadians across this country from the hardship that they would have experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic, sir. We already took a position within the last few years to ensure that people had an opportunity not to have to pay during a most difficult period in this country, sir. And we come back again, sir, and we give them an opportunity to be able to pay down monies within a particular time frame, sir. That is an administration that cares. It is an administration that understands the hardships that people are experiencing. I have responsibility for the country's infrastructure. And as you can appreciate, sir, when we talk about these state-owned enterprises and the reforms that are necessary, we need the money in the Barbados Water Authority. Don't let anybody fool you. During COVID, we went up to 100 million in arrears. And we got there, sir, because we gave Bajans a break. We gave companies a break in this country. But the truth of the matter is that we also cannot engage in conversations at this juncture in our history which people want to believe that we can continue as a government to allow water to run for free, or that we can give away water either. Because water, we have now come to realize, has a value. And anything that has a value, therefore, sir, you have to make sure that you care it, that you make sure that you look after it, sir. And therefore, we have spent significant amount of time investing in our mains replacement program to make sure that the honourable members in the north of the island don't have to keep coming in here and saying to us that the people in their constituencies don't have proper running water, or that their water is brown, or that when they wash the clothes, especially their white clothes, that they have concerns regarding the color that it is coming out, sir. We have made sure with the investment in the Barbados Water Authority that we intend to be able to do what we did for the honourable member in St. Joseph, albeit that sometimes he calls me to complain for some concerns that he may have, sir. But he will also admit that things are better now than they were prior to 2018, sir, because the Barbados Labour Party administration made a promise, and it has been prepared to keep its promises to the people of this country. We have gotten to this position in relation to having to reform these state-owned enterprises, sir, because the previous administration didn't care about doing reforms. They were concerned more about which contracts they could give out on the eve of an election, sir. They were concerned about making sure that they put money into the hands of a privileged few. They were not concerned about getting water to the constituents of this country. And we had to come to office, sir, before we could do any kind of restructuring, any kind of mains replacement. And we had to start the process of looking at contractual arrangements, keeping the Attorney General up late at night and others to be able to see how we can get out of deals, bad deals that were made in the name of the people, sir. So when people are talking, I'm not going to focus on the individual leadership of the Democratic Labour Party, sir. I am going to speak to the facts. If you want to talk about the facts, sir, let us talk about the facts. But we cannot allow history to record that there was no history before 2018, that there were not things that we came and found, and that there were also not things that we came and we fixed as well. History must record without us pointing fingers and blaming anybody. History in this chamber and the record of Parliament must record what it is that transpired before us, sir, and what it is that we have come and we have had to clean up. Sir, we had to take the opportunity as well with the Transport Board, another state-owned enterprise, to ensure that we were able to start the process of reform, sir. We've got the state-owned enterprises paper. We've had consultants come in to be able to assist us, to be able to unpick the organization and to be able to say what are some of the recommendations that we need. Because it isn't just about buying buses. Sir, we have to look at the operations of the Transport Board as an entity We have to be able to transform the entity to a point where it is making a profit. Sir, it isn't making any now. It is running major deficits, sir. And as a consequence, we have had to, not only in these estimates, but in the last few years, had to take a very laser-like focus to look at the operations, to look at the efficiencies of the institution, to be able to start to engage with our various stakeholders as it relates to the reforms that are necessary. If the opposition wants to talk, sir, they need to talk about the fact that we had to also pay out pension monies that were not paid by them, sir, to a number of the workers at the Transport Board. They need to talk about the fact that we've had to bring those pension arrangements up to date, sir. They need to talk about the fact that they had starved the UCAL for many, many, many years, preventing us from being able to repair buses in this country, sir. I am pleased to say to you, sir, that we have started those discussions with UCAL. We've shaped the MOU that will form the basis for us being able to enter into an arrangement, a formal arrangement, to be able to allow a leaseback arrangement with UCAL going forward, sir. Because we recognize what was created was an opportunity for workers, ordinary Barbadians, to be enfranchised in this country. And the Barbados Labour Party will not walk away from its commitment to UCAL. Not now, sir, and not ever. They appreciate and we appreciate that there is a responsibility to restructure the entity, sir. And it doesn't happen overnight. We have done the deep diving, and we are now at a position where we are ready to engage those serious conversations about what is now going to be necessary over the course of the next few years, sir. So when Prime Minister speaks about state-owned enterprise reform in this budget, sir, I get excited because I know that we have to bring down the cost, the operating cost, the amount of the subsidies which are coming to the Transport Board and to Barbados Water Authority, because that allows us to be able to put a little bit more money into the hospital. It allows us to be able to improve the school infrastructure. It's going to be able to allow us to get more of the mini stadia that is needed across the country, sir. I don't want these two entities to be a drain on the taxpayers. And therefore, we have started to take the steps to be able to make them leaner, to make them more efficient, and to make them more reliable for the people of this country, sir. I want to talk this evening, sir, as well, about some issues that were raised during the course of this debate. This budget also addresses the issue of the social issues. This budget speaks to the fact that if we're going to get transformation, we have to make sure that we also put ourselves in a position where we train and we retool the very people who have to execute the services that we have to offer, sir. And I think everybody in this place and those who have heard my comments in the last 5 years know that I have been calling for better supervision of the services within the public service. I have been calling for reform of the public service, sir. Not because I don't like nobody. I call it straight. I speak what it is I hear the people who I represent talking about. And I believe that in anything that you are running, you have a responsibility to provide a decent service. You have a responsibility to be responsive. You have to deconstruct the systems that no longer work for the people of this country. And you have a responsibility to reconstruct it, sir. That is why I have been critical, because I recognize that many of our systems have not been working for us. And when we came to office, we inherited a situation where many of the higher level public officers went home. Their time was up, or they chose to retire, but they left the service, sir. And we had a number of other people under them, equally able and qualified in some cases. But we also had then that lack of transfer of knowledge that was not able to take place. And many people obviously had their own challenges in dealing with the first few years in office, which no doubt, because of the pressures that we placed on them, put them under even more and greater strain, sir. So I am happy to see in these estimates that thought has been given, and to this budget, that thought has now been given, sir, to continuing the reforms that we've started, because it didn't start in this budget. All through COVID, We've been meeting, we've been talking, we've been trying to deliver on what they call the commitment for results, sir. Because we understand that if people don't have things that they must deliver, they don't have tasks set for them, if they don't have a way to assess how they do what they do, and if they aren't able to have proper reviews, sir, then they're just going to work every day, drawing a salary with a frustrated Barbadian electorate, sir. And therefore, we have started that process. I am the first to say I am willing to give it a chance, because this is my Barbados. I ain't got the passport for nowhere else, sir. So as critical as I have been, I also believe that by giving the training where it is necessary at the highest level in the public service to the lowest level in the public service, sir, that together from the ministerial level, that we can hand in hand be able to see the transformation in this country in terms of the delivery of service that is necessary to make us excellent in the delivery of services in this country, sir. But it goes further, because training is not just for the public servants. They have to deliver on their end, sir. But we've also said that we want to train persons who would have been in what we consider the crash programs. Crash programs, sir, is not something new to this administration. Crash programs have been around forever. But the difference, and the one thing that distinguishes the crash programs that we have introduced within the last few years to keep people with food on the table, is that we have also introduced an element of training to ensure that the people that were on these crash programs were able to transition into gainful employment, sir. Now, I get that whether within or without, there can always be those people who believe that we don't care enough to make sure that we move people from point A to point B. There are always going to be those people who want to see people remain where we found them, sir. I get that. And I get that there'll always be those who will spread the fear that we are going to abandon 1,900 persons between the member for St. George South and my ministry on the 31st of March of this year, sir, that we don't abandon them, sir, that we don't have any use for them after, sir. And I want to set the record straight, because it is not only the member for St. Michael Northeast who cares, sir. This member cares, and all other 28 members of this administration care as well. And it is because we all care, sir, that we took a conscious decision, because we understand that these very people are the people who we know were on blocks, they had prison records, and the truth is some of them even had certificates but couldn't find work, sir. These are some of the same people who have fallen through the cracks in the system under a Democratic Labour Party administration in our lost decades, sir. These are some of the same people who were rejected from secondary schools at an early age, sir, and left out there with nothing to do, not a skill, nothing to their name, and they had to hustle to make a living, sir. We get that. And that is why we have said as a caring government that we are going to hold their hands, we are going to put them in programs where they have interest in particular skills, sir, and we are going to make sure that we get them to safety. Are we going to get all, sir? Well, I'm not Jesus Christ, but I know that I'm here to save them, sir, and I know I'm going to save all who want saving, and I'm going to make sure that if there is an interest on the part of people to be able to get a second chance, to be able to learn and to acquire a skill in this country, as long as I have breath in my body, sir, I'm going to make sure that these people are able to be employable in this country and to also be employed, sir. We have to date, sir, been able to have 590 people trained in 2 cohorts. And this is even before we made the announcement. So we started the process both in the National Housing Corporation and then later in MTW to ask the persons what it is they wanted to do. And we worked with the Minister of Education and her team to ensure that we were able to look at all of the programs under the Construction Gateway and any other programs even outside of it that they wanted to do, sir. We put together in an entire comprehensive package We even work with the Ministry of Agriculture because there are some people who they want to go into the ground. They want to be able to be part of the agricultural sector. And we said, sir, we're going to give you the opportunity. We're going to bet you. We're going to bet those who we have given these opportunities to, sir. Because make no mistake about it, these people had Barbados looking real, real good over the last couple of years, sir. And therefore, those 590 have been trained to date. We have 806 people who are currently in cohort 3, sir, and these are across all of the tertiary institutions. We have cohort 4, which we are waiting to get the start date announced, but these are out of 1,915 individuals on this program. We have not abandoned these people, sir. We are making sure that we hold their hands and we take them to safety. What I encourage those who want to spread doom and gloom to do is to pull aside the workers. Because, you know, everybody is not at the same level. We get that. Pull them aside and try to let us find out what it is that they may want to do, sir. Let us find something. That is why when you hear the Honourable member who is now responsible for planning, the Minister for Planning, when you hear him speak about all the projects, sir, that is coming on stream, well, it's not just for us to put people in construction under government projects alone, but those projects are intended as well to be able to upskill individuals so that we are able to transfer them into a number of those projects, sir. But we went further. We have been embarking on developing the Adopt a Kilometre and expanding the Adopt a Kilometre program so that we are able, with the skills that these persons have learned on the program in landscaping and debushing, sir, to be able to transition them into cleaning other kilometers of Barbados in a private capacity. The problem with the former administration, sir, is that they always want people to be dependent on the state, sir, for an income. The Barbados Labour Party believes that the people must be dependent for themselves and independent, sir. That is the difference between the two parties. This party is not a party of handouts. We helped up these individuals at a very difficult time in our history. They helped us as well, sir, and we therefore owe it to them to make sure that we get them to safety. Sir, in the few minutes that I have, because I had to touch on that and set the record straight. But I want to say that the 27 million in these estimates that is coming from the CAF program, it isn't going to touch every single constituency, but we are going to try our best to touch as many of the roads that we know need rehabilitation. We're going to use the technology to make sure that we're able to identify where the worst roads are and to be able to assist in being able to alleviate the problems, sir. That 27 million isn't the only money that is being spent, sir. I just want to take the opportunity to let members know. Under the Barbados Labour Party administration, from 2018 when we came to office, we spent 6.3 million on roads. We then increased it in 2019, 2020 to $28 million. As a result of COVID, and obviously we know all of the challenges that we had, that came down to 7.6 million. In 2021-22, we were able to spend $39.8 million on road rehabilitation in this country, sir. And the 27 million that is in the CAF program for this year is just the icing on the cake, sir, because we also know, and we had an extensive estimates debate, speaking to the issue of the $230 million for the Scotland district, of which the Honourable Member for St. Andrew has been able to speak earlier to the issues of White Hill starting, a promise made and a promise kept. We've been able to start to look at Thompson Bridge, sir. We've been able to start Vaughan's Road, and we have already completed Shorey Village. And I don't intend to detain the House on how long it takes for us to get these works done. Suffice to say that the 27 million in this estimates is but a small part of what this administration is prepared to invest, sir, in road rehabilitation and infrastructure. It has nothing to do with the 3 million in equipment that the Prime Minister has also put in to be able to assist us with the short road program, sir. We have put in money for bridges. We have put in money to address the Brighton Windsor roundabout. We have put in money to be able to make sure that we can do the Highway 7. And I must tell you, sir, that we are in discussions now. Senior Minister and myself have been in discussions with the team to be able to see if we can find a temporary solution on Highway 7 until we complete those designs. Because I am not going into no hurricane season without being able to at least have some relief brought to the south coast of this island, sir. I say all this, sir, to remind this country and to remind this administration that we can fall for the folly that we are doing nothing. We can fall for the folly that we're trying to transform too fast, that we're leaving people behind. But we need to remind people of the road that we have traveled, sir, because the road that we have traveled has not been an easy one. When I hear people talk about how bad the roads are, sir, I remind myself of the Ministry of Education and the fact that in just 3 years, we were spending over $25 million on this, just the rehabilitation program on the schools, sir. The Democratic Labour Party took near 10 years to spend $15 million. That is what we came and found. So when people are asking the question, why is it that the infrastructure of this country has deteriorated to this point? Sir, it is not the Barbados Labour Party administration. We have been trying to put money into a lot of these programs to make sure that we can play catch up. And the figures do not lie, sir, in terms of what was spent then, what they saw as a priority, and what this administration sees as its priority, sir. I am therefore supportive of this year's budget. I am happy about the social programs, the fact that we're going to have all of the mini stadia necessary for communities, and especially communities like the Pine and Wildy area, also necessary for the Haggett Hall area and the Map Hill area, sir. I am happy to know that we are not just focused on the economy, but we are also focused on the social programs, the parenting, sir, making sure that we're also investing in our creatives. And this is an area that you know I'm very passionate about, because I feel that our creative people should not have to wait until they leave school in order for us to be able to recognize that they are creative or that we want to utilize them for anything, sir. And this investment in the film industry is not only going to stimulate the creatives in this country, sir, but it is going to give them an opportunity working with people from outside, from foreign investment coming to the country, to be able to improve the standard and the quality of what it is that this country is able to produce, sir. And I'm sure that with all of the projects that have been announced and pronounced upon, and with all the people that are going to be coming to Barbados' shores, sir, I look forward to being able to ensure that we provide the necessary infrastructure within this country, within this next financial year, supporting obviously all of the projects that are on the horizon, and looking forward to us being able to transform this economy, sir. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, the difficulty with coming near to the end of any debate is that you are fairly likely to cover ground that has already been well plowed and, I wouldn't say trampled. Members on this side, members in this government don't trample things. We practice good husbandry. But the fact is that you're likely to be plowing some ground that already been plowed once or twice. I am not, sir, going to engage in any debating high wire acts. I'm going to stay away from the Bible if you don't mind. But if you don't mind. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by suggesting to the people of Barbados and suggesting to the naysayers that this budget is a budget that demonstrates that Barbados's confidence has returned. We've once more come into the arena as a confident state. Mr. Speaker, it is sometimes a good thing that we have short memories, but sometimes it's a bad thing that we have short memories. I remember when last we were in government between 1994 and 2008, our mantra towards the end was that we were going for the gold. And so we were actually going for the gold. Some people poo-poo Kofi Annan's statement. Member of St. Thomas made mention of it in her speech in this chamber, when he said that Barbados was a small state punching above its weight. We were going for the gold, sir. And we were going for the gold. Typical of that approach, Mr. Speaker, would have been when Barbados led the global fight against the OECD with their harmful tax initiative against small states. Sir, towards the end of our term, or at the very end of our term, we were going for the gold, sir. We hosted Cricket World Cup and the Cricket World Cup finals. And I'm not going to take you down what a challenge that was, because it required us to dig deep and come up with complex security mechanisms that still serve us well today, but that we had never touched on before. In that era, Mr. Speaker, the Barbados that I lived in and worked in was a Barbados that was confident. Barbadians were confident. We were proud. We were self-sufficient, Mr. Speaker, in those areas that counted. And we walked with our head high as global citizens. We were going swiftly towards becoming the #1 developing state in the world. Everybody, wherever you went, they talked about the Barbados model of economic development. That's the Barbados Labour Party way, sir. But, as happens, we lost the election. And between 2008, Mr. Speaker, and 2018, that pride that we had vanished. It had dissipated, it evaporated, sir. Barbados was a country whose shoulders were bowed. We were broken, not just financially, but we were also broken in terms of our spirit. Those were the days, sir, when ministers talked a lot but did absolutely nothing. Some didn't talk at all. They came in here with all kinds of pie-in-the-sky promises, none of which ever came to reality. You know the list. Hospital in chaos, no roads, no water, oh Lord, no water. And that represented, sir, the Barbados that was at the very bottom. We were so much at the bottom that at the end, the then Prime Minister held on for dear life to power. Instead of calling the election when it was constitutionally due, he relied on a never-before-used mechanism to add on an extra 3 or 4 or 5 months. We didn't have any confidence then, sir. Barbados' reputation was of being corrupt. Our reputation in that last decade was a reputation for being mismanaged. Mr. Speaker, our reputation was such that people did not want to lend money to Barbados except they were going to get usurious interest rates. I remember on the 25th of May, sir, 2008, we won the election on the 24th. And we were celebrating into the wee hours of the morning of the 25th. I believe I probably got an hour's sleep. And the Prime Minister said to me that she and I were going to Government House, as it was then called, to be sworn in. And we arrived, 10 or so, and we were sworn in. And I harbored a thought that I would be able to go back home and get some sleep. Prime Minister said, Dale, we're going to government headquarters. Well, I went. And we went there and immediately began the back-breaking work of rescuing the Barbadian economy. And members of this chamber might remember that on the 1st of June, so we were sworn in on the 25th of May, on the 1st of June, sir, pardon me this trip down memory lane, on the 1st of June, Prime Minister Motley announced that Barbados was going into selective default of our international debt and our local debt. When I tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this budget represents clear evidence that the courage that we have been known for has returned, it is because, sir, I see a clear trajectory from the very first day in office, just almost 5 years ago. In another few weeks, it'll be 5 years. A very clear trajectory, sir, where from the very outset, we dared to take the hard decisions that took courage. But we did it because we were confident in the journey that we were about to take. It wasn't going to be easy, and it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, sir. But at that time, Mr. Speaker, the public debt was 175% of GDP. On the 18th of June that year, less than a month after we won the election, we would have had to pay $50 million in debt service payments. Our foreign reserves had dropped to $220 million. Mr. Speaker, today, those foreign reserves are $3 billion in less than 5 years. It was a hard task that we were about to face, Mr. Speaker. But we were courageous and we were confident. Now, Mr. Speaker, there were all kinds of predictions about what this budget would have held for Barbadians. The Democratic Labour Party predicted massive layoffs, and high taxes would be imposed. And you know, I've noticed, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about largely irrelevant people, but their principal spokesman, in every speech he gives, he almost always centers it around, what do you have to fear? The only thing you have to fear is fear itself. That is a classic example, Mr. Speaker, of putting up a straw man to knock it down. They're hopeful that by making Barbadians fear the future, that they will come to fear this administration, they will come to fear our policies, and that somehow the foundation of this government would erode. That is their approach, sir. They want to instill in Barbadians that there is something to be fearful of. I suppose there is, sir. I think that Barbadians have to be fearful of the corruption that the Democratic Labour Party government was known for coming back. I think they have to be fearful of the mismanagement of the wrecked economy. But this budget shows that there's nothing to fear from the approaches of this administration. They predicted high taxation will be visited on Barbadians, and the Prime Minister said, no new taxes. So they backtrack now and say, well, the may take off Nando. It is almost as if this is a schoolyard game that little children play at lunch. Either you have a cogent argument to advance or you don't. If you don't, sit down and say nothing. But when your central plank is proven to have no substance to it, don't tap back now and try to take a different approach. This government is about serious people working to preserve the lives and livelihoods of Barbadians. And instead of no new taxes, Mr. Speaker, we've given Barbadians, public servants, anybody who works for government, $1,500 tax-free, back pay with their allowances, and a pay increase. We've increased the tax-free allowance for pensioners. And all of these are things that we are doing. And if you think about it, Mr. Speaker, it's almost counterintuitive, because the more things like that you do, perhaps simple-minded people would say, so you got to increase taxes. But we've shown in this budget that we are able to give to the people of Barbados significant things and significant advantages without imposing any higher tax burden that they're already facing. You see, Mr. Speaker, the members of this chamber, all Barbados Labour Party members, we understand how difficult it is to make a dollar stretch. We understand how difficult it is for families to survive in modern Barbados. But that is why at every turn, Mr. Speaker, we've strained every sinew, we've made every effort to make sure that all Barbadians benefit from the beneficence of a government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure, that the detractors will continue to say, oh, we've done this wrong. You know, somebody said, well, we've been vague. No, this is a budget speech, you know. And it is true, it was probably longer than average. But nobody in the world could expect, sir, that in a televised live address, given for 3 to 4 hours, that the precise details of every measure that is announced could be advanced. That is illogical. It has taken weeks to formulate these policies. It has taken weeks to look at the pros and the cons, to rip them apart, to deconstruct, to reconstruct. It has taken weeks to get to this place, and they say it's vague. Well, I look back at some of the budget speeches given by a former honourable member now living in Washington. And his were just vague. Some of his were just plain ignorant. I have looked back at budget speeches given by the Right Honourable Oinafa, now of blessed memory. And his were vague too. But, Mr. Speaker, being vague is not a worthy criticism, because government policy, when it finds expression in 3 or 4 paragraphs, will of necessity be vague. But it is what underpins that policy, sir. It is what underpins that policy. You know, when going back years, somebody would have said that every Barbadian should have piped water in the house. Well, that sounds vague too. Every community in Barbados should have access to running water. Is vague. But you do it. And these policies, sir, you call them what you like. But I know that the Prime Minister has the commitment of 29 other individuals here who are determined to take these policies and work with them no matter how vague they may appear to be, and make them work for the benefit of Barbadians. Now, sir, there are times when with confidence you have to take risks too. It is not every policy that we take that will have a guaranteed outcome. I have a brave young man working with me, and he has an extensive program. But he's not so naive to believe that every single element of that program is going to be successful. You have to take risk. You have to take risk. Mr. Speaker, the budget includes provision for life coaches. It's life coaches, career coaches, and parenting coaches, sir. Life coaches, career coaches, and parenting coaches. Never before done in the history of this country, not as a government initiative. But the whole point about it is, as vague as it might sound, is that we have individuals in our communities, in every constituency in Barbados, who, like it or not, need to have some direction. You know, an honourable member and myself were reminiscing of our younger days, and I guess anybody who hears me speak, it wasn't that long ago. Know that I refer often to my own parents. But You know how many times, looking back on my childhood, looking back on it, I didn't know then, but looking back on it, I recognize that my parents, poor parents living in St. George with 3 little children, were carrying some serious burdens. They had to figure out how we would eat. They had to try and finish build a house. We all were catching bus because the father had the car. I used to leave home at 5:30 in the morning to get in Charlesworth Bridge to catch the 6 o'clock bus to get in town. There were some mornings when I got school at maybe before the watchman left. I was there that early. But I recognize, sir, that and that was then, and we were a well-ordered family. But, sir, as we look deep into our constituencies, think about the single parents who are unemployed. Some of them have 2, 3, 4 children. Many of them haven't even reached the age of 25 yet. Okay? The father of the children, or fathers of the children, gone. Mother unemployed. They're going to the magistrate's court to try to collect $50 every week. And half the time when they go, it isn't there. Tell me that body does not need a hand reached out to them and say to them, I can help you through this. It isn't always, Mr. Speaker, that giving them money will solve the problem. Because if you give somebody money and they have no understanding of how to manage it, it's gone, it lick up. Minutes on a mobile phone. So life coaches, when we say we're going to give people life coaches, it's because we understand that if we don't help to put that family on a firm footing, if we don't, sir, then there's a good chance that when those little children get 16 and 17 and 18, they're so disillusioned with being in that household that they're going to spend the time on the block. And when that happens, the person they look up to will not be the kind of person, sir, that will tell them to do good. It won't be the kind of person that will tell them hard work is important, education is important. Their idol will be somebody, sir, that none of us in here would approve of. But it's a risk, Mr. Speaker. We've never done it before. And we can't guarantee that every single encounter with a life coach is going to give a positive result. But, Mr. Speaker, if we save one, it makes a difference to that one. Parenting coaching, I remember Paradox. I'm not even sure if Paradox is still functioning. I'm happy to hear that. But you know what? Paradox has always been a group of volunteers. I think they got a little subvention by government, but it's largely a volunteer approach. What is wrong with the government? What is wrong with the government taking a chance to say, I am going to spend some money to rescue some of our families? I'm going to spend some money to help a young man or a young woman orient themselves for a positive career. It's a risk. And if it sounds vague, so be it. But I know what we have in mind to do for these families in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, the next year will see a lot of challenges for us. There's no doubt about it. And the next 2 years, and the next 3 years. But what will help us get to the place where we need to be, sir, is the confidence and the courage. So when I say this budget is a symbol of the courage of Barbados, the courage of Barbadians, and the confidence that has returned to our economy, it is because I see in it a series of initiatives, a matrix of policies that, if correctly carried out, will take Barbados where it needs to be. I remember sitting in budget, listening in budget speeches, and I hearing the price of this going up, the price of that going up, cigarettes going up, rum going up, everything going up. I remember those budgets. This wasn't a budget like that, sir. This was a budget to say to Barbadians, let us sit down now, join hands, and work on a set of things that are multi-sectoral, and help to take our country where we need to be. You can't poo-poo mini stadia. In many of our constituencies, regrettably, the pavilions are broken down. And it's not we that cause it. It's years and years of neglect. The pavilions are broken down. But you know what you have to ask yourself, sir? What are our communities focusing on today? What is community life? We all grew up, well, half of us perhaps grew up at a time when there were youth clubs, when there were different things to take you out of the house. In fact, you were glad to have a club meeting to go to because at least your mother would let you go to that. Otherwise, you ain't left at home. Or you can't get back in after dark. It was a different Barbados. A very different Barbados. But you know what has happened, sir? We have almost systematically focused on a number of national places. So you have the stadium, you have the gymnasium, you have various large installations like that. Then perhaps what we ought to be doing is bringing some of these things back into our community. It's a risk, Mr. Speaker. It's a risk. But this is an administration that is prepared to take policy initiatives and say it is an investment that we are prepared to take a chance on. Now, I look forward to when my mini stadia comes to St. Joseph. And I will do everything that I can to make sure that it is a hive of activity and that the stands are always full. But none of us can put a gun to anybody's head and tell them, come and go to this. We don't have the capacity to do that. But if, as an administration, Mr. Speaker, we put the facilities in and create an environment where people want to participate in that kind of activity, then I believe they will come. Speaking especially for my constituency of St. Joseph, I am confident that we will make more than adequate use of any public facilities that we get. Now, Mr. Speaker, St. Joseph perhaps has been one of the most neglected constituencies in the country. And I know that others will fight, and members of St. Thomas will say that ain't true and all kinds.
Sure, you already said that. Just said that.
But you know, I remember what it was like Christmas of 2016 when my constituents had no water. They had no water, sir. The clinic, soap clinic that we had, a dump. The community center in Bathsheba, falling apart and empty. Roads, some of them you probably should not call roads, sir. When we came back to government in 2018, we began, and I know people say, man, let's just talk. But we began to chip away at some of these wrongs in my constituency, as we did in others. And so the rural water problem, because it wasn't just my water problem in St. Joseph, is well on the way to being settled. St. Joseph happens to have come out of it first, perhaps because I quarrel and cry, carry on and cry the most. But we're out of it. We've replaced the derelict clinic with a very nice facility. We have replaced the derelict community center with now the pride and joy of Barbados Hillcrest Community Center. Vaughan's Road, the Honourable Member has just said, has started. I'm told that the actual paving will start on Monday. We've had the confidence, sir, to get $200+ million on loan from the Chinese government and say, we are going to fix the Scotland District roads. Now, there's an interesting history to that. Because, Mr. Speaker, I remember sitting in the cabinet of the then Prime Minister, now of blessed memory, Owen Arthur. And he said, we are going to spend $15 million on the Scotland District. Oh, Lord, I was happy. I was overjoyed. that we were going to spend $15 million on, not 50, 15, 1-5. We were going to spend $15 million on the Scotland District. And that money was going to solve the Scotland District problems. You know, the thing is, if you don't spend 15 now, you've got to spend 250 later. And we came to government, and every plan that we had for the Scotland District got scrapped. And had some of those initiatives that we put in place been taken then, we would not be having to take on $200+ million of debt to fix the Scotland District. There are districts in St. Joseph that I know when I first came to St. Joseph, I could drive through. I used to be able to drive through the Spa, I remember, for St. Andrew. It wasn't a good road, but I could drive through it. Now you could barely walk through it. Okay? If a stitching time saves 9, had we taken those initiatives then, we would not be having to take on this kind of burden now. But, sir, we have the confidence, and more importantly, sir, we have the credibility to take it on, because once more people are interested in what Barbados has to say and what Barbados has to do. Mr. Speaker, I don't propose to delay the chamber for very long. As I said, when you come up near the end, you end up having to, in some instances, go over things that other members have gone over. But that's not a bad thing. What, sir, would be a bad thing? What would be a bad thing? Is if the naysayers among us continue, sir, to deprecate the efforts and criticize the legitimate efforts of this administration to keep our country afloat. Perhaps it is that they don't understand what we're doing. Perhaps it is that they can't see. They don't have the vision. Well, if you don't, just sit down and shut up. Leave us to do the governing. Because, Mr. Speaker, if there is one thing, we are good at what we do, governing the country of Barbados. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch, Essential.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise certainly to lend my voice of strong support for this budget. I cannot help but reflect on the fact that I attended a series of meetings over the course of the last few weeks. And I must say that having heard the initial feedback, sir, from members of the public, I think we must recognize that this is a budget which I believe has it has a lot of people in shock, sir. A lot of people in shock. Because of all the things that we've gone through in the past 3 years, the expectations of hardship, trepidation, if you like, sir, as the government sought to right-size the fiscal stance, people believe that there was going to be some level of stress and despair. And I'm happy to report, sir, from my constituents in Christchurch Central, that they understand, sir, they understand that this government has been steadfast, not just in managing the macro economy as been said, but in responding to people every step of the way for the past 5 years. And I want to thank my constituents for staying the course with me, because this has been a challenging time, sir. And I know that they understand that when you are up against it, you have to show your mettle, sir. You have to show your mettle. And these few years that Barbados have seen in the context of COVID-19, all of us, Mr. Speaker, all of us have had to make adjustments with respect to our own lives. All of us, sir, have had to help people that we never thought would ever need help in their lifetime, sir. And we've done so proudly without having, sir, to make anybody feel in this country as if they're less than anybody else. And this party, sir, we have risen to the challenge. We have risen to the challenge. And it is something that I want to urge Barbadians, sir, to urge Barbadians. And I've come to accept, sir, that whilst we have a very clear plan, a very clear mission, sir, to help transform this country, we have got to accept, sir, that the world is becoming increasingly hostile. And that because the world is becoming increasingly hostile as Barbadians, we got to make sure that wherever the condition of the sea, sir, that you have a captain and a crew, sir, who are prepared, sir, to go down in the belly of the ship, sir, and make sure that that engine is working so that the people in the deck, sir, can feel, yes, it can be a little rough, but you know that you have a confident crew, a confident government, sir, to be able to chart the right course, sir, for Barbados. And I know what I heard on Tuesday, and I know some may say I am biased, sir, for many reasons. But what I heard on Tuesday was music, sir, to my ears, because the shock and the awe that I believe people are experiencing today on several levels is because it demonstrates, sir, that this government and the way that we have been managing the public finances, sir, in spite of everything that's been thrown at us, sir, we've been able to emerge in a post-COVID environment and to deliver a budget, sir, where, as the Prime Minister said from the outset, there are no new taxes to be introduced. And I want Barbadians to understand, sir, that in spite of an increasingly hostile global environment, that the fact that there are no new taxes, sir, given that year after year after year after year after year, sir, when this country was subjected to tax this, tax that, tax next, tax the third, sir, everything, every time, sir, in this country, such that those breakfast meetings that usually took place, hosted by the Chamber of Commerce, sir, was alive and buzzing, sir, because people was trying to figure out what it is the government trying to do. What they're going to tax next. If you breathe, they felt they was going to tax you, sir. And these people now have the gall, sir, to come and say that this budget did nothing for Barbadians. Now, I want the public to hear me very clearly, sir, and I'm being very serious. This government, we have said, when adjustments are to be made, sir, we will come to this Parliament and we will make those adjustments. And therefore, the fact that the Prime Minister, sir, did not have to make any quote-unquote adjustment, sir, on Tuesday, is because, sir, every step of the way, every time something happens in this country, sir, we've come to this place and we've made the adjustment, sir, to make life just a little easier, sir, for Barbadians. And the Democratic Labour Party, none of them, sir, none of them can say that they have made the lives of anybody in Barbados, sir, any easier in the 10 years, sir, that they were in this place. And the Barbadian public, sir, must never, ever forget that the quality of public services were completely diminished under the Democratic Labour Party, sir. People's lives were made miserable, sir, in this country. And I heard the Honourable Member for St. Joseph remark there was a time when Barbados was going for the gold. That was the goal, to go for the gold. But what we didn't realize is that when we gave people a chance, sir, to govern this country, that they had different intention, sir. They wanted the goal. They weren't going or taking a sir for the goal. They wanted the goal. And they took the goal, sir. And we've had to come to office, sir, and we dealt with it. It appears easy. It appears easy, but it is not, sir. We were prepared as a team to face the challenges that we knew at the time, sir, confronted this country. And we came with a very clear plan of our own. And as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central said, we cited the fund. This is what we are going to do. We want your support in order to help us do that. And why did we need to do that, sir? Why? I used to work at the Central Bank, sir. I started working at the Central Bank 23 years ago, September 2000, sir, almost 23 years ago. And I remember, sir, at that time, Barbados' name was credible in the market, sir. To the point, sir, I remember, as an economist, the Treasury bill rate, sir, the Treasury bill rate was 0.5%. You know what I mean, sir? That when the government of Barbados put a Treasury bill out in the market, people were prepared to pay 98 or 98 cents, sir, and get back the $100, sir, or the dollar, sir, in 3 months, in 6 months, sir. Such was the quality of the services that we were delivering in this country, the confidence, sir, that people had in this country 20 years ago, sir. And I made that point to say to Barbadians that when we started to get those downgrades, sir, that Treasury bill rate, sir, moved from 0.5% till when we came to office, and I saw the briefing of the report. I was tracking it all the while, but I saw the briefing that we took on the Friday evening that you said the AG, when you were sworn in, and the Prime Minister called. You know, I hadn't been assigned a portfolio yet. I came down to the briefing on the Friday evening too, because I thought I was going to get some sleep that day too. And the work never stopped. But the Treasury bill rate, sir, because of all of the downgrades, was 7.25%. 7.25%, sir. 7.25%. Which means that people were only prepared, sir, to give you between 80 cents and 82 cents in order to get that same dollar, sir, in 90 days. That was the state at which the Democratic Party brought this country to. So when they turn around and say that we have done nothing for Barbadians, sir, I want us to understand that their perception of nothing, as they will have people believe, is to ignore that this government, sir, in 5 years, sir, we have improved every single public service in this country. And in the last year, sir, facing what we thought was going to be a year where we were going to recover quickly, and the prices started to escalate, sir, we came back and we adjusted every step of the way to give it ease for Barbadians, sir. No, sir, you know that I grew up with my grandmother. You know I grew up with my grandmother, sir. My grandmother is the best economist I know. I know. But I didn't know that it was inflation at the time, but I later understood it to be inflation. I remember, sir, as a boy, as a soda bits man. I remember, sir, when soda bits used to get 4, you know, 2 square? You remember that, sir? 2 square? I will never forget, sir, a pack of soda bits used to sell for 78 cents, sir, for that 2 square. This is 1992 or around that time, sir, deep in that structural adjustment period. And I remember, sir, when the company there, sir, in White Park announced that we would no longer get a pack of soda bits in a 2 square for 78 cents, that we was going to get a 1 by 2, sir, for the same 78 cents, sir. And the Democratic Party never came to the rescue or say to ordinary people that we can find a way to see how we can support that, sir. I didn't understand it was inflation at the time, sir, but I remember I used to go to the shop, my grandma's assembly shop, to get the biscuits. And when they get, I can't call it the shopkeeper name, but when they get the money and you see this 1 by 2, and these people now gonna come and tell us that we have done nothing for the people of this country, sir, they're disingenuous. They're disingenuous. But I want them to understand, sir, that these are the things that people remember. Remember, sir. People remember. And my constituents know, sir, that we have done our very best. All of us, sir, know that we have done our very best to help shield people in this country. And it's not been easy. So I want members and the public to understand the macro and the micro, they're all linked. And everything that we do, sir, is to ensure that ordinary people, like me, like all of us, like all of our constituents, sir, can get through. But there is only so much that you can do for a specific period of time, because it would be irresponsible of me, sir. It would be irresponsible of me to advise whether the Prime Minister or anybody in this country that we could continue something which is not sustainable. This government, we have taken a very deliberate course to be able to provide opportunities for people. I, like most members in this place, I met with my constituents who were involved in these programs. And the one thing that stood out to me that the Prime Minister said in the budget, and it ain't nothing to do with no debt, no fiscal, no nothing, sir. The one thing that the Prime Minister said in the budget that I said to my constituents a few weeks ago is that if you want to change your circumstance, sir, you have to acquire a skill. There is enough work in Barbados, sir, today, not when the Democratic Party was in office. There is enough work in Barbados today that if you acquire the skill, sir, you will have the opportunity to be able to craft a living for yourself. Now, these are some of the hard conversations that we have to have in our communities, sir, in our communities. I certainly am having those conversations because nobody, sir, owes Barbados a living. Every time we step out from here, sir, we are stepping into a hostile environment. And nobody is looking to give Barbados an ease. Nobody. We are arguing for a specific policy space to be able to do the things that we know we need to do to transform people's lives. But at every turn, sir, at every turn, you think you win something here, there's another battle, sir, to fight. And we small, but we mighty. And whatever the challenge is, sir, I know that this Barbados is going to rise to the challenge. But the people of this country got to understand, they got to stay focused. Focus. And do not allow any noise, sir, any noise, to be able to distract you from what is important. Now I'm going to just say a few words, sir, very quickly on where you see the state of play in the economy right now and the extent to which we understand what is required to move forward. Now, sir, as I look at my office at Bay Street on a daily basis, I see the beach, sir, littered, flooded, sir, with people. And it is a sight, sir, that whilst, yes, in the context of the pandemic, clearly is a stark reality. But I do not remember, sir, even when, before the pandemic, looking at the office and seeing so much people, sir, on a daily basis operating in Carlisle Bay. But let me also tell you, sir, that is testimony, sir, to the work that I know that the Ministry of Tourism, as well as the Ministry of Health, to some degree, took with respect to being able to ensure that once we reopen, sir, that we can accept people safely under normal circumstances. And it is something, sir, that we must understand that the link between tourism and every other activity in this country, from logistics to the water sports people, sir, the taxi people, the vendors, sir, everybody making a living, sir, on that beach. And it's something, sir, that it really is a sight to behold. I take my son to swimming on Saturday morning, sir. And if you see the beach with the umbrella, sir, filled. People on the beach, people in the water, sir, you're struggling to get through as you try to go, sir, to the boats and enjoy the waters out there. That is the kind of activity, sir, the leisure activity that I'm happy to see. And I know that based on what the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central indicated in his presentation, that the summer, sir, is looking good. The summer is looking good. And if the summer is looking good, sir, it means then that not just with respect to tourism activity, but it means that all the other ancillary services, sir, will be able to see some benefit, sir, through the summer, over and above, sir, what they would have experienced last year. And it's something, sir, that we must understand that not just as it relates to tourism, but I know the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, in relation to the work that he's doing in agriculture, is going to ensure that we have that additional activity with respect to the work to be done in terms of boosting production in the economy. And it's something that I want to encourage all Barbadians, if you got a chance, to get some of that clean planting material for their sweet potatoes, be part of the plan to be able to help export those 50 containers a week, sir, of sweet potatoes. Because if you got a little quarter acre, half acre, sir, get some planting material, and let us get on board with respect to being able to change the trajectory with respect to agriculture in this country. But I want to turn very quickly, sir, to housing, because it's something that struck me, because the Honourable Member for St. George and Christchurch West certainly have done tremendous work within this area. And anecdotally, sir, it may seem small to some people because when you're not accustomed, sir, to providing services for people, you will try to poo-poo most things, sir. We started a housing program, you heard the Prime Minister refer to it as a silent revolution, sir. And people want to know where we can get these houses due and where we can get the money from and all of these types of things, right? But you see that HOPE program, sir? I got a message this morning from a public servant. Hi, Minister. How are you doing? I know you're busy with the budget. I responded, said, hi, so-and-so. How are you doing? He said, hey, good. I'm moving in the house up in Atlantic Breeze. He get the keys, and he and his girlfriend and young child moving in the house at Atlantic Breeze. And I remember when we brought ground at that project, it must have been late 2021, maybe, sometime in 2021. And everybody basically was doubting our capacity to deliver. And I hope that other members in this place will get similar messages from people in their constituencies to show that this government, sir, is continuing to deliver for people. Now, he didn't have to message me to say that he moving in the house, but that is an example, sir, of how you stay connected with people. And the truth is, sir, he hadn't done me, nothing at all. He went through the process, he applied, accessed the mortgage, house done. I felt so good this morning knowing that at least, and I know there are others, at least one person starting their family but get an opportunity to own a home in this country, an opportunity that was not available to them before because of a clear intervention on the part of this government to make sure that we can provide different levels of housing, sir, for people in this country, something that I know, sir, will transform the lives of thousands of Barbadians. And I want the Honourable Member for St. George South and those persons that they hope to continue to do the good work that they're doing, the Ministry of Housing and NHC, to get the lands available, because I know that once we're able to do that, sir, in this country, that the kind of level of investment, private investment meaning, sir, that young gentleman and his girlfriend and daughter, that is a private investment we're talking about. We're not talking about big shop. investors coming in to put millions of dollars in too, you know, sir. We're talking about ordinary Barbadians getting an opportunity, sir, to invest in their own country. Access housing, sir. And that is something that this Barbados Labour Party, sir, is quite ready to accelerate. And it's something that we want to make sure that all public servants will have an opportunity, sir, to be able to participate in that type of program. But you got to stay focused, sir. Don't listen to the noise, because you remember, sir, the manifesto of 2008, when they promised public servants all kind of duty-free cars and the sky, sir. They promised everything that they could promise them. And none of them, not one, sir, not one, was ever, I don't think, past the writing and the printing, sir, I don't think there was a thought after that. It was a mere ploy, sir, to trick people. And therefore, they're also trying to pelt whatever they could pelt so it would stick and see what they could conjure to try to trick people again. But this government ain't in no trickery. We say we can build houses, and houses we building. You understand? And ordinary Barbadians will have an opportunity to go to the credit union or the bank, sir. And that's what I tell the member for St. George South, get the lands conveyed, get the things cut up, so I know that then people out there will be able to go and, sir, and live comfortably in this country without having to worry about security and tenure. And that's what this government is doing, sir, is executing. So when people ask me, well, where the growth can come from, I say, where the growth can come from? But look at there. We're trying to ramp it up to get it done, but if it ain't, the ship stuck in the Suez Canal is the war and the oil and this and that. But no matter what it is, sir, no matter what it is, we are going to sort it out. And I know, I see the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast is there, and I know the captain well. I know the captain well. The captain is going to look and see, change course as required, but she's still looking at you, Mr. Speaker. She's still looking at you, Mr. Speaker, because that's the course. And sometimes, sir, you've got to step left twice, back, but you're still charting your course, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about credibility. Credibility. Because last year when we came to this chamber and the Honourable Prime Minister introduced the pandemic levy, people all over murder. All over murder. Some. Because it was targeted. It was targeted. It was targeted. And there was an expectation, everybody saying, man, you know, this thing will continue. But we said it was for 1 year. We said it was for 1 year. And whilst I can say to you in this chamber and to the public that tax policy is not as simple as it may appear, because you must understand, sir, not so much about what necessarily the market can bear, but if you say something is for a specific period of time, it's for a specific period of time. Unless some extraordinary circumstance happens, sir. Unless some extraordinary circumstance happens, in which case, if it does, you will come back and explain, well, the circumstance. But I believe, sir, that our ability to be able to weather last year and to come out the back end into this year without people seeing the continuation of the pandemic levy, sir, is testimony, sir, to the fact that this government, that we have continued, sir, to manage the public finances in a way that brings credibility back to the market. So when people ask whether or not the banks will come back into the domestic market, and the people are trying to cast doubt, the truth is, sir, the banks live here too, you know. The bankers live here too. They all saw what COVID did to this country, and they saw what the government was able to execute on behalf of this country, sir. And therefore, when I reflect on the fact that we've gone through 3 very, very, very rough years, sir, very rough years, and our public finances, sir, are in better shape after the worst years ever experienced in this country, sir, than when the Democratic Labour Party was in power, sir. in much better shape. But more importantly, sir, and I think it's important that the public understand, just very clearly, sir, because sometimes, people ask for specifics. They ask for specifics. And just for the avoidance of any doubt, sir, for the avoidance of any doubt, the public debt when we came to office was 18 billion, sir. 18 billion, 18 billion. The public debt today, sir, is 14. 14. Now, sir, I have 2 primary schools located in my constituency. I have one across the road from the border, and another one that is around in St. David, sir. Any primary school child, sir, any primary school child would know that if you start at 18 and you end up at 14, sir, you could not have added 4. Any primary school child knows that, sir. So when I read the article in the paper and I must say to the Honourable for St. James South, I don't think you got much to worry about, Because if you can't even understand the difference between what is supposed to go up and what's supposed to go down, you remember when it was talking about the fiscal framework, when they said that everything was supposed to be up was down and whatever was supposed to be down was up. These people out there telling people that we borrowed $4 billion. They're telling people that this government borrowed $4 billion. If you can't even get basic mathematics right, Mr. Speaker, how people could take you seriously? How? Basic mathematics, sir. Basic mathematics. This is serious business, sir. So if you want to talk foolishness, go and find some kind of stand-up comedy show to do, sir. But when you're coming in here, sir, where you're impacting people's lives, you've got to get the basics right, sir. You have to get the basics right. So, credibility, sir.
Watch the clock.
I'm watching you, sir.
Watch the clock.
I'm watching you. I take my cue from you, sir.
You synchronize. You always synchronize.
I take my cue from you.
You
No,
don't
sir.
synchronize. You watch.
I must tell you, before I'm watching the clock, sir, and before I end, I want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. These last few years, but certainly these last few weeks, sir, has been very intense. And the staff really has been, they have been pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, sir, and I really do appreciate the work that they have done. And I know that my colleagues would at times be weary of comments and things to be done, but we have been flat out. And I really want to thank them, sir, for the work that they have done on behalf of this country. It really is a thankless job because in spite of the fact that members were here debating, I was still in communication, sir, with my PS and staff all through this exercise because there's still things to be done in the back end, sir. And I really want to thank them for remaining committed to the process because without them, we really would not be in a position to be here. Now, sir, I will conclude, naturally, sir, by saying that I will support anything, sir, that has any variation of up or on, sir. And I know that the theme for this budget, sir, statement, upward, onward, Beijing Excellence 2030, sir, is really rooted, sir. You know.
You probably got an extra minute for that. Probably got an extra minute for that.
I appreciate it, sir. Because, quite frankly, sir, as our latest national hero certainly has set the example for young people, that the sky really, not so much as the limit, so that's a cliche, the sky really, sir, should be the floor. Because we need to understand that our reach as Barbadians, sir, far, far, far and wide. Far and wide. And the respect that I have seen wherever I've gone, and I don't remember which honourable member had indicated it, people want to talk to Barbados because of the Honourable Prime Minister. And we understand that. And as a team, we go out there and we represent Barbados, sir, to the best of our ability. And Barbadians must recognize that if we are going to protect brand Barbados, sir, protect brand Barbados, then we must make sure that we get up every day, sir, and go and put in 150%, sir. Don't leave nothing for tomorrow that you could do today, sir, because we do not know what tomorrow will hold. And therefore, I want to encourage Barbadians, sir, to get on board with respect to the mission of the continuation of the transformation of Barbados, and therefore allow our young people not to feel lost in the world, but to be confident, sir, to go and represent not just Barbados, but our community, sir, and be proud that, as the Prime Minister will say, we have global citizens, sir, with Bajan roots. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank you for allowing us to be able to wrap up this debate. And I want, first and foremost, to thank genuinely all honourable members who spoke, and to say that in spite of the fact that the electorate of Barbados has chosen to give us the hand that they've given us, I believe that the people of Barbados will see that this is a parliamentary party that is a robust institution and that allows perspectives that reflect perhaps perspectives as wide as the country has. I say to each of us that this journey cannot be seen in isolation. And perhaps, if I may, and I don't normally do this, but if I am asked to express a personal thank you for one speech in here that truly set context, reflected philosophically, but equally was pointed in their comments and did not show anything but fairness and did not reflect fear, either in or out. It would be the speech of the Honourable Member for St. Peter. And I want to salute him for his speech, because I think that genuinely, and especially knowing the conscience with which he speaks all the time, when you hear him take the kind of guard that he took last night, then you understand, Mr. Speaker, that there is a genuine concern that in this country we are in danger of having some developments take place that can pull this country back into the dark, deep days from which we have come. And I thank him. He didn't spend a lot of time on the measures other than as they related to St. Peter. But I thank him because I felt that that perspective was absolutely critical. Every day, we are dealing with fake news. Every day, we are dealing with somebody trying to excite fear at a time when the world itself is already riveted with anxiety and fear. And even as we speak today, in this week, The unfolding events of the banks globally have to be watched with a very careful eye. And we give thanks that the United States government and the Swiss government have acted with the dispatch that they have, recognizing, and we knew this from 2.5 years ago. Anybody remember what I said? That we can easily move from a pandemic to a debt crisis to a financial crisis. And a financial crisis can come literally within days. It looks too much like 100 years ago, because that was partially what unfolded. And anybody knows the origin of the term bank holiday? When the then President of the United States of America, and it is perhaps ironic that others chose to echo his words, but to focus on the emotion of fear. Mr. Speaker, I give this honorable House and this country the assurance that we are at the wheels and we are alert and we shall continue to be so. The honorable member for St. Michael South Central tried to make the point about you can't divorce transformation from mission critical to mission survival. And she's correct at a certain level, because we will continue to see events that can do that. But what we were trying to get at is not for the people in here. We know that we've been managing survival and transformation and mission critical all at once. But as I said, it's no longer what we do alone. It is how do we mobilize a country into the mindset of transformation. Recognizing, as she said, that you will have, a hurricane hits us again, we will have mission critical and mission survival. But it doesn't take your eye off of transformation. And that is why at the end of my speech, if you recall, I said I wanted to speak to the children from all over, and the member for St. Michael East reminded me, don't forget the Ivy, and I said yes, including the boys in the Ivy, who I'm going to come and see this weekend. Because they must know that in life, not just government, not just work, that there are times when you literally stumble. There are times when you fall down. There are times when something happens to distract you. But the true test of character is in your ability to stay focused on the mission at hand. Now, sir, there are a few things that I just want to address in this wrap-up. And there are one or two additions that I'd like to add. The House has had a long few weeks. And I want to thank honorable members, because these people in here, you have shown that good governance is possible by explaining things to the public and to the people of this nation, as you have done across the last, 4 or 5 weeks, sector by sector by sector by sector, give an account of the people's taxes that are being collected and showing clearly where the opportunities for cooperation and synergy are. There are those who have said that they're not sure where the growth strategy is. It's unfortunate, but let me take you through again, because you know sometimes repetition is necessary. This government laid in here last year a BERT 2.0, Barbados Economic Recovery Transformation Program 2.0. And we said then that growth is at the center of it, and that all that we do will be to propel growth. And in so doing, this budget speaks to it. Some have said that we haven't given sufficient detail. Well, I think that if I went to give any more detail, we might be in here for 40 hours and not 4 hours. And if you want to challenge me, I think the longest I've spoken in here is 7.5, 8 hours. Let's be real. A budget is for the announcement of measures. and then we speak after and tell you how we're going to execute them. When the measures are specific and relating to revenue, they become subject to the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act, which makes them law immediately. But I said at the outset, in centering this speech as a second reading speech, that this is fundamentally a second reading speech on the appropriations bill with budgetary proposals. And to that extent then, sir, it has to be a whole of nation, a whole of sector, economic and social sector report in order to be able to justify what in that big thick book, we don't print it anymore because of the cost, and we do it digitally. But the estimates of expenditure and revenue are what, 750, 800 pages? And therefore reflects the entire activities of the government of Barbados. But let me come to the issue of growth. And then I'm going to come specifically to the things that people may have felt in good faith that we may have left out for this person or that person. Because I have to remind us as a nation that this budget does not stand in splendid isolation from everything else done or being done by this government. And that it is on top of all of the other measures, unless they're like the pandemic levy that were specifically time-bound for 12 months. And hence, I didn't need to say so, because we made it clear last year that it was for 12 months, full stop. And while others believe a one-off pandemic levy, and while others believe that it is cute to say one thing and do another, I've said that my evening word and my morning word is the same. My 2022 word and my 2023 word is the same. So that, let us be very clear. In the BERT plan, we have identified 7 pillars of growth. And those 7 pillars were captured in one way or another in this budget, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about incentivizing the green transition, this budget extended the tax holiday for VAT and green vehicles, on green vehicles, to March 31st, 2006. We spoke and committed to the purchase of additional electric buses. Not satisfied that we are already the owner of the largest volume of number of electric buses in the region, but we believe that the investment has been worth it and that we can go further as long as finances are available. And we believe that when the last government effectively privatized public transport by giving out over 750 licenses in the sector, which is what we found when we came in, that they too must transition, and hence the loan facility that has been put at fund access for low interest loans for privately owned public sector vehicles to be able to transition to some form of electric or clean energy. Mr. Speaker, we agreed in this budget that 50% of funds unclaimed in the consolidated fund or at central bank would now go to the Barbados Environmental Sustainable Foundation. Mr. Speaker, all of those measures are intended to trigger growth, because when they spend the money to buy the buses, when they go and get the loan fund, the Sustainable Agriculture for Livestock Farmers $2 million loan facility for greening measures, that is intended to trigger growth in the agricultural sector and to move them to another level. Mr. Speaker, the tissue lab will also have to use sustainable agricultural practices, and that provides the planting material that then becomes the basis for farmers to plant, reap, and export. Mr. Speaker, Pillar 2 of the budget speaks to incentivizing low and middle income houses using the renewable energy bounty as a way of de-risking applicants, as the HOPE plan has been doing. And there was no need for us to introduce any new measures here because this process is already underway. And we said that we've had to ramp up. It takes a while to ramp up because you're going from 0 to 2,000. Doesn't happen overnight. But anybody going by Lancaster, or anybody going in Chancery Lane, or anybody going down White Park, on both sides of the road, will see the houses. And we've made it clear in this budget that the National Housing Corporation will be able to borrow from the Housing Credit Fund in order to be able to buy houses for those people who cannot afford to buy them. Tell me, them is Bajans or them from Timbuktu? Because I hear we ain't doing nothing for Bajans. Mr. Speaker, people in this country who can't afford to get a mortgage will be taken care of with a 30-year rent-to-own program from the National Housing Corporation. And I have every confidence that many who start off as participants in that rent-to-own program will eventually get a mortgage very soon because they, like me, will find out that rent is dead money. When the time it leaves your pocket, it's dead, gone into the atmosphere. With respect to Pillar 3 for the growth strategy under BERT, we talk in Pillar 3 about the need to invest in skills and training. Mr. Speaker, this budget started off with me talking about training initiatives at all levels, public and private sector, investing in the National Transformation Initiative, working with the Jean and Norma Holder Institute of Hospitality Institute, and the soon to be established in the next year, 15 months, I hope, when they finish their arrangements with Florida International University, working with the University College of London, working with the Commonwealth Institute, requiring the National Transformation Initiative along with BIMAP, the Barbados Institute for Management and Productivity, Mr. Speaker, to provide the supervisory training and management that we need so badly in the private and public sector if we are going to tighten our operations and move to the next level. Mr. Speaker, the Construction Gateway Program. I defy anybody in here, anybody, to show me where else in the Caribbean people who are being laid off, people who were taken on for 3 weeks, spend 2 years, and even as they're being laid off, we hold their hands to carry them into other activity, making sure they have the skills, recognizing that in addition, they have 6 months of unemployment benefits still within which to help find them, support themselves while they find a job. And on top of that, we could easily have said that people working the 1st of April will get the $1,500. And we carried along almost 3,000 more people. Mr. Speaker, were they from Zambia? Were they from Turkey? Were they from Australia? Or are they Bajans? Mr. Speaker, and that is why the member for St. Peter spoke so brilliantly. Because to construct narratives to propel yourself is the worst form of leadership. Mr. Speaker, Pillar 4, growth strategy, you know. Mobilizing domestic savings for investment. This government commits in this budget to the creation of a unit trust corporation because we know that we must not have a repetition of what happened in Jamaica as well, where financial institutions and credit unions have a mismatch between short-term liabilities and long-term assets, illiquid assets. And just as it's happening internationally, people come and they want things and you can't give them, you then have a liquidity crisis on your hand. And we felt that having a unit trust corporation allows us to have a vehicle that will allow credit unions, pension funds, and others to be able to find ways of participating in that unit trust in order to be able to invest in different activities in the country, because finance is the oxygen for growth. Mr. Speaker, the small loans. And we didn't leave out the trust loans. We said, look, beyond what we have as trust loans to date, there is a case now to move between the trust loans and the fund access by creating a $25,000 limit instead of the $5,000 and $10,000. That will allow us to give the people 3 years interest-free so that they can get their businesses truly up off the ground. And between the early stages of trust fund, that medium stage, they will be effectively ready to go to fund access and to be able to continue to carry on business. And that Barbados should be the startup capital of the thing. Mr. Speaker, we talked about resuscitating the domestic capital markets. We talked about repos. We talked about all of these things to make our financial markets more sophisticated. And we are doing all of this, sir, while as the lead head in CARICOM Single Market and Economy, working with other heads of government in the next 12 to 18 months to see how we can get the regional capital markets off the ground and working for the benefit of the people. Mr. Speaker, we talked about the Blue-Green Investment Bank. We talked about being able to leverage all of that. You cannot grow without finance. You can't grow without oxygen. This budget lays out the institutional framework for all of these things so that growth can be propelled. Mr. Speaker, we talk in Pillar 5 about making government an enabler. Sir, we don't take delight in the fact that we've had to go a difficult road in trying to get a lot of the institutions that serve the public functioning at optimal levels. All of these things have to change. And the bottom line is that when we do it, who are we doing it for? We're doing it for people, not for the people who can afford to go by FMH or to go to Sandy Crest. We're doing it for the people who have to go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And when I say that this House will vote $5.5 million to get the remaining works at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and accident and emergency started, it is to be able to get rid of that bugbear that the people of Barbados face when they go to A&E. Mr. Speaker, we talk about making sure that we can have the roads and the water supply, dealing with the bridges that haven't been dealt with, because all of that is facilitating people to get to town, to get to work, to get to wherever they're going in good order. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about the institutional reform with the Growth Council and the subcommittee underneath it that will be called Barbados Delivers, that will, with a laser-like focus, help us to remove those obstacles. And we want to get to a point, I don't have a difficulty with people coming forward telling us that things aren't working. Our duty is to fix it. So that we want to know when things are not working at optimum levels. We want to know when people are not delivering at optimum levels. Because we're going to work with people to make it better. I don't believe that we inherited perfection or that we have perfection, as I've said before. But we're going to make it work as best we can, and we're going to explain to people what we're doing. We talked in Pillar 6 about making Barbados a logistics hub. And Mr. Speaker, we reduced the fees for CARICOM air travel for 6 months. We also put money in the hands of BTMI to get regional air travel going again. And as I was speaking that evening, the inaugural flight of Inter-Caribbean from St. Kitts to Barbados was landing and opening up the possibility of new routes for CARICOM travel again. instead of this nonsense that you got to go to Miami to get to another Caribbean country. Mr. Speaker, Barbados must be a logistics hub as well to be able to take product from other countries. And when we get the HACCP certification that we need, the International Food Science Center, all that was about growth, you know. The Sustainable Industries Development Bill that is being drafted by the Chief Parliamentary Council that passed Cabinet already, recommended in the paper of work left by the last member for St. Peter, the Right Honourable Wayne Arthur of blessed memory. All of these things are details of growth. And Pillar 7 talks about new areas of diversification. And in the budget, we have specific incentives for the film industry. In the budget, we have specific incentives to get the tissue culture lab moving, as I said, the funding for it. In the budget, we put money to get a fashion industry off the ground. Will the limit be $2 million? No. But it needs the fillip to get off the ground, to buy the equipment, to have the institutional framework, and to allow us to know that the power of design is at the heart of creativity. And even if we don't make all the clothes here because it's cheaper to make them somewhere else, it is the money that comes back to the Barbadians in terms of the intellectual property and the designs that will continue to boost where this country can go. I remember when I was Minister of Industry, and we took and made special initiatives to go to Jamaica and get the fashion industry boosted, and then again we did nothing after it. And this government is here to say, I wish I could have done it 2-3 years ago, but COVID had me licked down. That's the truth. So I feel that we are already 3 years too late. But they say better late than never. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about the heritage economy, diversification again. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about the right book that was being done for the Barbados Food and Drug Agency to facilitate a pharmaceutical industry in this country. Diversification again. No, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to those who say that the growth measures were not pointed out, the consistency between BERT 2.0, approved by this honourable chamber, and the budget delivered in this chamber on Tuesday is there for all who have eyes to see and are not blinded by agendas that would cause their eyes to become clouded. Clear, clear, clear. So this government shall remain focused on that. And you know, sir, they say, how are you going to create the jobs? You want me to list off all the projects again? Is somebody going to twiggle the nose on a higher bill in Bay Street? Is somebody going to twiggle the nose on a Royalton get bill in Holetown? Is somebody going to twiggle the nose on the new Civic Center be built? Those are jobs. The monument at Newton, those are jobs. The tissue lab, $15 million. The Youth Advanced Corps dormitories at Paragon, $8 million. And you can go through this budget line by line by line by line and find where the jobs are. And for those who don't want to see or who feel that their manhood or womanhood requires that they don't see, I don't know. That's what happens, I suppose, when you promise to deliver in real time on the same night and then don't know what to say and what to do. And Mr. Speaker, it was an example that perhaps the doctorate that he has is in perfecting the art of being premature. No, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect, words carry their ordinary meaning. And the ordinary meaning of the words, accompanied with the planning permissions, accompanied with the studies, accompanied with the ownership of the properties, accompanied with the legal documents to secure the funding, create jobs. You know what makes it even worse? What groundbreaking we had the day before the budget? Geriatric hospital, first one being built in this country as a purpose-built hospital ever in the history of Barbados. $104 million. And think about the nurses and the orderlies over there in a 19th century building that if you want to move people from one floor to the next, you got to help lift them. No purpose-built elevators. No hydraulic lifts to move equipment. We are now doing all of that so that the workers are winners, the nurses are winners, and the patients are winners. But I don't know whether somebody told the leader of the Democratic Labour Party that the patient's coming from England. He is always in England. He speaks with an English accent. He feigns to be English in everything he does. Maybe that's why he feels that this was not a budget for Bajans. Mr. Speaker, sir, pensioners. And we have said as a government, they say that we haven't done anything for pensioners and senior citizens. Mr. Speaker, the National Assistance Board, originally driven by the member for St. Philip North when she was chairman, the Community Elderly Care Program, $9.7 million at a time when we were in a pandemic. And this government has chosen to keep it because the member for St. Michael South and others have represented. The member for St. Thomas has represented to me that the people need the support in their communities. This is the same government. What you want me to do? Last year, in last year's budget, we increased the fees for nursing homes. Was not increased by the last government. No, man. Look, they want us to talk in here for 8 and 10 hours in truth. Because if you want everything put down in one place, we could do that too. This is the government that has put a deal in place for pensioners. Is it all that we can do? No, it isn't. But we do according to what is possible and what is responsible. The first thing we did as a government was to increase non-contributory pensions, and that is what led to the line giving of the vote on Watchman. Because everybody said that it could not be done and we would break up the place. And look at us today. Now people want to know why you're not doing it again. What we did then was effectively to regrade non-contributory pensions and to bring them closer to NIS. But you can't keep propelling them because then you're in danger of putting them over contributory pensions. So let's be sensible and govern, man. Don't talk because people say that they got the mouth to talk. Talk some sense. Talk some sense. And then we heard the pensioners who said that they needed the increased tax allowance and that we should have given it to them when we did the ones in 2019 to which I come. Bottom line, we've done it, and there are thousands of Barbadians now who will not pay any tax on their pensions because they earn between $40,000 and $45,000. That is what this government has done in this budget. And I go further. The ones who earn over $45,000 will pay 12.5% less of that $5,000. Because that's the tax rate if they're up to $75,000. And if it goes above, it's higher. But the bottom line is that they will benefit. I was bemused when I saw one of the accounting firms analyze this. And you know what number they put in there to analyze this tax rate? $120,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you from, I don't know nothing, I only see numbers, that the numbers I see from the Barbados Revenue Authority in terms of income categories, you cannot find 50 or 60 people in Barbados getting more than $120,000 a year in pension. So it made me wonder what is being analyzed. The body you got to analyze for is the body earning $42,500 in pension. The body earning $43,000 or $45,000 or $50,000 or $55,000. Because that's where the numbers are. And I would love to do more, and we will continue to do more as we go forward. But remember, when we cap VAT on electricity to the first 250 kilowatt hours, and when we cap VAT on diesel and gasoline, we're also helping pensioners. Remember that when we do that, we also allow companies to continue to create jobs. And then they say, what have we done for public service? Well, that's the biggest joke in here. What was it called? A throwaway? No, what was the phrase they used? 1,500. Do you understand that we do 2 increases in 5 years? Find the money to put them, the public servants, at the top of the list. And I made the point that the reason for the lump sum is that we felt that the people at the bottom needed a disproportionately higher percentage, and that we were doing that. And this is the point I want to make to the middle class. Because the middle class and the very people at the bottom benefited in the 2019 budget with the income tax reforms that we brought down. Mr. Speaker, a household with $150,000 in income has benefited in the last 4 years from $50,000 in additional revenue, purely because of the 2019 personal income tax reforms. You hear what I just told you, sir? Now, do you know that when this government faced the worst crisis in a century, also its independence, in a century, you know we did not go back and take back a cent of that income tax reform from any middle class person? Do you know that, sir? And that is why I say that I'm not going to allow this government to be drawn into false constructs and false debates, because this is a government with a continuum. That $13,900 that person or family is still benefiting from every year, we've not come to claw it back. The middle class, the compensatory income credit. We told you when we gave it that if we need to come back any year when money's short, we might not be able to give you back the taxes. People earning between $2,000 a month and $3,000 a month. When has this government gone back and taken a cent and said, we can't give you back your taxes? We have given back those people earning between $2,000 and $3,000 every cent in tax that they want through the compensatory income credit. We have not stopped the reverse tax credit or restrained who can benefit too. So, Mr. Speaker, when I say so, it is sometimes necessary to remind people what you have done and what you were doing for them last year and the year before and the year before. Mr. Speaker, young people, do you know how much the Barbados Youth Advance Corps is going to cost to run every year? To get 1,000 people in it? Do you know that we've just put $12.5 million in a crime prevention program, and in this budget I just added another $2.5 million with parent coaches, life coaches, and psychological counseling at the community level? If those are not for poor black people and lower and middle income black people, with respect to the Youth Advance Corps. Because we know what happens. People who got money in this country and send the child overseas and try and run away from that. This government is working to fix the situation and the deal for them. The Child Protection Bill, the Child Justice Bill. Because it's not just about tax and spend, as many of you in here, the member for St. Michael South Central, the member for St. Peter reminded us of that. That you're dealing with the last government that only knows tax and spend and are blinkered. Don't remember the powers that we settled on page 26 of the Covenant of Hope. To empower, to regulate, to legislate, to facilitate. Government got real influence and other powers. Mr. Speaker, the farmers. I just told you all of the initiatives for the farmers in here. Mr. Speaker, the investors and the confidence. Sir, a new flight lands on Tuesday evening from Inter-Caribbean. I laid out what happening with the rest of the summer, and the member for St. Michael West Central last night reinforced everything I said in terms of the airlift and the travel and the additional seats coming in, and what not only is coming in summer, but what is coming in winter. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, this country became the location for the launching of the Arvia, the second LNG vessel that P&O had, and that will hold, 5,600 people? And off herewards in the constituency of St. Peter, the satellite images went to the rest of the world. For 1 hour, Prime Minister Mitchell from Grenada came and joined me. And Mr. Speaker, if that is not a statement of confidence in this country and its relationship with cruise tourism and its ability to accommodate cruise, I don't know what is, sir. Mr. Speaker, in almost every instance, people are running us down. That's why I gave the member for Christchurch West the planning portfolio, because I do not believe that that portfolio should be constrained any further by my holding it and doing everything else that I'm doing. So that, Mr. Speaker, I really feel that this budget has to be contextualized in the way in which I have, and that everybody in here gets a chance. There are some who say that we are not helping enough people on the ground in small areas. Mr. Speaker, you can only help by growing the pie. And this government, I defy anybody, to show me a government post-independence that has seen people more, that has felt people more, and that has heard people more. All the decades, your constituents, Mr. Speaker, ignored. Nobody cared that the guy go outside and can't get no water. Who fixing it? Deputy Prime Minister. Young people, we taking up $9 million on top of a new stadium that the Chinese will build. On top of the commitment that I gave 2 Sundays ago to the netballers to cover the netball stadium and to put a wooden sprung floor for netball and basketball and volleyball so that our people don't mess up the knees and the ankles. And who do you think benefits from having those bleachers and those fenced grounds? It's ordinary people. People in Silver Sands, if you end up with one up there, remember for Christchurch, your tournaments, people will know cause. People say, look, I'm having a tournament today, you're paying a $5. In Parkinson Field, you're paying a $5. Huh? In Valerie, wherever. The bottom line is that it creates the infrastructure to empower individuals in communities and groups in communities to do for themselves. This government is choosing to spend its money to create that kind of platform for people. And I say to you, sir, you see the Strings Project? We can come to understand the genius of that project, you know. Because every single one of the 68 primary schools And it is starting with the people in class 2, 3, and 4. It's starting at the bottom. Because in starting at the bottom and in buying the instruments and providing the coaching in every school, you are teaching those young children what? The discipline of what? Practice, patience, having to work with others, having to play in harmony, can't be discordant, dexterity manually. But above all else, you are creating the opportunity for maestros. Notice I use the plural. Life skills and global opportunities for a living. And I know many people who start on a violin and end up on a saxophone or a bass guitar or a drum or as a singer. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is investing in ordinary Bajans whose parents cannot invest in them. And therefore, when we talk about being world class, and this is not isolated, the member for Christchurch West Central is carrying on what the member for St. Michael's South started and was only interrupted temporarily because of COVID. We say we are a big ocean state. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we believe that we must train our children to swim. How many other governments have come to this country and put a program in summer to take 1,000 and 1,500 young people to swim? And I learned, I didn't even know. Member for St. John told me in his speech that they also do it with the elderly population. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that is serious about its people. So that those elderly population can go in the salt water that they say good for you anyhow, and get the limbs moving and keep the body agile. No, sir. There is one other matter that I'm going to do to respond before coming to some things that I want to correct for the record or to add to for the record. And forgive me for my nasal condition still. So they said I didn't give enough details on the state-owned enterprises. We really got people who are Bajans in truth. Because every good Bajan knows to play dominoes. Every good Bajan knows that you don't draw a hand and skin it up. We are at a delicate stage of discussions with state-owned enterprises in this country. There's no doubt about the fact that there has to be reform. And we have not hidden what must happen with respect to it. Mr. Speaker, we went to the country and the country chose what was essential, what was highly desirable, and what was optional. And Mr. Speaker, we have been in discussions, some more advanced than others, some just starting, with the unions. And I am not, for the sake of politics or a positive comment, going to come in here and disrespect our partners in labor, in the social partnership, and tell you and the country things that are not yet ripe, things that are not yet completed, things that are still the subject of discussion and negotiation. And I have to ask the ordinary people of this country, you elected us, trust us to do it in the right way, with decorum, in accordance with the best precepts of process, and in accordance with a commitment as a labor government to do right by labor wherever possible. Let us also remember, sir, that it was this exact point and the failure to summon the courage to address this exact sector of state-owned enterprises that propelled Barbados into the deep, deep depths of debt distress in which we found ourselves, and the 23 downgrades that we had. Mr. Speaker, this government will do right by the people of this country, will do right by the state-owned enterprises. There is not everyone that can remain, but there is not everyone that will go. And in every instance, what is our philosophy? That not only do you treat workers right, but you enfranchise workers where possible. And therefore, dependent on the institution and dependent on the circumstances and dependent on the financial issues, I give this House the assurance that we will do right by them. But what I cannot do is to come and give details before we resolve these matters either with the unions or indeed in some instances with publicly traded entities who are subject to other legislative restrictions in terms of how they operate. And I ask the country for the opportunity to allow us to address you one by one by one by one in a way that will not disrupt the process, because Barbados cannot afford to get this issue of state-owned enterprise reform wrong if we are to bring this country fully out of the depths of where we inherited it in 2018. Mr. Speaker, and I will give you shortly the example of what I mean when I say that we cannot get it wrong. Sir, we have a responsibility to the people of this nation. I could have talked at length about pension reform. Public sector pension reform is finished. I could have talked at length about the Social Security reform that we started since, July last year? It's going on for 8 months, and I expect that within the next 4 weeks or so, that the public will be advised of what will happen. But Mr. Speaker, I focused on what was immediate because this budget must be seen as a continuum. And as I said, y'all say like a lot of long talk. So 4 hours was already carrying people to the limits. But believe you me, education reform is about to be launched. We could have talked about it in here. In fact, if I got the one body who could talk in real time after me is the Minister of Education. I ain't sure about the other man who tried. She could talk in real time because the work is done. And the only reason we're not bringing it this week or next week is because the country has had a lot talking about with the budget and everything. And we feel that we must have a conversation that's not cluttered up. So you have in a house, and your mother tells you want to talk to you, and you ready, and you want here, and you want here, and you want here. Mother says, I ain't ready to talk to you yet. Why? Because she wants you to focus on the task that you're doing, not the fact that you want to hear something else from her. So I want us to stay calm, stay focused, stay on track. Sir, and this is a government that is not adamant. There were 2 matters that were brought to my attention that should have been resolved in the budget, and I want to correct them now. In addition to the nurses benefiting from the POLTA, we should have added the youth commissioners, and that fell out the text that I had. And I want, therefore, Mr. Speaker, to let you know that the youth commissioners in the Ministry of Youth Affairs have never benefited from the loans from the Public Officers Loan Scheme, and that hereinafter, from the 1st of April, the youth commissioners will benefit from being able to access the POLTA. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, Barbadian film persons, and you know, when I talk about confidence, this is a country that got an international film festival also taking place now in Speightstown too, you know. The amount of things that are beginning to happen here again tells a story for us. Look at the Garrison 2 weekends ago with the Gold Cup. Sir, the film incentives speak to the fact of, one, if you shoot in Barbados, and I want to thank the Barbadian enterprise that have asked us to add this to the incentives that we have announced on Tuesday, and we readily accept the additions that have been recommended to us by him. That if you shoot in Barbados and put the shot of the Barbados flag at the end of the film, you will get another 1% tax credit in addition to what I've announced. Secondly, that if you use a historical site in Barbados and so recognize it, that you will also get another 1% tax credit. And thirdly, If the production exceeds 10 million US dollars, you will get another 1% in tax credit. Mr. Speaker, those three should be added to the other initiatives announced by me with respect to the film industry. And the last matter that I want to discuss, sir, is the matter of LIAT. Sir, this has perhaps given me a lot of sleepless nights because the circumstances under which everything unfolded were not kind to any of us, to the government, to the workers, to the travelers. But sir, we have always maintained, and about 2 years ago I met with the workers, and I said to them, at that time I could not deal with the issue of your severance. We were in all kinds of discussions, but above all else, we just did not have the fiscal capacity to do it then, especially in the middle of a pandemic. And we agreed to a $2,000 payment to help people live with respect to those who had not gotten any severance. Sir, my office has been doing work and has done a detailed sheet that now puts me in a position, I believe, to put aspects of this to rest. And we want, therefore, to announce tonight that the government of Barbados and the government of St. Lucia has already done it for St. Lucian workers at LIAT. The government of Barbados will take responsibility for all of the Barbadian workers, and that the government of Barbados will pay up to $75,000 in cash to each and every person in terms of their calculated severance liability, and that any number for severance over $75,000 will be paid in bonds, so that the persons at LIAT who have had to endure grave hardship, anxiety, we understand. And believe you me, if I could have done it earlier, I would have done it earlier. But I believe that the opportunity that was presented to us in between these two programs and with what we have with respect to the outturn has allowed us to make some decisions that are in the favor of the people of Barbados, not the people of another continent or another country as you were led to believe in the last few days. And Mr. Speaker, the cost of that $75,000 to every person will come just on about $4,074,000, and the bonds that will then have to go to them to make up the difference for everything over $75,000, I believe is in the vicinity, roughly, of just under $6 million. And the government of Barbados, therefore, will make the appropriate arrangements. I have instructed the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs, who is on duty leave at the Inter-American Development Bank meetings, that as soon as he returns next week, he is to meet with the representatives of the LIAT employees and put in place the payments for the $75,000 in cash for everyone, and to go above that. Mr. Speaker, if I could count, there are about 4 and 3, 24, 27, 54, 59. There are 89 people who are affected. But the majority will be paid off with the $75,000 payment, and the others who have an entitlement beyond that will receive the difference in bonds. Sir, this government sees people, feels people, and hears people. I wish I could be a fairy godmother instead of a prime minister, because then I could grant you your every wish. But I live in the land of the real, and I am trying to lead a government that was dealt the worst hand that any government that came to office in this country has been dealt since coming to independence. And Mr. Speaker, in spite of that, we have tried step by step by step to do right by the people, whether pensioners, whether young, whether poor black people, middle class people, whether people who are in Barbados. But our circumstances require us to dig deeper and to take in more and to reach higher. And that is what this budget was about. Sending the signal to the people of Barbados that if we decide to go higher, we can do it. Sir, I specifically asked for these sheets to be printed out for me because this notion that budgets are made and announcements are made and things are not done is equally a nonsense. There may be one or two things, a couple things that are not implemented, largely because of either problems with the shortage of drafting skills, or indeed in some instances where the private sector and others may have come to us with concerns, and we pause and say we're going to relook at it because what you're saying makes sense. But I specifically asked, because as you heard when we told you the pandemic levy at the personal and corporate level was going to be 1 year, it was 1 year. Mr. Speaker, when we told you we were going to implement the sugar tax to be able to help deal with the epidemic of diabetes in this country, it has been implemented, Mr. Speaker. When we said, Mr. Speaker, that we were going to also make sure, sir, that we put in place provisions for the greening or provisions for automaticity for the RE, that has been done by the Ministry of Energy. The hold-up now is the batteries. And the hold-up, as I said, is the unfortunate conversation between FTC and the players. Mr. Speaker, we told you we were going to start with the houses. I've shown you, go and drive and see them. Mr. Speaker, we said we were going to also make sure that there were going to be things to allow the shade houses have started to come in from Guyana and being put up. Mr. Speaker, these are the things. We told you we were going to start a new geriatric hospital. We start the groundbreaking. All these things we talked about last year, you know. We told you that Sam Lords would be constructed, almost completed this year, and that we would split the 55 acres. So instead of benefiting from one hotel with 1,000 jobs on 55 acres, we're doing that one hotel and 1,000 jobs on 27 acres, and now have another 17 acres to put on the market to develop, to create more jobs for the people of St. Philip and surrounding parishes. Mr. Speaker, we told you that we were going to get the issue of the capital program for the QEH. The only reason it's taking so long is because we do not want to give a government guarantee. And we are working to make sure that we can vest the lands of the QEH, the UWI, and indeed, there was one other two that we need, but there are 2 or 3 of them that we need to vest the lands in the state-owned enterprise to create a balance sheet for them. Mr. Speaker, the National Payment System legislation, I can go on and on, the Fair Credit Reporting legislation, all of these things. What do they speak to? Credibility. We are not perfect, but we do right by our people, and we do good by our people. And I ask the people of this nation now, we are not anywhere near an election, trust me. I can tell you that. And those who want to play politics rather than dealing with nation building, I regret that your efforts are being squandered. Those who want to engage in nation building, I say come on board. Because when you do, and we do not want, someone said they wanted an assurance that our training would not be politically partisan. What madness is that? This government has not only been fair in the delivery of goods to everybody, but even when we are not required to consult because the people did not give us an opposition, we still consult on every major issue. You saw the same person who is talking now be brought in on Social Security reform at the beginning. And we will continue to, not because we did it with the pandemic, with the then leader of the Democratic Labour Party. Because, Mr. Speaker, this country is too small to dice it up and slice it up and have it in red and blue. You see, when I come here on Tuesday, we're blue and red, blue with red, red with blue. Because you cannot slice up this country in colors if you want to carry it to the next level. Barbados must be for Bajans and all who want to be Bajan, and we are going to defend it. So, sir, all that is left for me to do is to commend this second reading debate, to ask you to allow us to vote, and to be able to say simply that I meant it when I said it on Tuesday. No matter how much we want it to change in here, no matter how much we believe that upward, onward Bajan excellence is possible, it will only happen, sir, if the majority of Barbadians, right-thinking Barbadians, get on board and believe that when this government tells you share the burden, share the bounty, that we will be fair, and that there will not always be a time when we can give, but whenever we can, we shall. And there will not always be a time when you have the luxury to just ride on board. There will be a time when you will have to do some heavy lifting too, because in this we are Bajans, our naval string buried here. I ask all Bajans to join us on this historic journey to 2030. We will have headwinds, we will have difficulties, but with God on our side, I know that we shall make the journey successful for all of us. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time.
Question is that the aforementioned bill be read a second time. All those other members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg that you do now leave the chair and this House resolve itself into Committee of Supply.
Question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This House is now in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, we have to revisit the schedule of the bill we did earlier. Head 10, Office of the President, in the amount of $751,687.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 10 stand part.
The question is that head 10 stand part?
As amended. As amended.
The question is that head 10 stand part as amended. All honourable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 11, Ministry of the Public Service, as amended, $5,814,937.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 11 to stand part as amended.
The question is that head 11 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 13, Prime Minister's Office, as amended, in the amount of $183,488,990.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the head do no stand part as amended.
The question is that head 13 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 15, Cabinet Office, as amended, in the amount of $20,580,225.
Beg to move that head 50 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 15 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 17, Ombudsman, as amended, in the amount of $490,408.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 17 do no stand part as amended.
The question is that head 17 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 18, Audit, as amended, in the amount of $691,963.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 18 do no stand part as amended.
The question is that head 18 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 27, Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, as amended, in the amount of $26,736,440.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the head stand part as amended.
The question is that head 27 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 29, Director of Public Prosecutions, as amended, in the amount of $1,659,413.
Beg to move that head 29 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 29 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Attorney General, as amended, in the amount of $116,720,964.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move the head 30 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 30 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 31, Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology, as amended, in the amount of $35,135,578.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 31 stand part. As amended.
The question is that head 31 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 32, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, as amended, in the amount of $65,862,088.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move the head 32 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 32 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 33, Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, as amended, in the amount of $66,388,308.
I beg to move the head 7 part as amended.
Beg to second that, sir.
The question is that head 33 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 34, Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, as amended, in the amount of $132,348,701.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 34 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 34 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 35, Ministry of People, Empowerment and Elder Affairs, as amended, in the amount of $101,545,055.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 35 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 35 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Post Office, as amended, in the amount of $13,071,419.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 50 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 50 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 81, Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources, as amended, in the amount of $130,357,731.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 81 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 81 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 82, Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, as amended, in the amount of $64,740,607.
The question is that head 82.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that head 82 stand par as amended.
The question is that head 82 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 83, Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security, as amended, in the amount of $81,330,887.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 83 as amended stand part.
Beg second that.
The question is that head 83 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 84, Ministry of Labor, Social Security and Third Sector, as amended, in the amount of $59,692,489.
Beg to move.
Huh?
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that the head stand part is amended.
Somebody enter.
Beg to second that, sir.
The question is that head 84 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 86, Ministry of Health and Wellness, as amended, in the amount of $267,081,164.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 86 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 86 stands part as amended. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 87, Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, as amended, in the amount of $356,574,886.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 87 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 87 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 91, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, as amended, in the amount of $63,408,324.
Mr. Chair, I beg that head 91 stand par as amended.
The question is that head 91 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 92, Ministry of Energy and Business Development, as amended, in the amount of $48,375,215.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 92 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 92 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 93, Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, as amended, in the amount of $105,019,994.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that head 93 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 93 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, you say aye. Honorable members against, you say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2, as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause to be stand part as amended.
The question is that clause 2 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule as amended stand part.
The question is that the schedule as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report the passing of one money resolution in committee. Sorry, one bill in committee.
The question is that I do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this bill may now pass and cited as the Appropriation Act 2023.
The question is that the bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Recommittal of papers, sir.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm commanded to lay the Customs Tariff Amendment Order 2018, as well as the loan contract number 5720/OCBA, program to strengthen public policy and fiscal management in response to the health and economic crisis caused by COVID-19 in Barbados.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we have come to the end of a very long 3 weeks of estimates and now, the 3 weeks of estimates and now the budget debate. Let me, on behalf of the leader, but also on behalf of all members, really say thank you to all of the staff who have assisted us in the course of the last 4 weeks. I know it has not been easy, and you still have the operations in the Senate to do over the next week as well. But just to say a heartfelt thank you to you for taking us through this process. Also to you, Mr. Speaker. I know the members have not been the most cooperative at times, but you have been gracious to them as much as you can be. And I just want to say to all members as well, thank you for the contributions that you have made to this debate. As the Honourable Prime Minister has said, this is what makes us who we are in this party and certainly in this government, where everybody is free to express how they feel and to reflect the real issues that are out there on the ground from the people whom we have been sent here to represent. Allow me also to thank the Barbados Police Service and to thank all of the staff here at Parliament who have made the last 4 weeks accommodating for all of us, to thank the media for the coverage that they have provided to these activities. And certainly it does not give me pride in saying upward and onwards or up and on, but I do want to endorse what has been said by the Prime Minister and to certainly reiterate, sir, that what has been laid out in this budget certainly has given us a lot of food for thought, and I know that we are all certainly encouraged by what has been said, and we look forward to being able to now implement and to execute a number of the policies that have been settled by the Honourable Prime Minister. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I therefore wish to adjourn the House until Tuesday, the 28th of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 20th day of March, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 20th day of March, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.